Good morning. Welcome to you all from a grey English morning here on the south coast of the United Kingdom, where I'm based. And I hope that wherever you are tuning in from around the world, you and your family and loved ones are safe and well. My name is Claire Steiner, and I have the honour of being one of your hosts today. We are living through a time that will be taught in history classes decades from now. Many people are facing an uncertain future as a result of this pandemic, which has affected every single person on this planet of ours. And which is why I'm so excited to be bringing today's conference to you, our truly global audience. For the last 11 years, Future You's aim has been to inspire, inform, and educate people already working in our sector, as well as the next generation of talent who are looking to start and build their careers. Our speakers today will all share tips and advice, and one of the best things about Future You is how we can share our personal journeys and provide advice and support to each other. The travel and tourism industry has enabled all of us to connect with like-minded individuals from around the world, and Future You is no different. We applaud and stand behind every single person in our wonderful industry, irrespective of their race, sex, age, religious beliefs, ethnicity, or sexual orientation, and are proud that our speakers reflect the diversity we need to promote and support throughout our businesses and our lives. We know we have to do more, and ITT Future You is committed to ensuring that we do all we can to improve and encourage diversity and inclusion. Please get involved today with the chat, where you will find many of today's speakers and share your stories, your own experiences, and your advice to help each other as we continue to deal with this COVID pandemic and its effect on all of us, both personally and professionally. There has never been a more important time for us all to stand united and help each other. We have an incredible lineup of speakers who have all given their time to contribute to today's event, and I'm truly grateful to all of them. A big shout out to my co-organisers, Danny and Paul, who you'll hear from in a minute. And of course, Matthew, Ian and Maria at Travel Massive, who are partnering with us today. But above all, enjoy today. And I hope that we can provide you with some valuable advice to help now and throughout your career. I'd now like to welcome and hand over to Matthew from Travel Massive.
Thank you very much, Claire. And depending on where you're tuning in from, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. My hope in using the Travel Massive platform to stream today's event is that we will help people who are trying to navigate what the current crisis means for their career. And in doing so, also support the industry that we love. The Travel Massive community is now over 60,000 members strong, and that community is spread all over the world. I'm delighted that Travel Massive, through our global reach, can play our part in making this ITT event a truly international one. Later today, 1:20 London time, I'm also going to be introducing our chapter leaders from Bangkok, Hanoi, Washington, DC, and Colorado. Entrepreneurs, filmmakers, writers, and investors. They're an interesting group, so don't miss it. Behind the scenes today, we also have Maria Stoyanova, our chapter leader from Sofia in Bulgaria, who's managing all the tech. So thank you, Maria. I won't make you appear on screen this time. Thank you also to Ian Cumming, CEO and founder of Travel Massive, who's played a big part in making today possible. I'm really excited about the diverse range of speakers we have participating today. I hope the event offers some inspiration and some practical support. Whether you're listening on Travel Massive, Facebook or YouTube, so that you get real value from this, please ask the questions that you want answered in the respective chat function. Progress in a career is very rarely a straight line. Sometimes our setbacks turn out to be the things that propel us to success. If I had to offer some advice about navigating a job search in a difficult market, it would be stick to your principles. Make sure you're looking at opportunities that present you with purpose and meaning, but be open to ideas and be flexible. We're now going to have a welcome message from Stephen Freudman, chairman of the ITT.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the inaugural ITT Future You International Careers Conference. ITT, as you know, is committed to raising standards and to professional development. We're equally committed to support all the amazing talent that we have in our industry and to encourage fresh talent to join from the world out there, this global world of travel and tourism. So this conference is important. It's important in these very uncertain times. It's important for us to be able to give something back to the industry. The travel industry is nothing if not robust and resilient. So ladies and gentlemen, I firmly believe that we will get through these difficult times. There is light at the end of this tunnel. And I want to thank you for joining our wonderful conference today. I'd like also to thank our event partners, Travel Massive. I'd like to thank GTTP, Global Travel and Tourism Partnership. And I'd like to thank Intrepid Travel for sponsoring the very important student awards that will take place towards the end of the day. And finally, and most importantly, I'd like to thank our wonderful Education and Training Committee, particularly its leaders, Claire, Paul, and Danny. Thank you for joining. Enjoy the day.
Hi everyone. I'm Danny Wayne and I'm here on behalf of ITT today.
And I'm Paul Cowley and I'm as part of the ITT team as well. Well, we'd like to tell you a little bit more about ITT Future You.
The ITT Future You initiative started in 2009.
Giving the future generation of the stars of the tourism and travel industry inspiration for their future careers.
Since 2009, we've organised events and welcomed more than 15,000 attendees from around the world. All of our events are organised by the ITT Education and Training Committee. Why do we do what we do? Well, it's because we're also passionate about what we do. We love our industry and we want it to be better every single day. We want to attract the best talent into our industry and to retain it too.
We've had highly successful sessions at World Travel Market now for the past 11 years.
ITT Future You brings together industry with education and does three things. Firstly, we want to inspire young people to choose the aviation, travel, tourism and hospitality sector for their career choice. Secondly, we want to stretch the imagination of those already working in our sector. We always hear that there are three roles in the travel industry: cabin crew, holiday rep, and travel agent. These are three fantastic jobs in the industry, but there is also so much more out there too. And thirdly, we want to provide young industry professionals with a launch pad, offering them the opportunity to speak at our events, many of who you will experience today. In 2014, ITT went on the road and hosts regional events in cities across the UK, highlighting local employers, bringing in career fairs and offering a more personalised approach to students studying in our ITT Centre of Excellence universities.
And ITT Future You International has held events in Brazil, in Kenya, and in Russia. ITT Future You helps develop skills and an understanding of the industry.
We've developed ITT Future You into a talent hub, so you can check out our website at ittfutureyou.com to find out more information.
And to enable students and graduates to find that much needed work experience. During ITT Future You, you'll find careers guidance and tips and advice how to start in this wonderful industry.
Paul, one of the misconceptions I find with our events are that people think that they're really for university students, but I think one of the things that we found is that there's so many different routes into the industry. So what would you say to that?
Well, I think that the sort of people coming in the industry, not all students are the people that come into the sector. People come into the travel and tourism sector at all ages. So it's not just aimed at young people, because the next generation, as we keep talking about, do not necessarily have to be 18, 19, 20-year-olds. It's noticeable now that people are coming into the sector at all ages. And sometimes mature students come with a whole wealth of knowledge about the world as a whole that they can bring into the sector. So bringing people into our industry is what this is all about, whether that be students from universities or people who've already gone down an avenue of working somewhere else first and then coming in later life. Once upon a time, we used to have to try and persuade people to put ITT Future U events on. Now, as the next generation of future talent is coming through, we're actually getting venues and organisations approaching us, asking us to put these events on for the students. It's very much become something that the students are now asking for this, rather than us sort of persuading people to put these events on. Danny, in all the years that we've been doing, is there any instances or events that stand out in your memory that makes you sort of think, wow, I remember that because of?
Yes, absolutely. I remember the first year that I did ITT Future U and standing on the stage, I was so scared to stand up in front of people, and to think that little shy kid would actually get up there and do that was outrageous. And there was another event at World Travel Market where we had a packed audience one year. We were on stage, and actually down the side there were some curtains that actually collapsed onto the audience, and my heart was in my mouth. So Paul, when we're up and down the country doing the ITT Future U on the road events, are there any vivid memories that stand out to you?
Well, yes, every single one we've attended, there's always been lots of young and enthusiastic individuals, and they all come and ask questions, and often some of the most hard-hitting questions I've been asked in my entire career has been at ITT Future U events. Saying that, there's also been times where we've gone to events, and I mean, there's one I do remember, and we've got everything sorted, we've got all the equipment ready, we've got all the speakers lining up, and then the fire alarm went off. And then we had a power cut, and then the fire alarm went again, and then all the machinery disappeared. And you know what? That particular one, we had 3 fire alarms, we had the power go, and yet the speakers that was there on the day, they stood up, they had no presentation that they could use because the screens had all gone, they've got no notes they could use. And yet that was probably one of the best Future U's I've done, because the people spoke from the heart. They told about their experiences, and they told about what they was doing. And actually it was a real genuine day, and all the students there that day loved it. Danny, when we've done ITT Future U on the road events, what sort of speakers do you get at these events?
We have a huge variety of speakers from across the industry. So some very young people who are on their career journey and very inspiring, so the audience can connect with them, all the way through to the keynote speakers who are very experienced, have been in the industry for an extremely long time, and in their own way are super inspiring as well.
Yeah, on the day, we get asked some really interesting questions, and different questions to what we get at other events. There's a real freshness about ITT Future U, and you can see people looking at it at a different perspective and asking questions that we've never really asked before. I think for most people, it's the fact that you can actually stand there and you possibly will be inspiring the next generation of people and youngsters to come into the travel and tourism sector. And not just from the youngsters' point of view, there's lots of new entrants, and to be able to sort of get them to spark something in them that becomes the future of our sector. I think there's a real thrill to being part of that process to get somebody involved.
When you go into the universities and meeting those from education, what is the feedback from academics like about the ITT Future U events?
Oh, the feedback is excellent. I mean, the speakers that we take when we put Future U on the road bring a real wealth of experience and a diverse background, and the students are really interested and inspired by what they are told at these events, to be able to go out and actually do their own thing and make their mark on the sector.
We are very aware that our audience is the most diverse of any event audience in our sector, and that's why it's so important for us ever since day one to showcase a wide variety of people from different backgrounds and with different experiences to act as role models for our audience. We've already engaged with more than 400 travel and tourism brands, and this leads us to our latest initiative, our first ITT Future U International Careers Conference. Our aim today is to bring together thought leaders from across our global industry, showcase the wide variety of job roles and talent in our sector, and offer tips and practical advice to you, our audience, to take away and implement those on your career journey, no matter whether you're just starting out or you're already on your way.
And later today, we'll explore the myth of networking and how that affects the travel and tourism sector.
Later today, we'll have the ITT Future You Awards.
And I'm sure during the day, you will find out much needed information and updates and trends on the travel and tourism sector.
The feedback we've had over the years has been absolutely phenomenal, with stories of attendees following their dreams to travel the world, landing their ideal work placement, securing that perfect job, and along the way sharing the new skills they've learned and confidence they've built by being inspired. There is perhaps a misconception that the ITT Future You events are only for university students, but there are so many routes to enter our industry and to progress. So don't feel like you must conform and you must follow a particular career path, because you don't need to. Get experience, develop new skills, and never stop learning. There is no right way to do this, so do it your way. The ITT stands for the Institute of Travel and Tourism, but for me, the ITT is about being an incubator for top talent, whether this is fresh and new talent to the sector or those already climbing the career ladder. As with all of our events, everyone you are hearing from today has volunteered and given up their time to take part. We want it to be interactive too, so well done on taking the first step to actually being here today. Now the next step is to get involved, engage through the platform and through social media, ask questions, give your opinion, and build your network. I personally was fortunate enough to be a speaker at our first event in 2009 at WTM. I was so scared, really nervous. I was a very shy kid and I could never imagine being on stage in a room full of people. But I did it, I overcome my fear, and it's given me so many more opportunities. So I really hope today inspires you to follow your dreams. So I'm delighted to welcome you to our first session, an industry outlook. As well as being known for her work with the UNWTO and WTTC, as well as being chair of World Travel Market, this lady is also founder and chairman of Just a Drop, non-exec director at global marketing and PR agency Fin Partners, and also the chair of the African Travel and Tourism Association. Please welcome Fiona Jeffrey, OBE.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning, and a sincere thank you to ITT and Travel Massive for inviting me to open this very important day. Why is it so important? Well, the secret is in the title, Future You. This is about you and your future. And today, everyone taking part will be hoping to leave you with some kernel or nugget that inspires and motivates you to take the next step in your exciting journey ahead. I'll share my insights to see if they inspire or motivate you. If they don't worry. Someone else in today's conference surely will. So by the end of today, you'll have learned something positive to take away and act upon. So let's take stock for a moment and reflect on my vision for the future of tourism and what it might hold for you. It's fair to say, in spite of previously facing 9/11, ash cloud, wars and natural disasters, the industry has never before faced such an unprecedented global challenge as this health pandemic. Previously worth $8.9 trillion and over 10% of the world's GDP, and accounting for 1 in 10 jobs, we're now facing our own ground zero. We were one of the first industries to be impacted by this pandemic and will be one of the last to come out. Christopher de Balaguer even wrote an article for The Guardian on the 18th of June entitled, The End of Tourism. It's an uncomfortable, well-researched article highlighting the negative impacts tourism has on local communities, often creating more harm than good. Pre-pandemic, I'm sure we can all think of destinations that were blighted by over-tourism. So if I wanted to be prophetic, I could argue that this pandemic is having its revenge in protecting the health of the planet from the tourism industry by stopping tourism altogether. But what I prefer to see is that this pandemic is a massive wake-up call to all of us who love and value this industry. And it's also a massive opportunity to develop and rebuild our industry in a way that's much better than the past. And this is where all of you come in, because you can influence and contribute to this better future. If we want a sustainable industry, we need to evolve our business model and not only run financially successful businesses, tough enough, I accept, but also take account of their social and environmental impact, as well as economic. We refer to it as the triple bottom line: economic, social, and environmental. We have an additional responsibility to protect this planet and its community. Like everything else that's valuable in life, it's about achieving the right balance. Over-tourism is bad, but so is no tourism, on which many millions of lives and livelihoods depend. The secret lies in developing responsible, sustainable tourism and managing it effectively, because then tourism turns from being a potential exploiter to a potential force for good. The former Secretary General of the UN World Tourism Organization, Dr. Taleb Rifai, once said, when we hit 1 billion travelers around the world, 1 billion opportunities or 1 billion disasters. Managed well, tourism can be a force for good. But to do this, we need to accept our social and environmental responsibilities and build these into our business model. So how do we develop tourism and become the force for good we often purport but rarely deliver? I have two key recommendations for those of you starting out and a reminder for those already engaged in the industry. Firstly, embrace responsible and sustainable tourism as part of the DNA of your organization. If you're not already aware, familiarize yourself with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. These are 17 goals designed to ensure no one on the planet is left behind. They cover areas such as no poverty, no hunger, good health and well-being, education, gender equality, water and sanitation, decent work and economic growth, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption, life below water, life on land, climate action, and partnerships. I've cited here 13 of the 17 goals, travel and tourism impacts, which means every tourism business, every individual working in this industry can have a positive impact on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals if they choose. It's in your hands. My advice is think about your business and consider the synergies it has with any of these goals and where you might make a positive contribution by engaging other colleagues, suppliers, and charities or international organizations that can help support your vision. And if you're in the situation of looking for a role in this sector, then consider the type of company you'd like to join and how you can add value by embracing these principles as an influential voice alongside your role in the business. Sustainability and responsible tourism are not standalone. They need to sweep through an organization, but they need champions. My second recommendation is remember the power of the transformational triangle and collaborate. In this post-COVID world, key to our industry achieving greater resilience is more effective collaboration. The fallout is so extreme that it is only by pulling together that we will emerge stronger. I coined the phrase transformational triangle, as it's something I've used personally throughout my professional life and backs up the achievement of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. If we want to create the right impact, we require effective partnerships. None of us are experts in everything. And if we try, we stretch ourselves too thin and don't do things properly. The transformational triangle looks at the role of government, private sector, and the third sector, NGOs. The cooperative process between these three is fundamental to effective sustainable development and travel and tourism becoming the force for good it claims and wants to be. Governments are responsible for creating the right framework and policies for institutions, businesses, and the NGO sector to operate effectively. Business is the economic driver and the catalyst for change. The third sector, NGOs, secure long-term sustainable delivery on the ground. Each are experts in their own field, but it's the collaboration across all three that generates long-term success and ensures we generate the greatest impact in the most efficient and effective way. What's more, everyone feels they've contributed, including the very people being helped and supported, so it becomes a win-win for everyone. I've seen the power of effective partnership truly transform people's lives. Hence its name, the transformational triangle. And to give you an example, Radisson Hotel Group wanted to reduce its water consumption in all its hotels, but at the same time provide access to safe water to local communities. It developed a towel reuse program, and as a result saved millions of gallons of water, achieving significant cost savings. However, with some of those savings, it partnered with the international community development charity Just a Drop. As a consequence, they provided 27,000 people with access to safe water across Asia, Africa, and Latin America who hadn't had it before. And because Just a Drop supports 12 out of 17 of the Sustainable Development Goals, including climate action, education, gender equality, and no poverty, Radisson Hotel Group enhanced their social and environmental impact. This was achieved through their partnership with Just a Drop, but at the same time, they helped Just a Drop benefit communities across the world, something neither could have achieved so effectively and easily working alone. So to conclude, the industry is experiencing unprecedented challenges, but with that comes fresh thinking and new opportunities. My biggest fear is that we go back to the way we were. To my mind, that's not good enough. The planet deserves better. Communities deserve better. And our industry has to do better if it wants to remain healthy, resilient, and sustainable for future generations. So my challenge to you is to be the future you want to see. Use these guiding frameworks, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and the Transformational Triangle to help empower you personally, create principles and partnerships that will help us rebuild and re-engineer our industry, creating better jobs and opportunities, and also becoming, as an industry, a powerful force for good. 1 billion opportunities, not 1 billion disasters. Thank you for listening, and I've made my email available to Claire if anyone has any questions after. Have a fantastic day, and thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Fiona. That was really inspiring, and I thoroughly enjoyed listening to that. If anyone does want to get in touch with any of us, please visit after the event ittfutureyou.com, and you'll find our contact details on there. I just want to do a quick shout out before we get started with the official programme to some of our international visitors. So with no particular order, and apologies if I miss some of you out, we've got Rosette from Uganda, Joe from Bangkok, Verena in Cape Town, Nina in Russia, Fuzia in Kashmir, Ajay in Mumbai, Vinod in Salzburg, Jan in Dublin, Srijit in India, Om in Sydney, and many, many more. Welcome, enjoy the rest of your day, and I'd now like to hand over to some very senior people in the industry who want to share their stories and their advice with you. Thank you.
My name is Misha Tari. As you can hear, I'm French. I live in London, but however, I'm finding myself in a beautiful island right now. I'm in Corsica, which is a small island in the south of France. I will tell you a little bit about my experience in travel and tourism, hoping it will encourage you to join this wonderful industry or stay in that industry if you're already working there. In fact, I've been spending 38 years with basically one company, Hertz, the current company. It's an iconic brand who has been created about 100 years ago. And I joined Hertz in 1980, actually in the south of France. I didn't know what I would do with my life, but found that opportunity and certainly do not regret it. I had a fantastic experience. In fact, as soon as I started, it was a revelation. I was given the responsibility for one store. There was no computer, nothing, and I was in charge of basically running that store. One employee, doing my local sales, serving customers, washing cars, taking reservations, doing my own administration. It was fantastic. And then I've been lucky because it was such a great company. I had a diversity of roles. My career actually took off pretty quickly. And I worked, in operations, running stores, regions. I was in HR, sales, marketing, pricing. I was given the opportunity to manage countries like Italy, like France. And then in 2000, about 20 years ago, I came to London and my territory, if you will, expanded to Europe, the Middle East, Africa, Asia, Pacific, Latin America. It was unbelievable. And I was in charge of all the operations for Hertz. I set up the North America. So I was the group president for the company. I left Hertz about a year ago, and now I'm leveraging this great experience that I have acquired and all of my learnings to help out, to advise. I'm building a portfolio of advisory roles, trying to reinvent myself and my own startup. In fact, I'm advising startups, corporations, investors. I'm also an ambassador for the World Travel and Tourism Council, which is a big association and the voice of the industry with private and public sectors. But probably the dearest to my heart is the GTTP. That's a not-for-profit, the Global Travel and Tourism Partnership, which aim is in about 16 countries with the support of global travel partners to attract and inspire young people like yourself to join the industry. And that's what I'm trying to do today with you. Severe. But my experience, it is a very resilient industry. It comes back. And now, more than ever, this industry is stepping up, getting together, joining forces, talking to governments to get the right support and work together to make travel a safe and still enjoyable experience. In fact, throughout the many crises that industry has faced so far, it's always shown a unique ability to adapt, transform, and I would say reinvent itself. And that's actually very exciting. So now we are seeing new trends emerging, existing trends accelerating. It's all around personal experience at a local level, getting closer to local communities. We're now using this word staycation, where inhabitants of a country are rediscovering their own countries and the wonders that it has to offer. We're talking about slow, sustainable travel, a combination of technology and people. And I think the young generation, are really, driving that trend forward. And I think it's a good thing for the world in general. So I'm very confident that, notwithstanding what we're going through right now, there are a lot of opportunities. It will remain a growing industry, an industry that creates jobs at a time where so many industries destroy jobs. And because it's creating jobs, 1 on 5 new jobs on the planet is in travel. Well, that industry needs talent. It needs you. You need people who share that same passion.
Hi everyone, my name is Zina Benchek. I'm the Managing Director for Intrepid Travel in Europe, Middle East and Africa. I've started traveling at a very young age when I was only 1 year old, and my parents took us, my sister, to different countries, and I've been exposed to different cultures quite young. And I think this is what really gave me the envy to work in the travel industry for a very long time. Although I ended up working for Intrepid Travel 10 years ago, a bit by mistake, because in fact I was working for a large auditing company before back in Paris, and really ended up joining Intrepid as a finance manager, because that was the only job I could find back at that time in Marrakesh, which is my hometown, and I was looking forward going back working there. So ended up in the travel industry and working for Intrepid by mistake, but didn't regret a second that it happened, because since then I spent 10 amazing years growing within the company from a job to another, to the point where I am now today, and based out of London, looking after this huge, amazing region with very diverse people below working with me, and it's been an amazing adventure so far. So I guess what I'd like to talk to you today in terms of what are the future opportunities, and we are in the middle of the biggest crisis that the travel industry has ever experienced before. But I want to say that if you like to travel and if you like to work in a dynamic environment where there are many, many diverse opportunities, it is the best industry. It's an industry that you can enter from a very low level or entry level to get into top levels quite easily. It's been the fastest growing ever industry in the world, and I guess we know that people will always want to travel, no matter what is happening right now. We know that travel will bounce back, and when it does, I think you can use this opportunity to make the world a better place by working in the travel industry. I think we shouldn't be aspiring for things to go back to normal, but rather to redefine what new normal or what normal will mean, and use this time as a chance for us to rethink about how we travel and how we can make more ethical and sustainable travel in the future. If I could give you a piece of advice that I would give to my younger self, don't be afraid to drive the change you want to see in the world. I have always believed that, and I've always done it myself, and I believe this is what got me to the place where I am today. Working in travel gives you the opportunity to be this chance, and you are the younger generation, so take that opportunity and make it happen. Why it's important to get involved with ITT, Future You Initiative. For me, I wish I had this resource when I was younger to learn about travel and learn from professionals in the industry that are now all available through ITT. It's also an amazing networking platform. It's a great platform for you to support launching your own profile and start your career. And I also love the fact that ITT promotes equal opportunities. It's one of the best thing about travel is that it does open everyone's mind, increase tolerance among people from diverse backgrounds, religions, and ethnicities. And this diversity is really the best thing about travel and about working in the travel industry. It's extremely engaging. It's really, really important, and it's really important to me. So it was a great pleasure to be here today with you, and I wish you all a very bright future in the travel industry. Thank you very much.
So hello to everybody listening to me. My name is Jonathan Raggett, and I am the Managing Director of Red Carnation Hotels. We're a global brand. We're 20 luxury boutique hotels around the world, with 6 here in London, another 2 in the UK, some in Ireland, Geneva, South Africa, and Florida, and 2 in the Channel Islands. I've been in the hospitality business, and specifically the hotel business, all of my life since leaving school. When I was 15, 16 years old, I was unsure as to exactly what career I wanted to take, but I always had a strong interest in food. I'd managed to go to 1 or 2 hotels, not necessarily to stay, but look around. I always liked people, and I thought they were the traits potentially to be a hotelier. So having studied at school and not done terribly well in my exams, I decided I wanted to embark on a career within hospitality. And I went to a hotel school in Westminster. I did a 3-year HND, as it was then, a higher national diploma. I did well because it was a subject that I enjoyed. I enjoyed doing it. I preferred it to the schoolwork that was set. This gave me more flexibility. And it was a subject, as I say, that it really got under my skin. I enjoyed. And really, from the day of leaving Westminster, I've moved into the hospitality business, and I've done management programs. I've done every single job within a hotel. I certainly wouldn't profess to be as great as a head chef with my cooking, but I do have some cooking skills. I certainly can't make beds as quickly as our great housekeeping staff. The one thing I do stand proud for is that there's not a job in the hotel that I would ever turn my back on and not do. And so my career really rose because I did work hard. I liked what I did. I got lucky. I think everyone needs breaks in life. And for the last 20 years, having worked for various other hotel companies, I landed with Red Carnation Hotels. When I joined, we had 3 properties. And today, as I mentioned, we're up to 20 properties. So I'm often asked if hospitality is the right career choice for people. And obviously, I have a very strong bias and to suggest that it is. But I've got a bit of a warning too. If you don't like people, if you don't care, if you're not kind, then I would say hospitality is definitely not for you. Hospitality is for those people that like to please others, that like to do their best for others. And if you enjoy working with people and looking after people, then you're well on the way to being right for this business. And this business gives people so many opportunities. I chose the route of going through the operation and making my way up to MD. But we have various programs within Red Carnation Hotels, which means not everybody wants to be a general manager or an MD. Some people get into the operation and decide they like the marketing side, so they specialize in marketing. Others get into it and they see they like the people and culture side, so they specialize in that. There's chances within accounting too. There's chances within sales. So what I love about hospitality, it's not a cul-de-sac. It gives you a wide range of options for you to decide which one is best for you. And hard work in any industry, in any business, is needed to reach the top. If you have the traits that I just explained, and you come into a business like ours, and most hotel companies, get more development, get more training, you can reach the top at really quite a young age. The general managers that work with and for me have all been in roles now for a number of years, and they've all made general manager before the age of 40, and 3 of them were general managers at 30. So yes, they're very good, bit of luck, but in so many businesses, you need to be much older than that to be running multi-million pound dollar businesses. In hospitality, you get there quicker if you work hard. It's a bit cliched this, but I always quite like using it. The owner of our company, a lady called Beatrice Tolman, who's our founder and president, genuinely says that she has never worked a day in her life. She works terribly hard. She hardly has any sleep. She's always calling myself and general managers to talk to us. But what she means is that she enjoys doing what she does so much that it actually doesn't feel like work to her. And on a personal level, I keep in contact with people that I were at school with, and some are bankers, some are insurance and stockbrokers and doctors. And nearly all of them have Monday morning blues. They don't look forward to going back to work. For me, I always relish it. I like time off, of course. I like to recharge my batteries. But I have very, very few days where I feel I don't want to go to work, because again, I enjoy it. And I think when you enjoy things in life, you tend to do things better. And I think that's the culture we have within this hospitality business. It's not for everybody, but it's for you. It is a wonderful, wonderful career.
Well, good morning and welcome to our TTG 30 Under 30 session here at the ITT Future You International Careers Conference. I'd like to say a big thank you to Claire and to Danny for involving TTG in this morning's session. And I think we've got three really exciting and quite different careers stories to share with you, and hopefully to help those listening in to recharge their careers and to really get their career moving in this most challenging of times. Because I do think, despite the enormous challenges facing travel at the moment, this industry is a fantastic industry to be a part of. And what's going on at the moment, this isn't the end of travel, or is it the death of travel, as we've seen written in some places. I think it's stoking up, a huge amount of new demand and interest in traveling, and not only to the classic destinations, but to new destinations, and maybe traveling at different times of year. There's all sorts of new opportunities that are going to be opened up. And I think how inspiring to see people already starting to travel this summer. So long may that continue. And I'm sure all of our guests this morning would say the same. I'm just going to ask you each to introduce yourselves. Abby, let's just start with you.
Of course. So I'm Abby Devani. I work at TUI, which many of you will know as the biggest travel company in Europe, and by association, the UK. I've worked at TUI for the last 5 years, more or less. So I started on their commercial placement scheme, went back to uni, finished my degree, and then came back and have been there ever since. So I've very much grown up with TUI and that company and this industry, really. So hopefully I'll be able to share with you today a little bit about my career path over the last 5 years, and obviously what's coming next with the future of travel.
Excellent, thanks, Abby. And Adebola, let's hear from you.
Oh, hi. So I'm very different to Abby. I actually work full-time within government. I'm currently working in a new department called Joint Biosecurity Centre on sort of COVID issues. But part-time I actually work, I have two platforms. One is called My Breaking Views, which is a travel and food blog. And I also have Black Travel Creators, which is a platform for YouTubers, podcasters, anyone that is Black and creates content that relates to travel as well. And I suppose my travel has come from starting university and working my way into sort of the travel as a sort of content creator.
Great, yeah, we'll come back to some of that. And Brett, tell us about yourself.
I'm Brett Garrett. I'm from Isleworth Travel Management. We're a startup brand within the Sunville Group. We specialise in SME corporate travel under the £1 million mark.
Excellent. Yeah, thank you, Brett. You're live. We're live from your front room, are we?
I could be anywhere in the world now, Daniel. You wouldn't. Secret stays with me.
Okay. Right. Well, let's get into it and find out a little bit about how you got into travel in the first place and why. We heard a little from you, Adebola, there. Brett, let's just continue with that. Did you always want to work in travel?
I absolutely had no inkling what I wanted to do when I left school, and travel never really come on my radar. I went on lots of holidays, and one day I was working as a chef in a restaurant, and I was completing a catering qualification, and said to myself, surely I can go and do this somewhere else instead of a raving hot kitchen in the middle of London somewhere, in a basement. So funny enough, I walked into DST House in Surbiton and handed my CV into Crystal and started off as a chalet chef, really. So it was kind of my transfer into mainstream travel, really. Right. So I went in there. I remember because I did live in London at the time. I remember coming on a train for 2 hours with canapes with ice in a box, and that was my interview, really. It was a couple of canapes I knocked together with a few bits of bread and some other ingredients. So obviously it done the job, and I ended up in a chalet in Italy for 2 years.
Yeah,
that's kind of got in.
that was your sort of route into the travel industry. Abby, tell us about yourself. Was it always your dream?
No, I feel like this may be a theme of this event, and certainly happens to be the case when I think the 30 of us on the TTG list this year met, and very few of us originally had I want to work in travel, and that's the thing I want to do. And you do find that travel kind of sucks you in. So once you enter that industry by accident rather than by design, people end up staying for a long time because it really is a great industry. I guess for me, I was studying economics and politics at the University of Exeter. I knew a couple of things. Didn't want to be an economist, and most certainly didn't want to be a politician. So I had some decision making to do when I got to the end of my degree. What's next for me? I was quite lucky that I was doing a degree within industrial placement. So I think this is quite commonplace now, where people take 2 years at uni and then they take a year out and they work full time, and then they go back to uni in their final year. And so when I was at the end of my second year, I'd applied to a handful of commercial placements, really, some in travel, some not. I'd got back from a month traveling in Australia the summer before, so I'd got the travel bug and thought that going into travel would be kind of a nice way to continue that. And that's how I ended up on the TUI commercial placement scheme, which is a year that they offer in their head office. In my intake, there was about 8, but I think that the scheme's about doubled in size now, which allows you to go and do a kind of real head office job for a year, not just making tea or doing photocopies, but really get involved in the industry. So for that year, I worked as a cruise trading assistant. So I did the pricing and the yield management for what was then Thompson Cruises, but is now Marella Cruises. So I did that for a year, and that really got me hooked. So I kind of secured a job to go back to TUI after I'd finished my degree, which was nice because it meant I went back. I did my final year knowing that I just got a job to come back to. And yeah, haven't left. Obviously, I've moved around, and I'm sure we'll talk a lot about different parts of people's career. So I feel like I've done every job under the sun now at TUI in the short time I've been there.
And Adebola, just coming back to you, so your take is kind of the polar opposite, if you like.
Yeah.
Abby's, who's got more of a corporate background, a very structured background, and you're really getting into travel kind of in your spare time at the moment, aren't you?
Yeah, definitely. Go ahead, sorry.
About that, and tell us more about Black Travel Creators then, and My Breaking Views, and what prompted you to set those up and where you see those going.
Yes, so I would say my travel kind of started when I was a study exchange student. So while I was studying international politics, similar to sort of Abby as well, I did a study exchange in Singapore for 7 months. And I think when I was traveling, it was quite, it wasn't normal to see so many Black people traveling at the time. I mean, this was over 7 years ago, and I think that's where My Breaking Views kind of started, where it was kind of trying to encourage more Black people to travel, and also travel to places that they wouldn't necessarily travel. So not the typical going home to your parents' countries, going back to Africa or going back to the Caribbean, going to, Asia and, different parts of Europe, and trying to change the narrative of how Black people are perceived when they do travel abroad as well. And I suppose that's where Black Travel Creators came from as well, trying to change the industry on how Black people can work with travel brands around the world, and encouraging Black brands to work with Black travel content creators as well. So that's where the Black Travel Creators came about, and it was just trying to encourage travel within the Black community, because it is quite difficult to a community that doesn't always travel for generations.
So a real passion for you that now you're turning into, and hopefully your career as you go on, and maybe taking over from the other things you do. Yeah. Brett, I know we've sort of really heard most of Abby and Adebola's career stories. I think with you, we're still in the chalet, or cooking up at the chalets in Italy. Tell us a little bit about how your career developed from there.
Yeah, I kind of, one day I decided I needed to ground myself a bit and come back and, pay some real bills instead of living, I think the salary at the time was £350 a month, plus you get accommodation. So I came back and went to Dial-A-Flight and in the Lotus Travel Group, and worked there for a short while. I then went back to Crystal and done some bits on the phone, moved to Thomas Cook and done some yield aviation revenue management stuff. that's all they had at the time, and I wanted to get into that. And I think it was then when I kind of started to pick up and absorb and sponge a little bit and take information that I really needed to get to me where I am now, to be honest. I've gone via Flight Centre, I've gone via the HRG and American Express, and now I'm here running my own SME travel management business. You know, we're part of the Sunville Group. It's lovely. It's all nice to do and close-knit family. Yeah. Yet I've started to open new doors for my career myself. So I'm looking back at me, I'd say I didn't think I'd ever get here. I've had no formal training per se. Others, do. Obviously Abby's not done, travel and tourism, but some people do travel and tourism and, expect to work in travel and tourism. But I've got an MVQ in catering. It's not very, if I could probably write a food menu for a hotel for a couple of months. So that's probably about it. But I've absorbed so much.
Does it help with cooking up the books sometimes?
Oh,
maybe we won't talk about that.
Yeah, we won't talk about that. I think what's I've kind of, I now, in the last couple of years, I've started to open new doors. So I now sit on IATA's APJC committee. Yeah. I sit on ABTA's Aviation Advisory Group. I do a lot of work with ATO, all around aviation. Yeah. And I've now found this love of planes. And most recently, the planes are starting to work their way into the living room in our house, because now we're not in the office. All these models are starting to arrive in our flat. And I don't think my wife's noticed yet, but I'm sure she will soon. It was just totally random how I got here, and I love it. I absolutely love it. And we've been through ash cloud. I think there was a government coup in Turkey at one point as well. I remember being up at 3 a.m. Some other stuff, terrorist attacks, and now we're here in this, the current COVID situation. I'm still getting a real buzz out of what I'm doing, and the group I work in is ramping up operations now to start for the summer, and all of a sudden, the last 10 weeks of the last 3 months of slurring, just getting no motivation, is now coming to a head. I think it's that combination of being a chef in a really raging kitchen and now getting to that ramped up situation, and the buzz of travel is really, really what makes me excited, really, every day.
Yeah, and I think you're obviously a person that wants to get involved. You've looked out at what you do. You've got involved with the ABTA stuff, the ATO, and all of that. And that sounds like that's been quite an important part of your career development. Let's come back to you, Abby. In terms of your career development, has it all been within TUI, or like Brett, have you sort of reached out of TUI and joined other things? Because networking is quite important in travel, isn't it?
Yeah, it absolutely is. And I guess certainly working for a big travel brand, you almost get kind of a dual opportunity to network. So, within the TUI group, I think at latest count, there's 67,000 people that work for TUI group across all of the different source markets, etc. So I've been lucky enough to be part of a number of TUI's learning and development programs, their most recent one being Digital Step, which is about how you can be a senior leader and execute strategy in a digital setting. And actually that included, I think there was 90 of us on the first cohort, from leaders from all over the group. And so being part of those programs has really allowed me to progress within TUI. I guess outside of that, you also have a number of opportunities, and clearly this TTG 30 under 30 is a great one of those, but we won't keep all mentioning that, because otherwise it will sound like we're all reading from the same hymn sheet, as it were. But I think for me, most of the stuff that I do outside of TUI is really related to the passion that I have for the industry and for exploration in particular. So TUI is known for its traditional package holidays and its kind of beach fly and flop, I think is the affectionate term for it, whereas my interest lies squarely in kind of expedition and adventure travel. So a lot of the kind of development that I have is around actually how can I get involved in those industries, which is where my particular passion in travel lies. In fact, my team took the mick out of me for a very long time when I was working in the river cruise team. We went to visit the shipyard where we had all of our river cruise ships refurbished, and I took a push scooter out to the Netherlands, and I scooted 100 kilometers from the shipyard back to the to the airport to kind of raise awareness of sustainable travel. So
not an electric scooter, then
not
just
an electric scooter, a push scooter, the type you might see people commuting through London on before everyone was bound to home. So I think sometimes it's about not taking the traditional route. I think it's really interesting, and Adebola and I have spoken about it before, is you kind of say, you might see a really traditional career path versus one that's far more entrepreneurial, but actually it's a real blend of both, and there's opportunities to do things outside of perhaps the ordinary, even when you work for a big travel brand.
It's true that within travel there are a lot of opportunities to step out of the core job. And if you're serious about career development, it is important to look out that whole networking piece, which is very important, meeting other people. Adebola, what have been the secrets of kind of growing, Black travel creators, and that, how have you widened your knowledge and your sphere in travel while holding down another job at the same time as well?
Thank you. So I would definitely say it's certainly networking, and networking with people. Myself and my business partner Debbie at Untill, of course, we both have our own individual blog platforms as well. So it's about coming together for one actual specific aim and an objective, which is to change the travel industry to include more Black people or Black travel content creators. And I suppose it's definitely going to the right networks and using our own stakeholders that we already have for our own individual platforms as well, and bringing that together, and then reaching out to people or reaching out to stakeholders for Black travel creators. And definitely for us, for Black travel creators specifically, we've had a number of different events where we've included several different stakeholders as well. So Lonely Planet is a well-known travel company, Barbados, and Jamie Lee's a very good contact for us when it comes to sort of reaching out to different travel brands as well.
That's just that's Jamie Lee Aptar of Fame Women in Travel. Yeah.
And she won, and I think she also was announced TTG 30 under 30 for 2016 and 17 as well.
It was about 4 years ago. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So and she nominated us for this as well. So I mean, it's just using those networks and sort of building those relationships, and pitching and saying what our cause is and why we are trying to do this. And I think many people are trying to be very diverse and inclusive, especially with the current times we are in and what's happened this year. And I think being that platform obviously helps and channels that our message across.
Yeah, and if you can't meet people face to face or increase your network that way, you can obviously do it through social media, can't you?
Yeah.
And actually, I think we're all quite active on social media, and it's a big part of what you do, isn't it?
Yeah.
Influencer and that side. And I think, Brett, you are the self-styled biz travel geek on Twitter.
Oh yeah, at biz travel geek on Twitter.
Yeah. Abby, do you use social media? Sorry, I'll come back to you. Do you use social media, Abby?
Yes, if you were to look at my Instagram, you would be able to find pictures of said scooting adventure alongside many other ridiculous things that have been done in the name of exploration. That's for sure.
I'm sorry.
Probably not as developed as the other guys, though. They've got their personal brand nailed.
Yeah. What were you saying before, Brett?
It's really weird. I had a Twitter account for years and never used it, and I was like, I'll sign up and I'll reserve my name so no one else can get it. And all of a sudden, maybe it's only in the last 18 months I've really become more active on Twitter, and especially regarding industry issues and non-industry issues. So I know people, if their ASOS order gets lost, they jump on Twitter and want to get their parcel cancelled, parcel redelivered, and I've started to find new connections and new networking opportunities, and people, we've got common interests and common goals, people I've never really had access to, much more senior people in the industry who, you can't really, it may just, bucket your email, it goes through email address, but now these people, are opening doors.
It's true, you can just chat with CEOs and anybody on Twitter, can't you, if you engage people in the right way. I'm just conscious of time. Just a couple of other questions as you look ahead. So how do you see your careers developing from here? You know, where do you see yourselves in the next 10 years? Adebola, shall we hear from you on that?
Yeah, of course you can. So I've always wanted to work. I mean, I did international politics at King's College. I've always wanted to stay within that space within government, if possible, and work my way up. But in terms of travel, I definitely want to have that as a side business. And definitely, I think the main objective, and always will be, is to diversify the travel industry. And I think working with travel brands and working with, you know, anything to involve travel, and hopefully helping people to, you know, the Black community to get out there and see the world. And I think that's the main thing. I think for Black travel creators specifically, we do want to provide ourselves as the middleman to work with Black travel content creators and with the brand, and hopefully create, you know, endless opportunities for Black travel content creators, influencers, to actually gain jobs and actually work with travel brands as well. So I think that's where, I mean, maybe in the next 5 years, but 10 years, you know, I would like to have it as a big, huge business. But I think that's, you know, big dreams at the moment.
We look forward to following your progress. Okay.
Thank you.
And Abby, 10 years from now?
Yeah, I think, as you say, predicting 10 weeks into the future is quite challenging given the current times in the holiday industry. But I think if we've learned anything from this period and for all the challenges we've had before, is speaking to people now, what do they just really want? They want a break, they want a holiday. And I think that for us and for all of the people involved in the travel industry is a sign of how important the jobs are that we do. And they really are saying, do you know what, have a break for that 1 week, 2 weeks. 2 months, a year that you take out and time for yourself, which people have really missed. So for me, that's really kind of stoked my motivation to continue progressing with this industry, to be a leader within this industry in 10 years to come. And hopefully, if we've got some kind of budding travel industry entrants watching, hopefully I'll be working for one of them in 10 months, hey, and then we will have done our job in inspiring the future of travel, which I think was the brief from you, Daniel.
Yeah, that's good and inspirational. You want to keep on selling dreams, basically.
There you go.
Pretty good goal to have. And Brett, 10 years from now?
Yeah, I'd like to see my business turn into a consultancy as well. You know, a trade-facing consultancy. There's so many aspects that, you know, I get involved with, and, you know, people ask my advice, and I want to be able to help them. And if, you know, it could, maybe we're helping other businesses, you know, work out the best ways out of solutions, like in the situations we're in at the moment with COVID. And while we talk about COVID, there's, you know, sustainability in travel. You know, it's still a big focus, and I think that's going to be, you know, that's going to be one big thing that businesses are going to have to jump on very quickly once travelers and businesses have got their appetites back to travel, because all of a sudden COVID had been done, that box would have been ticked, about right, sustainability, where do we go from here?
Yeah, I think it's really essential that travel businesses have it at their heart going forward, because those that don't, you know, are not going to be around for too much longer. Sustainability has to be at the heart of what we're all doing going forward, you know, and ourselves included as a media business. But yeah, those are great thoughts, and I'll be in trouble if I let this run on much longer. But I'm just going to ask you each one question to finish. You know, if you could jet off somewhere tomorrow, you know, maybe to your ideal destination, where would you head for? Abby?
Oh, this is a little bit of a rogue one, but top of my bucket list is Antarctica. It might take me a little bit of time to save up. And I'm aware it's the only continent without COVID, so I wouldn't want to be going tomorrow. I'd want to be making sure we were in a safer space for international travel. But as soon as that's available, I think there's so much untapped potential with tourism in the Antarctic, and I'd really like to be at the front of that.
Brett?
I want to go to Niue, right down off the coast of New Zealand. My phone won't work. They've not got very much Wi-Fi. And I've still got GSM, the times before 3G. So absolutely time to break away and get some nice weather.
That's a really great idea. Yeah, good one. And Adebola?
I would have to say Cambodia. They do amazing curries, and I've started tasting foods from different parts of the world to embrace my travel experience. So I think, that would be great.
Yeah, that's a great driver for tourism and future as well. Good. Okay. Well, at that point, then I'd just like to thank you all for joining this session. Hopefully we've offered up a little bit of inspiration for those looking to develop their careers. And I think certainly I'm going to keep watching your careers closely alongside the other members of the TTG 30 under 30. And I would encourage today's audience to follow our speakers too. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Bye now.
Okay, hello everybody, and a warm welcome to this session in today's conference, which is themed around bouncing back. My name is Donna Alcock. I'm the Strategy Implementation Manager for Great Britain at Tourism Ireland. I'm also one of the ITT directors and a really proud Future You ambassador. So one of the reasons I'm particularly pleased and really humbled today actually to be hosting this session is because bouncing back is something that I've experienced a number of times throughout my career as well for a number of reasons. But just one thing I would say before we move on to introductions in the panel is that however difficult and ugly and uncomfortable they've been at the time, they've mostly always all led to some kind of positive change. So I'm confident today that between us we can hopefully share some of that inspiration, some of those tips, and end the session with some positive takeouts for anybody who might be experiencing challenges at the moment or going through some kind of bounce back. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce you to my three excellent panelists today. Guys, if you'd like to introduce yourselves and also tell us a little bit about why this panel was important to you today. So I'm going to hand over to you first, Emma.
Hi, my name's Emma Mail. I am working for Cunamed at the moment as head of sales. But I would like to share my experiences. I've been in travel for 17 odd years, but the last year or so I've been through 2 job losses, and I feel that with some of the things that I've been through I can share some advice and some help, and I think it's just really nice to support each other in this time.
Thank you, Emma. And how about you, Kenny?
So hi guys, I'm Kenny Smith. I'm the head of global partnerships for OTT, which is the global leader for online travel training. So same as Emma and yourself, I'm really pleased to be here today because I believe in really the importance of the bounce back ability, so within your own career and also personal. So I'm really pleased to be here today. I've been in the travel industry for the same as Emma, 17 years. So working my way all the way up from an apprentice, a well-known tour operator. So and yeah, I've been on the roller coaster as well, Emma, so I totally get that. But yeah, looking forward to talking about the opportunities and the importance of the bounce back.
Thank you, Kenny. And hi, welcome, Errol.
Hey guys, hey and hi everybody, wherever you are watching in the world today. My name is Errol Lawson. I'm an author, a best-selling author of 3 books. I'm an entrepreneur, I'm a business owner based in Birmingham. And bouncing back for me is particularly an important subject because growing up in inner city Birmingham, being homeless at 16 years old, being in a really challenging kind of environment during my teenage years, having to turn that around and today build the business that I built today and become the person that I'm still becoming in many ways. I've had to apply certain principles and skills that help me to turn my life around that I reckon are relevant to anybody facing any kind of challenge during this kind of COVID season, coming back and bouncing back.
Thank you. So that's really interesting. I think we've got a really good blend of experiences of what we can hopefully talk through today and help others. So just going back to what you mentioned there, Errol, what do you think are some of the challenges or the people that you work with that people might be experiencing right now or trying to bounce back with, particularly with everything that's going on?
Great question, Dan. I think the biggest thing right now is the uncertainty that everyone's facing, not knowing what the real impact is going to be on personal finances, on their industries, and whether people will start coming out again, and if they do come out, what will that look like? How do we prepare for it? What does it mean for us? And as we've seen even recently, many companies, I think it was Cafe Rouge, have closed down, and other companies are closing down because of the impact of COVID. And I think the challenge for us all is to look at this from a position or a perspective of opportunity, to see this challenge as actually, and look inside the challenge and ask ourselves, what is the blessing in disguise? What is the opportunity here? What might there be here that I can learn from this and take into my next position, my next opportunity? How can I somehow maximize this and turn it around? It's a mindset shift.
Absolutely, yes. And Kenny and Emma, you mentioned before there about some challenges you'd had yourselves, whether that be redundancy in the past, for an example, and that might be something that, well, we know several million people are going through right now. What were some of the feelings that you experienced in that situation? I'm going to come to you first, Kenny. And what were some of the things you did in that situation, sort of in retrospect, that you would encourage others to do if they're experiencing that right now?
Absolutely. I think reflection is key in that main instance, because sometimes you can feel very down. It can affect you mentally, it can affect you physically. And I personally believe that sitting back and just taking stock, reflecting, and setting realistic objectives for yourself, because it can be someone in you don't want to get out of bed, or you feel like you possibly, if you're applying for many jobs and you're not seeing the benefits of them applications. It's a tough industry, it's a tough world out there, and we've all had it. We've all had really bad days, but we've all had really good days as well. So I was made redundant a few years ago, and I'd applied for quite a few jobs and received a phone call from my boss, and was asked to go in. And I used those skills. I sat down before I actually went into that one, and I really thought about, right, okay, so what was I, when I was at my best, what was I doing? So what did I do when I was absolutely fantastic in my previous interviews? How did I come across? And actually taking those hard challenges that you feel like that you can't move on, or you can't be as optimistic about the future, and turning them into positives and really implementing that change and feeling positive about yourself in your own kind of like mental attitude as well, and within your work capacity in your career.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. And just Emma, on that note, and something Kenny mentioned just there about when you're applying for jobs, and I noticed you nodding just there. I mean, what is that something you've experienced, and was there something that you tried to try and get some sort of extra cut through and think beyond the box in that?
Yeah, so as Kenny said, it's so frustrating every day. You're literally sat in front of a laptop applying for hundreds of jobs. You end up just doing the speedy LinkedIn apply because you've just been through so many different application forms. But luckily my husband is a videographer and helped me basically film a virtual CV, which was amazing. So basically we sat in our back garden because it was lockdown. And yeah, I just kind of talked through my experiences and my different job roles, and we put it all into a really lovely, short but sweet and really professional CV, which I put out on LinkedIn. And honestly, it was the best thing I did. You know, it was quite, I felt vulnerable doing it. I felt a bit embarrassed, a bit like, oh, I'm putting myself out there. But actually, the feedback I got, so many people were so encouraging, and the calls that I got because of it, like, I've actually now got a job through the fact that I did that. And just lots of people just being really supportive. And I think, you know, that helped cut through the noise. Obviously not everyone has that option, but, you know, I think there are lots of means and ways of cutting through the noise and just trying to make yourself kind of, I don't know, just to get out yourself in a different way, if that makes sense. But it is, yeah, it is, you've just got to sort of, I don't know, for me also another reason why I felt I could be more positive was getting out every day running or walking, you know, just taking a moment for yourself to sort of stop and try and get the positivity back, because it is really hard, it is.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point, you know, in terms of keeping yourself well as well, just physically and mentally, because when things are difficult, that's almost the most important time to look after yourselves, but often when you neglect. But I think if you're not in a good place, that's when it can come across when you need your energy to be on its A game. So I guess a lot of that also does come down to mindset, which is something you're such an expert in as well, Errol, in terms of when people might be feeling a bit down on confidence or feeling like those opportunities are not coming into fruition. What tell us a bit more about the sort of work that you do around sort of mindset and ways people could try and reframe those possibilities. And I guess the hardest bit I found in the past is when you're stuck in that kind of the crux of that situation. You feel like better days are quite a while away.
It's not easy, you know, when you feel like you're stuck in a pit and you can't get out. It's not easy. Kenny touched on something earlier. We talked about setting goals, you know, and oftentimes, you know, we can look back at times in our life where we've set goals or written a vision statement or a personal vision board on the wall, and most of the times during crisis, during difficult times, we lose sight of vision. The first thing that seems to go out the window is any sense of hope. And I want to encourage people that actually, you know what, get that vision document out again, get that vision board out again, start setting those goals again. Most of you will know how to set goals. You've written goals down. You've heard about Anthony Robbins and those things. Start setting goals again and start believing in yourself. You've got to really believe that everything you've done up to this point in your life, all of the experience you've had, all the skills you developed, all you've learned over the last years of your life has not been in vain. And as hard as it seems now to seem like it has any meaning, actually, you've got to realize, you've got to find that inner strength. There are times in life where we look around us and there's no one to encourage us. There's no one to give us any kind of affirmation or upliftment. And it's in those moments the real you comes to the service. That's when the real leadership in you arises. I really believe that every one of us, as tough as this might seem right now, and history has shown, even as human beings, that we have a way of just being really innovative and finding solutions out of nothing. And you got to believe you too can find a solution out of nothing. You can do this. You can turn this around, even if it means a complete change or doing something completely different. All that you've done is not in vain. And I love what Emma said, creating that video CV, finding a different way to do it and putting herself out there so she's available, she's accessible. And guys, you gotta grab onto things like that. Start with believing in yourself. Shake yourself off. It's not the end of the world. The best is still yet to come. Think this too will pass. But you got to believe and get yourself focused again. Whatever you focus on is going to be magnified. If you focus on the problems, focus on the issues, all the negativity, guess what happens? You magnify that in your life. But if you choose to focus on the positive and what is possible for you in this season, you'll see it happen. I really believe that. So don't give up, whatever you do.
That's great to hear and really inspiring as well. And just to come back to you on just another point on that, some people that are tuning in today might be, for example, about to leave higher education or at college or university at the moment. And they might be listening to us right now, thinking, these are sort of great tips, but what if I don't have that experience yet? What if I don't have other transferable skills, or I haven't had much of a working life yet? I mean, one of the things I was thinking of was around just making the most of any experience you can get, whether it's volunteering, whether it's clubs you're part of, whether it's you know, just communication skills, working in the supermarket, but things which would stand you in good stead. What sorts of things do you talk with when you're working with students and people in colleges that might not yet have that experience?
You know, I started my first company at 19 years old, and I started it. I was volunteering. I basically did it. I created a team of volunteers, a community of people. We went out and did an event voluntarily, and it built up and it became what it is. So you got to ask yourself, where can I utilize my skills, talents now anywhere? Where can I get some experience? Where can I serve? How can I help out? Where can I apprentice? Have I got is there like my mom's friend's friend who's got a business, who does this or does that I can just go and be in the office and just get in the environment? You got to get out there, right? That's the first thing. The second thing is you got to choose the right friends. Like my dad always said to me, he said, son, if you mingle with dogs, son, you'll catch fleas, right? Or show me your friends and I'll show you who you are. And I want to encourage you guys, examine your friendship circles now and be really, really sort of, not harsh isn't the right word, but be really particular about the kind of people you surround yourself with. You will rise to the level of the quality of the conversations the people around you are having. You're the sum total of the 5 people you spend the most time with. If the people around you are all talking about negativity and pessimistic and there's no hope and nothing will change and we're going to hell in a handbasket, guess what? That's where your mind's gonna go. But if you surround yourself with people who are talking about possibility and success and achievement, attainment, accomplishment, making a mark, making a difference, making an impact, some way, somehow, listen, you're gonna feed off that. You're gonna inspire each other. And there's 2 key things, Donna. You gotta, yes, get out there and serve somewhere, some way, somehow. Number 2, analyze your friendship circles and surround yourself with what I call the multiplier friends. Who, when you're around them, you feel like you're 10 foot tall. Your chest comes out, your chin comes up. You feel like you can take on the world around them. Those are the people you need in your circle in a time of crisis. So important.
Absolutely. And just a couple of things on that as well. I think when I was in that situation, there was 2 levels of that. I needed to be able to talk to friends that were in the same boat as me, because I had that sort of relatability. But equally, I also needed those friends that were completely removed from my situation to sort of give it that fresh perspective. And the second thing from what you said there about sort of going out and serving is another thing I have learned in reflection is, you know, not to get hung up on job titles and what that role's called and what that role pays and things like that, because, you know, potentially there's also a lot of senior people out there now, likewise, that might be worried about how does that look for their career if they're going for that role. Does it, you know, things aren't linear anymore. So I think, as you've all said, it's about looking for those opportunities and outside of the box when they don't necessarily have the guise that you expect them to have. And I guess just conscious of time here, but Errol just gave some great points but Kenny, you know, do you have anything to add on kind of any messages or bits that we haven't covered today in terms of people looking to bounce back or make a change or simply feel more positive right now?
Absolutely, Errol, thank you. That was inspiration to me, even though, so thank you very much. It was fab. I loved listening to that. But no, my main thing is keep it simple. So move towards the future, as Errol was saying. And realize you're not the first person to be scared or the first person to be in this boat. Use those people around you, whether that's peers, whether that's family and friends, and absolutely, Errol, have the right people around you. But you have to take ownership of your own decisions. So obviously I work for an online training provider and marketing subscription provider, and we're global. We work in various different countries. And we have many travel professionals coming to us every single week from different areas of the world that are trying to really input more knowledge into their own CV to further themselves, to educate themselves on not just destinations, airlines, tour operators, but newer courses like the courses that IATA offer on the online travel training site. And there's there's loads of ability to actually train and upskill yourself, whether that's in your own time or within your professional career. And I think it's hugely important for you to, when you're within a career, to know that kind of like that you are always going to be learning something.
Yeah.
So when one door closes, a door is ready to open. You've just got to find that door. So there's one waiting for you to walk straight into. You've just got to walk in there, jazz hands, get it out, and be fabulous. So and just prove yourself worth and know that you are worth that, and be gentle with yourself. Don't give yourself too much of a hard time.
Yeah. And Emma, your thoughts around that as well, just before we close?
Yeah, I was just going to say, actually, sort of just my personal experience, I've actually I took a farm job in between finding my next role in travel. And exactly what Kenny said, you know, every role or every experience will help you and you know, broaden your horizons. So, you know, even if you feel embarrassed or whatever it is, you know, every door or every, you know, opportunity opens the next door. So actually, I've been working at a farm, and it's made me realise how good I am with people, and it's made me a much more positive person because I've been outside in the fresh air, dealing with people, and then the next thing I get this other job in travel. So I do believe, you know, don't be embarrassed by anything, don't be too big for anything, stay positive, be the best person you can be, and things will happen for you.
Well, thank you so much. I actually think this is something we could talk about for much longer. There's some great takeouts there, even around, you know, the practicalities, around mindset, around training, around confidence. And we've not even touched on other things. You know, there are other sessions today about mentorship and CVs and people that will be in different scenarios that we didn't even get to cover. But hopefully there's some really practical takeouts from that. So thank you very much for sharing those, and thank you for your honesty as well. And I wish you all the best in the future, and all the best to everybody who's watching today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Claire. Good morning, everybody. I'm Barbara Kolosinska, and I'm the director from C&M Travel Recruitment and C&M Executive Recruitment. We are an international recruitment agency with offices all over the UK and in Australia as well. So hopefully we are in a good position to be able to talk to you about the market, what's out there, how you need to present yourselves, and basically the industries in your relevant locations. My business, we have 30 staff, and we're all from the travel industry. We've got over probably 250 to 300 years of both travel recruitment and travel industry experience. So I think what we don't know about travel recruitment is probably not worth knowing about. And we specialise in all sectors, from OTAs to airlines to TMCs to tour operators, you name it, we do it, all levels and all disciplines as well. So I'm hoping that covers pretty much all of you out there. It's been a tough few months for us all. Probably the hardest 3 months of my travel industry career, which is almost 30 years now, even though C&M 22 years. But we've got through it. And one thing I want to obviously stress to everybody, that we are a united industry. We're going to get through it together, and we will get through this. We've got through disasters before, obviously nothing to this scale, but we will get through this. The current market, what's it like? There are some small positive signs from my perspective. Obviously, we are only as busy as the industry out there, as busy as our clients. And of course, in March, when it all happened, we went from 1,000 vacancies to 0 to 10. But it's beginning to trickle back. There are a few customers and clients beginning to recruit, and it is those clients that will prevail, because they are the ones that can nab you guys that you might be looking for work, you might be on furlough, depends on your relevant position and what country you're in, of course. Of course, it all depends on our governments, border controls, and so on. There's very big questions about quarantine and air bridges, as we know. International travel will undoubtedly be decreased due to border control. However, I think that we are all quite pleasantly surprised at how quickly it is increasing, that people, A, want to book holidays, want to go away, are quick at jumping on flights, ferries, Eurostar over to Europe, the tunnel between the UK and France, which gives access to obviously Europe and the UK. We also believe the staycation market, whichever country you're in, will increase first, because that's not relevant to any border controls and so on. So that's a big market. It could be cottages, it could be parks, and so on. I think that the sector that is going to struggle and will take time to bounce back, but it will be long haul, obviously the States, and of course business travel. We're really noticing a real challenging time in the business travel sector. However, one sector within the TMC world that we've noticed is really getting busy quite quickly is the entertainment field. So that's something to really keep an eye on moving forward. So what will the office look like when we all return, depending on if you're office-based, home-based, field-based? Undoubtedly, every single company is going to be looking at more home working opportunities. Every single employee, now they have experience working from home. If they've ever gone on furlough working from home, we are all at home a lot more. And I think what this is doing is creating awareness and flexibility and comfort that we can actually all do it. We can work from home and we can do it very easily. The technology is fantastic. We're motivated, we're disciplined. And I think moving forward, this will be the way forward as well. I think a lot of companies are going to reduce the offices they've got, and therefore that will have a knock-on effect to the opportunities that they're going to give their staff and potential future employers as well, which of course is going to be job sharing, hot desking, working from home more, which is obviously fantastic for a lot of you out there because it gives that work-life balance such a big focus. I know for me and my staff and my business, absolutely paramount in what I'm looking at. Video calls, conferences, Zoom is now a verb. Let's Zoom tomorrow, resume, etc. This has become second nature in only 3 months. We do it without even being frightened. Historically, people used to be frightened of it. A lot of our clients, the ones that are now beginning to recruit and interview, are doing Zoom interviews. They're making offers over Zoom or Skype, but I think Zoom is pretty much the favourable one. It is going to mean fewer face-to-face meetings, but I don't think anything really beats the face-to-face human contact, doing a deal, shaking the hand. If you're a travel agent, booking a holiday directly with a customer, I just think this is going to create more opportunity, and that's usually the case with situations like this. Out of everything bad comes something good. This will also mean that there's going to be a different skill set required. The ability to work from home isn't everybody's cup of tea. Some of my staff, some candidates have really flourished because usually in a working environment they might be in a loud sales call centre and they might just be sitting in the corner quietly, but they're working from home and they've absolutely escalated, or vice versa. Working from home might not necessarily be everybody's cup of tea either, but that could also mean retraining, be it in technology or whatever field or area that you are working with in the travel sector. If you've been furloughed, or whatever you call it in your relevant countries, or newly redundant, or you might be made redundant, I think these are cliches, but they are cliches for a reason, and everybody's constantly talking about it, but it's so important to keep routine going, stay active, have a hobby, and even if you are not supposed to be working, keep abreast of what's going on in the industry. The industry is changing, and it's changing even more now. It's ever evolving. There's changes happening. It's so dynamic. And if you don't keep abreast of what's going on and read your relevant trade press, then you won't know what's going on when you come back to work, and it'll be like being the new girl or new boy again. If you are a travel consultant or BTC, keep developing your skills, keep looking at online training and GDS courses and other skills as well. Learn a new language. Loads of our clients always look for candidates with languages. That's really, really, really key. So do look at developing that. Volunteering as well. I think if you show willingness and the selfless skill to volunteer for something, me as a recruiter, I look at that on a CV and I look at that and I think, wow, you've gone over and above and you've volunteered for something. I think that really shows something about your nature and your personality. Read the trade press, like I've said. Keep engaged with all social media, and of course your professional social media is your LinkedIn, and keep updated, keep engaged, write blogs, read blogs, comment, share, like, because that is your professional face, if you like. And if you're out of sight, you're out of mind. And you must remember that you're not the only person out there. There are hundreds, thousands of candidates in a similar position to you, whatever position that may be. And if you are feeling that you are now ready to either look for a new role because you're not feeling comfortable, your role is at risk of redundancy, or that actually you do want to move on and there will be roles, then it's important to update your CV. Your CV, keep your profile short, 1 to 2 paragraphs. Always sell yourself. Talk about your achievements in your profile. List all your jobs. Keep it bullet pointed. Your most recent role first. Keep your dates, your companies, your job titles, and your achievements in there in bullet point as well. There's nothing worse than reading a CV and it's just a mishmash of paragraphs. If you keep it bullet pointed, imagine yourself as a recruiter or an employer. How would you like to see a CV? Keep it bullet pointed so it's easy to read. Don't leave gaps. If there's gaps, it's going to create questions. So fill in the gap. If you are having children, if you took a career gap, if you went traveling, it's very important because it's just going to make questions arise. Include recent education, especially if it's relevant to your role and for the role that you're going for as well. Hobbies, very important. Sports awards, coaching, anything like that. I always look at achievements in sports, especially if you are a sales animal, because if you're going to be good at sports and you've achieved high levels, you're undoubtedly going to be a high achiever in a sales environment as well. And of course, if it's a tour operator or a specialist destination, GMC or something like that, of course, list the countries that you've been to or that you've contracted in, or not just the country, the specific locations within that country as well. Very, very important. Try to stick to 2 sides, but if you are as mature as I am, it's going to be slightly more than 2 sides. That's not a problem at all, but be consistent, make it look nice, make it aesthetically pleasing. Just put yourselves again in the shoes of the employer. There could be 30 CVs on that person's desk. If they just think, I can't read that because I can't read it, it's too jumbled, they're going to just put it to one side without even reading the context of it. So please remember that. Save it. Obviously, Word is better, or PDF. No photos. As good looking as many of you are, we don't want any unconscious bias or bias to happen because of what you look like. The person might know you, they might not like the look of you, irrelevant of age, sex, creed, etc. So it's very important not to put the photo on. Of course, include your contact details. I know it sounds very simple, but so many CVs we receive do not have a mobile number or a location of where you live. And of course, the email address as well. And proofread it and get somebody else to proofread it as well. And of course, send your CV to us and we can have a look at that for you too. How to develop your career. Always look at learning new skills, constantly evolve, constantly grow. Volunteer for courses, travel where and when you can, of course when we're allowed to. Build up your destination knowledge. So many online courses offer this. Research and read about the industry. Constantly read about the industry. It is. If I don't read our trade press for a day or two, I've got so much to catch up on because it's constantly changing. Your social media and online presence, that sells you. So it's very, very important that it is representing the person you want to be represented. That's not to say not to have a personality, but it's not just about LinkedIn, it's all the others as well, Facebook, Twitter, Insta. I have turned people down to come and work for us at C&M because I've looked at their Facebook, and that's not just, we're a very sociable, outgoing, joyful industry, but there's certain photos that you might put on there that might not necessarily be appropriate for a potential employer to see. If you want to be shown like that, not a problem at all, but just bear that in mind, and Insta as well, of course. And if you feel that you want your Facebook to be like that, then that's fine, just keep it private. And just always remember, what does your online presence say about you? Is it your professional image? Is it your fun image? Is it your travel knowledge? There's so many different facets of your online presence that teaches a story about you. And like I said, employers and recruiters will regularly check out profiles. Everyone has got access to it. And of course, write blogs, write articles, share them, and so on, because that will also speak volumes moving forward. This is a cliche, and it almost seems like common sense, especially in our travel industry, which is full of outgoing, gregarious, fun people. But employers really do look for these key traits, and it's all about passion, the can-do attitude, rolling up your sleeves and you know, doing whatever is asked, the desire, the loyalty to companies, that also speaks volumes. Flexibility, destination knowledge. What's your USP? What's something different about you? Enthusiasm and energy, that is so important. If I came across today and I had no energy and I was looking down and I wasn't enthusiastic about this amazing industry and my amazing business, then you wouldn't be interested. And that also is exactly the same as when you are talking to a potential employer, as well as a business partner or a client. Positivity, that PMA, positive mental attitude, is so key, and it's tested us all over these last few months. But if you can get through these last 3 months with a positive head on, then we can get through pretty much anything. Hard work speaks volumes. Let your personality shine through, your personal travel experience, and of course, willingness to get involved. And that is what really all employers look for. And that can't really be taught. That's ingrained in you. So make sure that really comes across, be it in your online profile, your CV, or when you're speaking to potential employers face to face. Where to find the latest roles if you are in that position to be looking for a job? C&M website, www.cndm.co.uk. All the various job boards, these are very much UK specific. We have Total Jobs Read, we've got CV Library, Travel Job Search, Aviation Job Search, Travel Daily, but all our global roles are advertised on all of those various job boards. Our UK trade press, which is Travel Weekly, TTG, Travel Mole, Travel Bulletin. That's not just to find jobs, but if you see an article and there's a call centre opening or a new ship being launched, then great, you go for it. You approach that person that you might know that works there to see if they are employing. National, local newspapers, social media, that's a fantastic place to look for roles, and of course company websites. If there is that dream company that you would like to work for, go onto their website, look at their careers page, get the hiring manager's name, get the HR manager's name, and contact them directly. The other thing to talk about CVs is make sure your CV is bespoke and targeted to whatever role you are going for. So you might need to tweak it a little bit as well. So on that note, that is it. I hope you've enjoyed the session this morning. They're my details. I'm sure the presentation will be shared with you as well. Please feel free to contact me, link in with me as well, and we will all get through this together. Thank you very much.
Hi, welcome everybody. Our next session is entitled Networking, Strength of the Spider's Web. And with me today, I've got three great people, all with different backgrounds and different career paths. So without any further ado, can I let them introduce themselves? So Bav, would you like to tell me a little bit about yourself and about your background, please?
Yeah, hi everybody. I'm Bav Taylor. I've got 20 plus years in sales, marketing and commercial within the travel sector. I've worked for tour operators, the cruise industry, worked with luxury partners and latterly in travel technology.
Wow, good. Jean-Marc, what about yourself, please?
Hi, my name is Jean-Marc Flambert. I'm a Haitian Sri Lankan living in the UK. Wherever I've developed my career over the last 20 years, I've always felt like the outsider because I didn't fully belong to that country that I was in. But I think once I realized that that was actually my strength rather than a weakness, it really launched my career and allowed me to work and do some fun things with the governments of Sri Lanka, St. Lucia, Antigua, Haiti, and doing some work also with the government of Gibraltar. So I run a tourism marketing business, which at this moment in time, I'm morphing into something new.
And Andy, I mean, your career path to get to this point has been a little bit different. So I'll let you introduce yourself and mention your career path.
Yeah, thanks, Paul, and thanks, Jean-Marc and Bav. Yeah, Andy Solomon. I'm the founder and CEO of a business called Yomdal, and we're the UK's leading provider of managed live chat services. It's all about consumer experience, engaging with people at an early stage in their journey in the places where you're going to find them these days, which in fact is online. We also provide insight and mystery shopping and customer experience services. But my background actually is going back now 30 years as a journalist, a foreign correspondent. For example, I was the bureau chief for Reuters news agency in Karachi, Pakistan, when 9/11 happened. So the world came knocking. And through my careers, and I say that in plural, I've really spent a lot of time networking and having to seek ways of getting things done, often in places that I didn't really understand particularly well. So I'm delighted to be here today.
Okay. Well, thank you. Welcome to all three of you. And really, we couldn't have a more diverse background of career paths to get to where we are today. So, and it's really nice because, Andy, you mentioned the word networking there. So I will just come back to you first on this one, if I may. With your different career backgrounds, networking must have been important to all of those because there is a theme that all the various bits you moved on. How useful has networking been to you through your career?
Networking has been absolutely fundamental and absolutely essential to everything that I've ever been able to do. And I guess there's something that is really important for everyone to remember here. And that is that while when you go into a new environment and a new place, you're thinking about yourself, you're thinking about your own, how self-conscious you are. But actually, no one else there is thinking like that. No one else there is looking at you as a vulnerable person. They're just seeing a sea of faces. And I can guarantee there'll be others in the room or whatever location or online via Zoom, wherever it is, that are feeling far more nervous than you are. So the key thing that I've found over the years is never be afraid to ask someone for something. You will find that the majority of people are more than happy to offer their help if they can. They feel flattered that you've asked.
And Bav, I mean, you've sort of, I mean, we first met in a traditional tour operating background, and then you've gone on to do many different diverse things since. But networking must really have been an important part in trying to get people to buy into you and to your product services.
Yeah, and absolutely. And it's interesting what Andy said about everyone's in the same boat and, you know, those sort of things. And what I didn't say at the start was, and you can't tell because I'm sitting down, but I'm quite small. I'm only 4'10", but over the years I've built a reputation. People often say, well, what she lacks in height, she makes up for in tenacity. And you're absolutely right. You know, going into places where you don't know anyone, like in year one of my career, I would hate to go to an event on my own. And I slowly realised what Andy was saying, that everyone's in the same boat. You introduce yourself, you tell people who you are, and you find a common theme, and you know, you move around. And actually, as my career progressed, I found going to an event on my own was actually easier because it forced me to network rather than stay in my comfort circle.
That's interesting. And Jean-Marc, I mean, that was an interesting point there that sort of Bab just made about sort of being by yourself. You made the leap of being by yourself from a continent to a continent. So was this the sort of same problem that you had, where you had to literally start from square one with a blank sheet of paper and build up your list of contacts?
Absolutely, and I think I want to just connect back to both what Andy and what Bab said. Number one is I created, when I came to the UK as the head of the Sri Lanka Tourist Board, I created an A team. I went out and I told somebody at Visit Britain, somebody at one of the leading newspapers, it was the Telegraph, and I said, would you come and join my team? Would you be an advisor? And they loved it. And we used to meet once a month, have a drink, and they opened up their books and helped me to get to know the industry, which was amazing. The second thing that I wanted to say is Ayubowan. Ayubowan means may you be blessed with long life, and it's a traditional Sri Lankan greeting. And the reason I'm dressed in white here, and which you can see, is because I'm wearing the traditional Sri Lankan dress. And so when I went around in 2005, January, saying Ayubowan, always dressed in full white, wearing a sarong, which is also looks like a skirt. So people would ask me questions, why are you wearing slippers at an event? And it was my way of branding myself and getting noticed, because I'm a little bit taller than that, not much. And so it was trying to get noticed. So create that brand you and how you want people to remember me.
Oh, well, Jean-Marc, you made me feel sort of slightly sort of out of place here, because I'm the one in blue while you three are all in white, but very much I welcome all three of you here today. But it's interesting because when you mention networking, there's a lot of people whose eyes gloss over, and the words there was going for a drink, which traditionally people thought networking, that's what it all was. But Andy, I'll come to you if I may on this one, because we're now in the realms of talking to people online. So obviously you can't go and have a beer with somebody now. So we're now virtually networking. So networking and building relationships now is in a different it's in a different medium now with the advent of Zoom meetings. How easy are you finding it to still network during these current situations?
To be honest, I'm finding it easier, Paul, than ever before, because I've actually been an early adopter of video calls and Zoom actually as a tool in my business, and it was always a struggle. You send out a Zoom meeting and you find you're the only one with the camera pointing at you. You're the only one that can see, because the others have dialed in or they've kept their camera off because they're feeling nervous about it. But actually, during this period of this crisis, people seem to have thrown off those shackles of embarrassment about seeing themselves on the camera or worrying what other people are going to say to them on the camera. And gradually those barriers have gone and people are very happy to see each other. And actually, if you think about social networking as well, this is really LinkedIn as a professional tool. And there are other platforms as well specific to the travel industry, which worthy of mention. But by engaging with people, by offering input, by offering value in your conversations with people, you start to build rapport. And once you start to get a rapport, that gives you an opportunity then to follow up with a conversation. So if you use LinkedIn really, really well, and you are generating content, and then you are getting some engagement from people, as soon as someone puts a comment on one of your LinkedIn articles, go in there and comment back. Try to start a conversation, and that can then naturally lead into, say, a Zoom call where you are then actually meeting virtually. But also remember, it's not necessarily about you. It's about them. Start from the position of giving, and if you give, you're going to get things coming back to you. And actually, I would say these days, it's getting easier and easier and easier to network.
Good advice there, Andy. So actually, you mentioned there the social media side of it, and so Bav, I mean, we all think of social media and people think of Facebook. Andy mentioned there's business platforms, LinkedIn and many others. For you, how important is the use of all these various social media platforms of whatever degree to help get your brand and your brand as a person out there? Is it something that's really useful for you?
Yeah, absolutely. But I have to say, I've segmented the different social media channels so that I use them in different ways. So Facebook for me has always been about family and friends, and it's been my social angle. But a previous role that I did, we were required to have social media pages to promote the brand. So what I did, I set up a separate page. And, you know, something I thought about very early, even with my teams and colleagues, were you're in the public domain. Don't put anything on your social media page that you wouldn't want an employer to see, whether it's your personal page or your work page. You know, just think about it. Am I comfortable with it? Twitter, I tend to use more from a promotion of messages and engaging with people, commenting on things. You know, like I'll see an article that the trade publications might, and I have a view on it, and I'll comment. The one that I think I've been using a lot more in the last 2 to 3 years, and that's from professional capacities, LinkedIn, and following on from what Andy was saying, I've used it to build up my network outside of my natural network. And so when I want to connect with somebody, I don't just send a connection. I always send a personal note with it. It might be because I'd read an article, or they'd commented on something, or we knew each other 10 years ago, and I was thinking it'd be great to connect because we've got something in common. So I'd always encourage people to do that, really. And if I think about partaking in the ITT Future You conference, I mean, just this last week, it's been great connecting with fellow panelists and sharing notes, you know, private messages on what we're excited about, what we're going to get from it. And you start to find that you're building your network without knowing. You know, we say people are nervous about it, but you just build it without even realizing.
It is, and it's strange that sort of, as we've been doing these panels this week, we are seeing there's people blossoming by use of this that probably wouldn't have done it by themselves, sitting in an office, just with the people that they work with around them. This virtual networking has really come to the fore, and definitely will probably be something going forward. Yeah, I mean, with the blossoming of social media and networking platforms such as what we're using today, as you're developing your partnerships between the UK and overseas operations, this must be a real bonus to the way that you're working, that you can actually network with people whilst not even being in the same continent.
Yes, absolutely. You know, one of the frustrations I've always had is you miss out, you know, FOMO, fear of missing out. And if there's a great seminar happening in another country or happening in another city in the UK, you can't be in 2 places at the same time. That's one of the most exciting things you actually can. And I find also with the, you know, plethora of Zoom conferences and meetings that we're all part of, it's really important not to get carried away, because you can sit there and spend the whole day on back-to-back seminars. And I think it's important to be very focused and go back to the fundamentals. Why do you want to be there? What do you want to achieve? And it may not only be just, you know, specifically listening to some great new information, some great content, but it may be because I want to meet somebody. I want to meet Andy Solomon. So during this Zoom call, what am I going to do? I'm going to go to his LinkedIn page. I'm going to start a conversation already, communicate with him saying that comment you just made is fantastic. I might go onto the chat of the Zoom or the YouTube or wherever the comments are. It's all about getting notice and starting that conversation. And to really just echo what Andy said earlier, it's about understanding what the other person needs. Just as a quick aside, I was at a B2B event recently, and I was asking the agents, what do you need? What do you need to do your business better? And it all came out that they needed to engage with their customers, and they wanted to know how my hotel could help them engage with their customers. So I said, great, let's do cooking. So we started off doing cooking demonstrations on Zoom out of my kitchen to teach travel agents and their consumers and their customers how to cook Sri Lankan cuisine. So in delivering for their customer, I built a relationship with the travel agent, and we all ended up very happy, and my hotel got an extra plug. So there is huge opportunities in this.
Yeah, and you also ended all up with some nice food as well. So that was a double bonus on that one. So that was really interesting. So, I mean, very quickly then, if I just sort of ask all of you, from somebody who's never networked before, somebody who's never had the benefit of speaking to people they've never met before, should you really be frightened? Is there any very quick tips? So, but very quickly, Andy, if there's anything particular to help somebody, what would you say?
Well, if you're just starting out on your career path, or your career paths, or your careers paths, whichever one of those or the combination it molds into eventually, just don't be shy. You know, people say just be yourself, but I would say maybe not just be yourself. Be the person you would like them to think you are, but be genuine, but be really persistent. And just to echo what Bav said just now about how to gain connections on LinkedIn, it's a really fantastic tool, but increasingly it's being used as a crass sales vehicle as well. I receive numerous invitations to connect from people that are just a blank connection. So-and-so wants to connect with you, but no information. I look at it and I think, I guarantee the next communication I will hear from that person is a direct sales pitch. And always it works. It does that. Whereas if you spend a few minutes just researching someone, asking them a question in your connection request about their work, or if they can help you in a certain way, they are much more likely to respond to you. So again, be a giver, but be persistent. Don't take it personally if you don't get a response, and don't be afraid to go back again. You know, even in the world of sales, you're selling yourself. And they say the best salespeople are those that will plan for potentially 10 contacts before they secure the business. Persistence is key here. Just doing it once and hoping they're going to come back to you? No, you've got to be determined.
Great advice there. Bav, what would be your quick bit of advice to somebody?
I'd say it would be around do your prep in advance. So if you think when we used to go to conferences, when we could do things face to face, I would always research the delegate list. So, you know, I'm growing sales in the sector I work in, and I think, right, I'm going to go down that delegate list. I know that they have the propensity to sell my product, but they don't sell it. I reach out to them in advance. I drop them a note, a bit like Andy was saying on the LinkedIn, like, hey, I'm going to see you at such and such a conference. It'd be great. Can I arrange a breakfast meeting? Could we maybe sit down during the networking lunch for half an hour? I really want to pick your brains. I want to understand your business and how we can bring value to it. But it doesn't end there. The important thing is the follow-up when you return. So, you know, following up with somebody and saying, hey, it was great. We met you in Cyprus. We had lunch and we talked about X. As promised, I'm sending you X, Y, Z, and I will arrange a follow. You know, you might have agreed to do a training session. So it's that end-to-end piece. And I found that that's how over the years I really built up my network and built that reputation of people saying, she just doesn't talk it, she walks the walk as well. So it is that prep, I think, is really important.
Yeah, being able to walk the walk is very important. That's a great comment, that one. Thank you. Jean-Marc, again, for yourself, what bit of advice would you give to somebody that's watching this today and thinking, I really don't know if networking is for me? What would you say to them?
I hate hard sales. I must like the individual even before I listen to figure out whether the service or the product is right for me. So make sure it's you as a person that you're establishing. So that's number one. Number two is always think, what do you want out of the conversation? And also think, what's in it for me, as in what's in it for the person you're talking to. If you can answer those three, establish yourself and who you are. I need to like you. Number two, be very clear what you want out of the conversation or the interaction or the engagement. And number three, make sure you already have the solution. Going back to Bev's point about pre-planning, make sure you can answer their question, what's in it for me, genuinely, not because they're going to get a cheaper product or, you know, they're going to get a kickback on the sale or whatever.
So now we've got some fantastic advice from all three of you today, and we could sit and talk about this all afternoon, but I am conscious our time is really running against us with our sessions today. So thank you very much. Can I just thank Andy Solomon, Jean-Marc Flambert and Bav Taylor for all your assistance and all your advice that you've given to everybody today. This has been really useful and invaluable conversations that we've had, and I'm sure you've helped many people today. So thank you very much on behalf of the ITT Future You for your assistance today. Thank you.
Very well.
Pleasure. Thank you for having us.
Pleasure.
Okay, so here we are following our next panel, all about overcoming obstacles in the workplace. And I'm delighted to be joined by three good friends of mine and of Future You. I'd like them all to introduce themselves, please. So, Jamie Lee.
Hi everyone, so my name is Jamie Lee Abtar and I am the Executive Director for BAME Women in Travel, which stands for Black, Asian and Minority Ethnics here in the UK, and it's part of a much bigger organization called Women in Travel Social Enterprise, where we work with women to providing training and mentorship and employability skills to help them to advance in the travel and tourism industry. In my other life, as I like to say, I'm usually called a travel marketeer, and I work with destinations and travel brands, helping them to develop brand, collaborative brand projects, marketing and advertising. That's me in a nutshell.
Thank you. Ollie.
Hi, I'm Ollie Nichols. I'm the Chief Commercial Officer at Attraction World. We're the UK's leading ticketing company for tours and activities and attractions around the world. Various brands. We have a steep history which spans 15 years now in the travel industry. Very well known within the retail sector. Then also we have a brand called Florida Tix, which is an Orlando specialist, and also Attraction Tix, which is the UK's leading theme park and attractions reseller.
Thank you. And Ben.
I'm Ben Rogers. I am one of 6 group sales managers for Best Western Hotels and Resorts in the UK. I look after conference booking and transient booking agents in the north of England and Scotland and Northern Ireland and quite a lot of Wales as well. Currently, we've got a portfolio of 300 hotels within the UK. Over the last few months, I think we've had 112 that have been operating. So we're doing better than most. But obviously, this weekend was the big one where quite a few more have opened their doors, and you'll have probably seen the Best Western chain featured on Channel 4's Very British Hotel Group, which has been quite interesting.
Can you tell me about, an obstacle that you really have had to overcome, and actually how you overcame it?
That's a good question. I think for me, my initial obstacles came, being an immigrant to a Black woman and being quite young as well, moving to the UK. And after I kind of completed my master's at Bournemouth and looking for a job role here in the UK, it was quite a really stressful time, doing up to probably 25 interviews. And these are like the 25, those are the ones where I was doing like second and third interviews, preparing presentations, going all out. And I'm blessed to have a really connected network. And they are people that would like review my stuff and prep me for interviews and be like, you've got this, you've got this. And then, constantly being told, okay, you're not the right fit or you're not the thing, was a bit of a challenge for me, but it really did push me to, think outside the box. And I kind of landed my first job role, or what I like to call now it was my dream job, through LinkedIn, going out there and reaching out to small independent tour operators and saying, well, I've got this skill set that I think could be useful to you. It'd be great to sit down and have a coffee. And that's how I met my first boss, and she was like, you're not snatched up yet. And, instantly we had a connection, and I worked with her for about 4 years. I had a great experience, learned so much. And to this day, we are still very, very close. So that was one of the obstacles, I think, for me, was getting into the job market here in the UK, but I had to really step outside my box and look for those opportunities, really.
Yeah, it's a strange one for me. So I joined the tourism industry back in 2000 as a rep in Menorca. I still remember when I went for my interview, I interviewed with kind of Thomas Cook, Air Tours, and then Thompson. And it was only down to one guy, a guy called Brian Young, who interviewed me in Leamington Spa one day. And I had a really bad speech impediment and stammer. I still have it today. It's not something I hide. But to stand in front of kind of the recruitment team at Thompson and present for 35 minutes on a destination scared the absolute life out of me. Somehow I got through. I don't know what Brian saw at the time. I stammered all the way through this presentation. What should have taken 15 minutes probably took about 2 hours. And then I got overseas, and there was kind of 4,000 reps at the time that you'd then have to kind of compete with for the best hotel. And there was a woman called Rachel Stamp who believed in me. She took me to the Victoria Playa Hotel in Santa Tomas, Menorca. And every day I had to present to kind of 200 or 300 customers who had arrived in resort. And every day was getting out of bed and facing that anxiety and facing that fear of presenting in front of all these people. But it gave me a belief in myself that I'd never realized was there before, I guess, from situations that was a lot easier for me to shy away from. I kind of hit them head on. My friends thought I was crazy doing the job I did. People that I worked with were like, you know, just give up and walk away. And I was like, there's no way in the world I'm giving up on this. And kind of within my first 6 months of working overseas, I won accolades from across the business on best customer service, best reps overseas. You know, and it was back in the days when TUI had huge amounts of overseas reps. So it gave me a sense of purpose and a sense of belief. And it's something, you know, that I've never shied away from since. It gave me that never die kind of mentality to kind of push through. So I'm a big believer in kind of facing those fears head on and just really taking them on and fighting them until you win. And you won't always win. It will become, you know, very scary. You will have those anxious feelings, but I'd much prefer that than just walking away. So
yeah, I, much like Ollie, began my career overseas, clipboard in hand, as a first choice rep. So this was pre first choice and Thompson merger. So I was there, you know, pink polyester all the way. And I actually, pretty much got overseas. I mean, my sexuality, you can't really hide it. I've always said, you know, there's blind people and dogs that realise that I'm gay. I arrived in resorts, and it was very, very obvious that I was the only gay man that worked for First Choice in about 80 people. And then, you know, it was just, you know, sort of casual things at first. And then it began, you know, they were a little bit uncomfortable with placing me in family hotels. They were a little bit uncomfortable. So it was kind of having to prove my point that, do you know what, don't just give me to the hen night crew. You know, you can put me in a First Choice holiday village and I'll do well, I'll do this. So kind of battling that. Coming back and working on the high street after 5 years overseas, you know, it was less of an issue. You walk into any high street travel agent and there's a lot of gay men there. There's a lot of diverse sexualities, and because it tends to be a younger crowd, you know, it's less of an issue. But it was very much when I went sort of off the high street and in towards working in, you know, sort of the UK hotel market, conference agencies, commercial organisations tend to be a little bit more reserved. So the personality, the bigger personality that I have probably was a little bit uncomfortable for some of them. But it's something that I have always been a really strong believer in, never apologising for myself. You know, I'll apologise for if you think I've not done a good enough job, and I know I could have. And you know, and I'll apologise for not giving great service, or you know, often I'll do the British thing of apologising for you know, something that I know is not my fault. I'll just say sorry anyway. But I'll never apologise for who I am. And so yeah, it's something. It's still been unconscious, even up to 18 months ago. There's an agency that I now don't have to look after. In a previous job role for a previous hotel chain, they wouldn't see me. They wouldn't give me an appointment. They didn't want me in the office, and it was because the owner of the agency lot older, a lot more traditional, didn't really like me, and actually turned around to my boss and said, I think we'd prefer a girl.
Wow.
But yeah, it was the fact that, I mean, number one, he referred to one of my colleagues as a girl, which I'm fairly sure we're easing away from girl, aren't we? We're using woman now.
I hope so.
Yeah. So yeah, it still exists. It's still little casual things, but I think even from 2003, my first year overseas, I've seen a massive change in the industry, but it's still there, and it tends to be the older crowd. So often the people in more senior positions, and although I've got loads of friends that work in HR. Claire's a prime example, and I think recruiters now are blind, I think, quite often to minorities, but it's the people that are signing the checks maybe that aren't, and I think that's where we see creativity.
It's interesting because what I've picked up from all three of you has been very much around role models. I mean, and having those role models that you can look up to. And I think, the industry has often been accused of saying it's diverse and not being diverse enough. Saying it's inclusive, saying it supports people through their disabilities to their sexuality and their sex and gender, but actually has been called out a number of times for that. And I think, and for me, what's really interesting is what we're seeing coming through from the younger generations is a far more diverse workforce, and we need to have some more role models on there. But in terms of role models, I mean, all three of you, I know, put yourselves out there as role models. What other things do you think industry could be doing to actually help people not seeing things like diversity and inclusion as a barrier that they need to overcome?
You see in a lot of other industries, you see minority groups, representation groups, there's organisations, particularly regarding sort of sexuality and gender diversity. NatWest have got a fantastic programme. There's also, organisations like Compass within the Royal Navy who deal with diversity and inclusion really, really well. But travel companies have always, I think, because it's fluffy, they've always said, oh, well, we don't really need anything like that. If you think about the amount of people that work for TUI Group, for instance, I don't think there's a TUI Pride group or a lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender questioning, however you want to term it. I don't think that exists. And sometimes it's not even about being a massively active member. Not everyone, I've always said in life, not everyone needs to wave the flag. Everyone just needs to know that they won't be shouted down for waving it.
I think, and to add to him, I think travel and tourism, generally, it should be the most diverse industry. We bring together all these different cultures and races and people. So why is it that we are so lagging behind all the different industries like entertainment and even technology? Do you know what I mean? And we also then, by doing that, we also neglect a huge segment of the marketplace and segment of consumers. We've got African American travelers that spend 64 billion. We've got Muslim travelers that spend 100, and I don't want to get misquote myself, 100 and something billion by 2020. And I can't remember the figures for LGBT, but they are enormous. And by ignoring them, that's a whole business. It's a business side to it as well, to diversity and inclusion. And it puzzles me that the travel industry just likes to, just ignore diversity and inclusion, like it doesn't affect the organization as well. I mean, it's proven. There are multiple white papers that say that diverse teams produce better and perform better. And there are stats that say that. So I think for the industry, it's really to stop and have that be ready to have that open conversation. Start to see these so-called, that they call niche markets, as not just niche markets, but they are mainstream. When you're making over 64 billion pounds, you're no longer a niche market. How can we target and appreciate that? So that's something I think the industry needs to really look at, because we are neglecting those consumers.
Yeah,
I think Jane's right.
Yeah,
go on. Sorry.
No. All I was going to say, actually, Ollie, because you've been very honest about your speech impediment, and some people, for people of for the BAME community and for a lot of the LGBTQ community who are obviously much more comfortable with being out, that they are out, but sometimes disabilities are hidden, know, and obviously you've managed to train yourself, and but you're still very open about your speech impediment. Do you there's more that industry can be doing to include that side of it as well as everything that Jamie Lee and Ben have spoken about?
I think it's really difficult though when it comes to disability. So I've also got type 1 diabetes, which I was diagnosed with a year and a half ago, and I went into a coma, which was totally out of the blue, didn't know anything about it. But I think from that learning experience as well, I think the industry do engage when it comes to disabilities, that they just don't shout about it. And I think also, I can really reflect on what Ben said earlier about when, he moved overseas in his pink uniform and green trousers. I was there in my yellow t-shirt and Jeff Bank shorts. I get it. And it was really strange for me to move overseas because I'd only ever met probably 1 or 2 homosexual men ever before. This is like late 90s. I'd never really seen or been involved in kind of that part of life. And I kind of moved overseas, and it was quite comical because on, inductions, you'd have all these guys, oh yeah, I love football and I drink beer and this, and then you'd meet them 6 months after and they'd found their voice and they'd found their true person. And they'd gone away to be able to be in an environment where they could be themselves. And what I think the problem is, well, not the problem, I think one of the causes why, especially the UK industry, haven't embraced these changes is because it was kind of a lot of the UK trade had come from an overseas kind of perspective, had seen it and didn't realize that what they'd embraced back in the late 80s and 90s was such a huge thing in comparison to other industries. So as we move forward into the noughties, I don't think the travel industry actually understood what a magnificent job they had done prior to that and should have been shouting about it already. Now you see it across in the US, you see Expedia Group do amazing things for Pride, do amazing things for BAME all over the world. Yeah. Why hasn't the UK moved in that direction? Because I think, I'm a global citizen. I'm not British, I'm not European. I've lived all over the world. I've worked with people all over the world, and I've always treated people, whether it's a cleaner or a CEO, in the exact same fashion, because that's what I was kind of taught when I lived overseas. And when I did a welcome meeting to a whole variety of people, was that there wasn't, I'm a white guy, I'm a privileged white guy in my position I'm in today, but I have such a huge array of friends from the LBG, from different communities, because I don't see it. And it's really easy to sit there and say, I don't see it, but I just don't. I have friends all over the world that I've worked with, whether it be in Dominican Republic or Mexico, that I still talk to today. Because you were able to be yourself in those overseas environments. And a lot of people that worked overseas were running away from lives in the UK where they had that urge to be themselves around different people. And that's why I think, in a way, the UK travel trade haven't made such, I don't want to say big thing because it shouldn't be a big thing, but they haven't shouted about how amazing they've dealt with it over the years. And there's still a long way to go. There's still a lot of work to do. But it is now an educational process, because you are seeing a lot of industries now who are really engaging with those communities. And there's such an opportunity for employers within the industry to really engage and really, fly the flag, so to speak. But if you look at, my days at TUI overseas, it was just remarkable working with people who could be themselves in a way they could never be at home. And you used to see that. And I found it really difficult when I came home in the winter, because my friends in the UK that weren't exposed to it didn't understand it. They hadn't been educated in that manner. So for me then to explain, this is my mate Robert, he plays rugby and he's gay, was like, whoa, that doesn't make sense to me. It was like, well, it makes perfect sense to me, because, I've lived with Robert for the last year, and I've got to know Robert, and it gave me at such a young age a real understanding that, you just have to embrace everybody and take everybody for what they are,
fast running out of time, and I'm so disappointed. But just sort of one final thought, maybe from all three of you, on overcoming obstacles, and maybe one bit of advice you might want to give. So I'm going to go in reverse. I'm going to start with Ben and go, and then Ollie, and then Jamie Lee.
It goes on almost directly from what Ollie's just said, which is that actually, as leaders in the industry now, we have to remember that we probably started in the industry at a time when doors were just being opened for us. And it's actually that we need to remember to keep those doors open, you know, to hold the door for the next person, if you like, hold the door open. Because, do you know what, just because it's not an issue for us now, it will be for someone who's just starting. It will be for the person who's, you know, who's struggling to get the interview, or who's possibly not, you know, might even just be leafing through a brochure or on a recruitment website and doesn't see a photo of someone they think looks like them, or, you know, or looks through a brochure and sees a load of customers that, you know, are the 2.4 family, or, you know, aren't the diverse representation that they should be, and actually will be the customers that they're working with. So yeah, it's about holding the door open for me. It's about saying, do you know what, I've walked that path, and yeah, it will be tricky at times, but it won't be tricky because of that. It'll be tricky because it's a tough industry at times. So yeah, holding the door open. That's me.
Great, thanks, Ben. Ollie.
Cheers, mate. That's really difficult to follow. For me, it's about not giving up. So, you know, the next 12 months for the whole industry, whether it's someone starting out in the industry or somebody already in the industry, it's going to be really tough. It's going to be really tough. It's going to test. It's going to create anxiety. It's going to create mental health challenges. Don't give up. You know, the industry is the most resilient, you know, out there. It will bounce back. It'll bounce back in a very different manner. So I think you need to really look at your skill set. You need to really try and tailor that skill set to what you want to achieve now in the industry. And, you know, if you are sat there today and you're on furlough, or if you think you may be being made redundant in the next few months, try and get retrained. Look at what skill set you have. Look at roles that you want to aspire to achieve, and go get that training. You can't sit there and blame others in 6 months' time. You have to do it for you, and you have to not give up. And I guess if that's one thing that I've learned from my mentors in the past, when, you know, I was down on the canvas, so to speak, they pulled me back up every time and told me to carry on forward. And I always did. And I think when I was presenting for kind of yourselves in Birmingham a few months ago, before all this happened, I kind of said to all of those students, I shouldn't be where I am today. I still do the same job as I did back in 2001. I still sell tickets to attractions, you know, and I'm not lucky. I took the opportunities that presented themselves, and I didn't give up until I got what I wanted. So I guess that's my kind of final message, is just have that self-perseverance and keep moving forward.
Really good, guys. For me, I think transcend the boxes that people put you in. I mean, time to step out those boxes. Look at expanding your network. This is the perfect time. Everybody's online. You know, get on your LinkedIn, as Ben and Ollie mentioned. A lot of people are being made redundant and, you know, on furlough, but this is a great time to look at developing your skill set, expanding your network, and, you know, looking at your personal brand as well. So those are the few things I think people can look to do to help them navigate through this time, and, you know, face the fear and do it anyway.
Thank you all so much. I think you're all wonderful examples of how obstacles can be overcome, and you can achieve all the things that you really set your heart at achieving. So thank you so much for sharing such personal stories with us. Really appreciate it. And thank you for supporting ITT Future You.
Can I just add, if anyone wants to reach out over the next few months, if they need any support, and I'm sure the guys will say the same, please just drop me a message on LinkedIn, and, you know, we're here to help.
Definitely.
100%.
Great, thank you so much. I'm sure you'll get inundated with requests. Really appreciate it, and thank you so much for your time. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I hope you're all enjoying this morning so far. I can't believe how quickly the sessions are all going, and thank you to all of our panelists that we've listened to up till now, who've shared really personal stories with us, and I hope that you are getting some really good advice and some inspiration from them all. And judging by the chat, which continues to be really lively, and please keep it that way, we're looking forward to lots more of this going on through our next sessions, which include just as many inspirational people. And I'm delighted, therefore, though we are running slightly late at the moment, to introduce you to Matt Stenton, who is the Director of Go With Tourism in New Zealand and also my fellow GTTP Director. So welcome to Matt and enjoy the next sessions. Thank you.
Kia ora tātou. My name is Matt Stenton and I am the Program Director for Go With Tourism here in Aotearoa, New Zealand. Now, we are here today to talk to you about resetting your career and what that can look like. And these are challenging times that we're looking at with COVID-19, especially if you're working in tourism and you may have been displaced. At Go With Tourism, we specialise in that, where we support our tourism workers that have been displaced into looking at new career options for themselves. Sometimes that may be looking at studying, sometimes that may be looking at going into a new line of work in a different sector. Now, Britt, you've just been displaced, unfortunately. Let's talk about that a little bit.
Cool. Yeah, so I was lucky enough to work for an awesome company called AJ Hackett Bungie New Zealand, and there I was the Auckland Territory Manager, so I'm part of the sales and marketing team. So yeah, super gutted to obviously have been displaced, but yeah, as you said, it's really tough times there. Bungie have been amazing in the way that they've handled it. Their care factor and consideration that went into the restructure was just exceptional. So I do feel really blessed to have been looked after in that respect.
Here in New Zealand, we're looking at 99,000 people who've been affected by tourism. So obviously you now make one of those numbers up, which is not so cool. But it is cool to hear that your company, that obviously you still have so much passion about in an industry that you care for, looked after you. But we do understand that there are many companies out there that have not been fortunate to be able to do that, just due to financial circumstances or just not being able to have the time to be able to do what they've done for you, which is so cool to hear that AJ has looked after you. Obviously, transferable skills is the next side that you'll start thinking about, because obviously tourism doesn't have a heck of a lot of jobs going on right now. So for you, what kind of roles are you looking at now? And then how are you kind of thinking of that in the transferable skills? So how do you take the skills you've learnt at AJ and take them into those new roles?
Yeah, well, I guess like with my old role, I learned so much, and there are many skills I can take away with me. You know, in the whole, I guess, like account management side, relationship building. I was very organised. It was sort of a new role, so I was able to kind of create something pretty special and make it my own. So it gave me a lot of independence. Yeah, lots of time management when it comes to obviously account management side of stuff. And yeah, I guess just lots of general sales skills. So I feel lucky to have quite a few transferable skills to take with me. And I think once you sort of start jotting them down on paper and getting your CV up to speed, it actually instills a lot of confidence, and it makes you realize that you've got, a lot to kind of give somebody else, which is great.
And it's cool to hear that you're thinking that way. I would like to give a couple of tips on that. One, always make sure that your cover letter is completely different for every single job that you write to. Because I'm sure you've done them before when you've read through CVs and you're like, oh, that's definitely just the standard model that you're using. Also, make sure that you custom your CV. If you have been displaced in tourism and you're going to be applying for a whole range of roles in different industries, you got to make sure that what role you're applying for, that CV or cover letter speaks to that. So make sure you tailor it to that. So let's get into yours just a little bit more, because obviously sales and marketing, they're actually two completely separate roles if we were to break them down. Sales obviously could go into frontline sales. It could go into back-end sales. It could be a national sales manager. So if we break down just that component, that could go into so many different industries. Like you could do sales for construction, you could do sales for, plants, there's so many different areas. Retail comes into mind, you could be a store manager. And then if we take your marketing aspect, then that could also go into many sectors. Banking, you could go into, you could do stuff for government if you wanted to. You could go and work for a local council. You could work for a small little boutique store that's starting up to understand better what they could do with their social media. Are you thinking of that when you're looking for new roles now? Or?
Yeah, for sure. Like I'm sort of, I guess for me, I'm a people person. I have sort of an undeniable passion for people, relationship building, and customer care. So I've really been looking at sort of a lot of customer service roles and also sort of like business development roles. For me, I'm pretty realistic, and I'd love to find a company that I'm passionate about. Happy to go on entry level and work my way up. I think that's a really important way to look at things at the moment, is just having that ability to sort of go in and then hopefully grow within a new company.
And I think that's a really cool thing for you to say, because I always say it's about what do you want to do next? So is that do I need to study to get there, to get to that career? 2, do I need to completely change the way that I've been selling myself because I'm selling myself for this kind of industry, but it needs to be there? Yeah. Or is it that you actually need to start going, right, what do I do right now to survive the next 12 months? And sometimes that means doing jobs that you don't want to do. When the last global financial crisis hit, I was a TV producer director, and literally there was no jobs. I literally went and worked at a McDonald's. And the reason I worked at the McDonald's was that I just needed a job to get money. Now, the funny thing that surprised me out of all of this was how much I learned at McDonald's. I learned how to manage people differently. I learned how to take care of food, food processing, food temperature, health and safety, like all of this different range. Now, did I love McDonald's? I have to be completely honest. I didn't love McDonald's, but did I learn a lot and take away a lot? You did. So I think, your attitude of going, how can I survive the next 12 months is really important, but also going, right, I know what I want. I want to build, I want to have a good culture company that I work in. I want to have fun, and I want to enjoy what I do. And I think they can be transferred into many different roles. So I think you're in a good place already with that. Some of the advice that you were saying before is you're wanting to sort of just slow down and make sure you find the right things. Is there some other kind of advice when it comes to the finding your next thing, resetting your career that you're kind of, wanting to pass on to people?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me is, I've got a really good work ethic. I like to keep busy. I'm definitely a bit of a go-getter. So for me, it's actually, slowing down, being patient, and not rushing myself into something that I might potentially not enjoy. I think if you can sort of be patient, go for those interviews, look for the right opportunity, and no doubt you will probably, land on your feet. And like you said, it could be just the next chapter of a really great and different career path, which is exciting.
It could be. And picking up what you said before, if you had the right culture and you had a job that you love, you probably would land your feet and that would be it for you.
Yeah.
And that's the positive side out of this. And the same thing is if you reset yourself and you go in and you start studying something and you realize you have a passion for it, well, then that could turn into, right, well, now I'm going to go do my internship. Now I'm going to go work in that industry. And, I think for us, we can look at the industry as being decimated and a lot of things going wrong, but there's a lot of opportunities that present themselves during that. And that's when I like to think that entrepreneurs at the moment will be going, oh my God, this is where I can come with a solution to fix that, problem or that opportunity that we're currently facing. Have you thought about, obviously with your sales and your marketing side, look at starting up your own business? Is that something that's crossed your mind?
To be honest, not really. But I would encourage anybody who's ever thought of that to probably take that opportunity now and launch into something that they've always thought about doing. I think it's a great opportunity for people to start up, new businesses and get different ideas going. So probably not something for me, but definitely something that if anyone's thought about, go do it. Absolutely.
Yeah, well, look, running your own business is hard. But if I looked at you as an example for people, if I was to look at starting a business and I was you, I would go, right, so I'm really good at marketing. I'm really good at promoting things. I'm really good at sales. Maybe I could run my own PR agency. And then you could start going, right, well, maybe I look after certain people that I do PR for. Or it could be, well, actually, I'm really good at sales. When I worked at AJ Hackett, I performed really, really well. And I was able to go in when things weren't performing, figure out why they weren't performing and turn them into a really profitable company. So it could be, I'm actually going to be a sales consultant. So I'm actually going to consult to companies on their sales who are not performing well and give them different measurements. So there's different ways for you to make money and you may not have thought of it. And that doesn't always mean you need to set it up as a business, right? You could be a sole trader. There's many ways of doing it. But I think with this, challenge of COVID-19 comes so much opportunity for us to explore. And I think that's the exciting part.
Absolutely. I agree. Yeah.
Our industry, we don't know when we're going to recover yet, but we do know we will recover. And I think that's something that you believe in from just seeing your bubbly personality. I would like to think, New Zealand was looking at a 35 to 45,000 skills shortage over the next 5 years prior to COVID hitting. COVID's hit now, 99,000 jobs are lost, which is pretty sad. We have our tourism educators saying that they're seeing drop-offs. We have a perception of tourism looking pretty negative at the moment, where people are like, one, it's low paid, two, there's no jobs, it's decimated, it's never going to get picked up. I disagree. If we went in with a skill shortage and we're seeing all these layoffs happening at the moment, when our industry starts to rebuild, we're going to actually have a bigger skill shortage than we ever needed before. So I think if we retain amazing talent like you and we make sure we keep in touch with you, and even though you may go into another sector, when we start to rebuild, we can coax you back in and go, hey, we've got an opportunity for you. Is that what you're hoping? Like, you know, you could move off into another sector and then come back to what you love? Because obviously, it seems like tourism is your bread and butter and it's what you love to do.
I'm sort of not afraid to go and do something different, use my different skill sets for, you know, who knows, the next 12 months. For me, I've sort of even said to myself, potentially even, you know, get some temp work up until Christmas and then sort of revisit the tourism sector come 2021, see what it's looking like in the new year. But other than that, yeah, I'm just open to opportunities and yeah, I am a person that sort of will turn their hand to anything and yeah, remain pretty optimistic with it all.
And I think that's a great attitude to have because, you know, for people who are affected and people that we deal with every day who want to stay in tourism, the reason we work with them so closely is we may have to say goodbye to them for the time being from our industry, which is really, really hard, but we understand they need to do that for survival. So our goal is let's get you into something that, one, makes you money, two, you can be happy and you can look after your family or whatever it is that you've got. But within we retain that information, so when our industry is ready, we can get them back into those roles. You know, we saw during COVID that a lot of the mid-management roles, which is kind of yours realistically, were the ones that got cut out first because they go, well, the high manager can take more of those responsibility and the lower people, they don't cost as much, so we can balance it out. But the mid-management was really what got affected the most. I think if we looked towards the future, I want to stay in it. One, it's looking at how do I upskill myself? How do I reskill myself from what you were saying? How do I stay positive and do what I need to do to survive? I like the side that you've broken it down into sort of like semesters as such. Yeah. You know what? I'll do one semester of just like out there doing anything I possibly can get my hands on. I'm optimistic. And then the moment that our peak tourism season picks up for domestic, I'm going to pop my head back up going, right, what's out there?
And then hopefully get a call up from some tourism friends to ask me back.
In New Zealand, we say there's one degree of separation. And, you know, our industry, although one of the largest industry in New Zealand that makes $40 billion a year, you're one degree of separation. So if you want to get in front of someone, there are jobs in tourism. You've got to hunt them down and you're going to really have to hustle for them. My big one-off thing to you, you know, is reach out, talk to people. And that goes to people at home who've been affected as well. Like the goal is to reach out, message people on LinkedIn. Now, if you're not in New Zealand, which is a very small country of 5 million people, which is not that small in my mind, but it is, you know, you want to make sure you can do the same. So if you're in Britain or you're in America, you know, you may be 3 degrees of separation, but there's always ways to get in touch with someone differently. And I think probably looking at resetting your career, CVs and cover letters are not always going to, you know, going to get it. Before we started this interview, you talked about, to me, about it's who you know at times.
Absolutely.
And I think this is the time that you start leaning into those people you've met over the years saying, hey, I've been displaced, I'm currently looking for something. Do you have anything going? Or does anyone in your networks, because we know in this industry, everyone talks. So have you started doing that yet, or is that like next phase?
Yeah, I've definitely sort of like reached out and asked around and sort of had a few kind of, you know, coffees and lunches with industry friends. So yeah, I think it's just important to keep networking and yeah, don't be afraid to actually, you know, walk into somewhere with your CV, show enthusiasm and just showing that you're keen. And yeah, there's no shame in reaching out or leaning on your friends or industry partners as well.
Let's get down to a little bit more of like personal feelings. So if I was to say, and let's just speak totally honestly, how do you feel about the next 12 months in the tourism industry? Like, what's your feelings like?
I'm definitely nervous. Yeah. So, and I guess it's emotional as well. You know, you, I guess, yeah, the love for the industry is so pure and yeah, I absolutely adore it. And it's sad to see a lot of really good tourism people go at the moment, and different businesses struggling. But I think it's really important to sort of remain optimistic and, you know, have that sort of outlook that the future is bright. And like I said before, I truly believe it will bounce back.
For people who are around the world, obviously, that are facing the same things as you. Do you have any kind of words of like, you know, because obviously you're still going through this, it's still raw, it's still new, and you know, and I'm sorry that you have to feel that. Is there anything that you want to say to people about like words of wisdom whilst they're going through that?
Well, I guess, to be honest, like I've had a lot of downtime and a lot of time to reflect, and I think during this time I've been pretty proud of myself, and you tend to learn a lot about yourself as well. So I've remained pretty strong and I guess resilient and remained positive. I think the biggest thing, and that's what sort of my friends and family have kept telling me, is that, you know, this isn't your fault, it's not personal, and that's a really big thing to remind yourself of. Don't let it get you down. It's just sort of a bit of a curveball that life's throwing, and no doubt, everyone will come out the other side stronger and potentially in a new career or a new job that they love even more than their old one. Who knows?
And I think that's a great thing. What do you need to do now? Well, you need to survive. That's the first thing. What does the next 12 months hold for you? If you have financial things that you need to look after, well, it's about making sure that you get a job and whatever you can do right now. And hopefully you can take those skills that are from that job and transfer them into your tourism. The other side is stay connected as much as you possibly can to the industry, because when the time is right, those people will reach out to you. But what I want to say from us today here in Aotearoa, New Zealand, is thank you so much, ITT, for this opportunity to talk about resetting your career. Thank you, Britt. And also, we hope that you have an amazing time on your conference today.
Hi, hello. Well, we're ready now for our next session. And our next session is using tourism as a force for good. And I got with me today 3 wonderful people. I've got Anna Alleman, Tom Armit, and Krista Busnia. If I can just ask you to very quickly introduce yourselves to everybody. Anna, can we start with yourself, please?
Yes, hi everyone. My name is Anna, and I'm coming from when I came from marketing and the business management background, but I can say that my life changed when I connect with the concept of social business, and then social business brought me to responsible tourism when I combine business and social impact. Then I went to India, and then I founded a responsible tourism company. It's called Open Eyes, and we have been here since 2011.
Tom, you next, please.
Hi everyone. I'm Tom Armit, and I'm currently working in Benin, which is in West Africa, as tourism and business development manager for a national park, and that's part of a network of national parks across the African continent that are managed by African Parks Network. So it's a big continent-wide NGO. I went through quite a long process to get to that point. Mainly was very self-driven. I knew that from university I wanted to work in responsible and sustainable tourism, having spent a year volunteering in Senegal, also in West Africa, and I've always been connected to West Africa throughout my career. And then a process of networking and getting volunteering experiences, and really developing my experience, my knowledge, and through that my reputation. I managed to get a paid job a few years ago doing the work that I'm really passionate about. And it was a long journey, but because I had a set goal, I got there in the end. So there we go.
Wow, that's really interesting. And Krista, what about yourself, please?
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. So I'm Krista Busnia. I think, as many of you, I'm actually going through a new phase in my career where I'm about to press the reset button. So over the past year and a half, I've been at Heathrow in the sustainability team as a sustainability campaign and project manager. And as part of this whole situation that we're in right now, my role is not part of the new structure. So I'm at risk of redundancy, and I'm looking to pivot into doing sustainability storytelling consultancy. But like Tom and Anna, I've also had a very long history in the field of tourism. I always wanted to work in travel and tourism, studied it in college, came from Romania to the UK when I was 18 to study tourism management at university, then worked in hospitality, then in marketing at Holiday Extras as a marketing manager. And then I fell in love with sustainability and studied the responsible tourism masters at Manchester with Harold Goodwin, and wanted to work in this field. And I had the opportunity to start working in sustainability a couple of years ago with TUI in sustainability marketing. So that was the birth of it. But now I'm at I feel like I've taken a leap and not quite landed yet into the world of consultancy. So it's really exciting to be able to tell sustainability stories during this time. So exciting times.
Well, Krista, that was really interesting. And actually, I noticed you use the phrases there that you've not quite landed yet, which actually does bring us quite nicely to this, because I am conscious that we've got many sessions today. But this is one of the sessions that we, if I'm being honest, we had pre-recorded a couple of days earlier, mainly because rather than people landing, we have now got people departing, because obviously there's at least 2 of you that are literally just ready to get onto aircraft. Tom, you're just about to fly somewhere, aren't you?
Yeah, on Wednesday I'm about to go to Benin to get back to work. Been stuck in the UK for the past 3.5 months because of COVID-19. So
yeah, and
now
Anna,
I'm looking forward to going back.
Oh, it's good. And Anna, you're just about to fly as well, I believe.
Yes, after now, I mean, after this session, I'm going straight to the airport. I'm going back to Spain. So I live in India since 9 years ago, but I spent this COVID here in India, and now I feel it's the time to come back home. And I'm taking an evacuation flight. Yes, and I will be there for a few months, and then I will come back. I also need time to regenerate. I mean, I think this has been an earthquake for all of us. And I need also to be a little bit calm, to really think and strategize again with the company, and see all these opportunities that also bring us.
So it just shows you that we are really truly in an international industry, and today is very reflective of that. In your sort of introductions, there was a word that sort of at least 2 of you mentioned there, and one of them was that sort of volunteering was something that was important. We are seeing in this COVID times that we're in, that sort of a lot of people are unable to do their roles they're supposed to be doing, and the jobs that they were doing pre-COVID cannot be completed. And volunteering is something that's come across as a really important part of moving forward post-COVID. Krista, I mean, I think volunteering was something that you said was very important to you.
Yeah, it has been for many years, and actually it really helped me in the last couple of months wake me up, because as many other people, I started baking and the paint and by numbers and the sourdough, and I went through all of those phases and up and down and up and down. And at one point I said to myself, it's time to recenter. What are the moments in the last 5 years in my life where I felt like I've given, and I felt like my passions came out? And I created a folder on my iPhone and literally added in all of those experiences. And so many of them were about volunteering. I had volunteered in food banks, or I had volunteered in the Calais refugee camp, or I had gone litter picking. And I was able to collate all of those experiences into a place where I actually was able to say to myself, there's so much that I can tell to the world and engage the world about what I've done. It's not just about my CV. Look at all of these other things that I've done. So I took all of those and built my website, and that was able to tell all of the things that I had done. And I was able to kind of harness my why. What is it that I'm passionate about? And that then spurred me on to do even more volunteering work. And for example, I got in touch with my local food bank, and they said, oh, sorry, we had too many requests, we're okay during this time. But then I was able to say to them, what can I come over and film what you do? Because I know you're missing some products in stock. So what if I tell the story of what you're missing? Can I help you in another way? And I think there's a real appetite during this time for people to give. When they're suffering, when people are suffering and they're down and they're lost, they want to give. It's a bit of a paradox. But you can really use that to then build your portfolio and who you are and your persona even more.
Yeah. Well, I must add, no, in a previous role that I've done, I have worked with organisations, the RSPB being one, where sort of volunteers is a very critical part of how the business works. Is volunteering, Tom, with sort of a national park, is there volunteers within your organisation? Is it something that sort of involves the daily working and is a key part of yours, or is it something that hasn't really fitted in yet?
I mean, African Park started taking over the management of Penjari about 2 years ago. So what we're doing currently is just building up the tourism product to a level of quality that we feel represents our professionalism. And it's only in the next few years that we're going to go into the volunteering. We're trying to get things to work now. And then after that, once we have built up the capacity to be able to look after a volunteership program, for example, then we'll implement it. But from my standpoint, volunteering has been a really, really important part of my career path. I haven't come from a tourism background. I did marketing and French at university. But then once I went and had some experience of what tourism can do to improve the lives of other people in other destinations, I really felt that it was something I wanted to work in. And in order to be able to work in that field, I needed to get the experience, and I needed to get the competitive advantage over some people who may have more experience academically in tourism. So it gave me the field experience, one, and through the process, it also allowed me to grow professionally and personally by really challenging my perceptions and pushing me out of my comfort zone. And I think those were really invaluable experiences for me personally, but also I think transpired into invaluable experiences for companies that I was applying to work for. And also, as I mean, Krista mentioned storytelling. Through volunteering experiences, you amass so many stories that you can then share with other people to share your passion for the work that you're doing. But also, when in an interview, when you are asked those, key interview questions, it's just not a standard answer you can give, because you have so many stories to give. And as Krista mentioned, storytelling is everything. And also, I think finally for me, it enabled me to find my passion and to really know what I wanted to do in my career. But on the other hand, it could also make you realize what you don't want to do. And it could be, the opposite. So it's very useful when looking for the right job in the future, and to kind of focus you on what you want to do, so you don't end up in a job that you're just happy to do because it pays the bills, but you're actually doing it because you feel purpose when you're doing it.
Yeah, they're great, and it is good, because volunteering, you do learn new skills, and it does give you the opportunity that if you don't have that practical background and experience, at least you can say, hey, I've tried this, I've given it a go, and it's the first step in trying to move into new areas. You mentioned their responsibilities, Thomas. So I'm now going to come through to Anna, because I think this leads into sort of world responsibilities, and sustainability is all about social enterprise, which I think is a great sort of, all these products are sort of leads us into where do we go next with this. I think that's really important. What do you think?
Well, as I said in the introduction, I mean, my life changed 10 years ago when I discovered the concept of social businesses. For me, the idea of creating an organization not based in a charity model, but in a business model behind, and which definitely I totally believe it can change the market itself. So that was my passion. In fact, I came to India just to build up and found a social business in tourism. So, and here still I am, and I'm also teach the concept of social businesses in tourism. I do truly believe that the power that organizations that not only believe on for profit, but also to create an impact, and that is the mission, the driving mission of that organization. And 10 years ago, maybe social businesses, they were utopia, something that unrealistic, that didn't exist, that not sustaining on the time. Now it's not longer there. There are thousands of millions of cases of social enterprises in tourism that we are there, we are creating that impact, we sustain ourselves, we have salaries, we have team, we create that impact. And for example, for us, our impact has been always how we can train more women in India to be part of our experiences. I mean, tourism is a very male-dominated industry in India itself. I mean, guiding, for example, is one. So we have been doing those training the last 6 years. And yeah, and creating that market space, that product development and market space between vulnerable women and the tourism industry, and it's possible. Social businesses are a reality, definitely.
Oh, it's definitely, and I think there is huge opportunities going forward, which actually does sort of bring me quite nicely to when you think about the opportunities going forward. There's obviously going to be new skills needed. There's got to be new disciplines that's needed. I mean, we're talking about disciplines using the Zooms. To sort of to take these to the next steps, where do you think we should go? I mean, Krista, I mean, what sort of new skills can you see that people need for the new normal of tourism?
I think there are a few things that I think are really important during this time, and I've struggled with them myself. I think allowing yourself to be as creative as you possibly can, and also being willing to adapt, because this whole period is about adapting. And the people and the businesses and the companies that I've seen really go through this period and making good changes were able to, you know, have a few down days or weeks or months in my case, and then very quickly say, okay, turn the page over. This is how we're going to do things. We used to be an Airbnb. Now we do this instead. We used to do business in this whole way, and we used to have live meetings. We're going to do them online. So it's just about being adaptable to the situation and creative. Because personally, for me, I used to always be, you know, I used to represent corporations, and I used to be behind the camera personally, and you know, shine the light in terms of sustainability story from behind the camera. And then I always said to myself, I'm never gonna film things. I'm not a videographer. Here I am going outside, filming things to tell these sustainability stories. And then 2 weeks ago, I was like, no, I'm not gonna put my face on camera. That's not who I am. And here I am now putting my face, you know, on a camera. So it's just about it. You struggle with yourself a little bit, and it's uncomfortable, but it's so rewarding when you do it. And you're like, oh, it wasn't so bad after all. So it's about being creative and adapting, trying to adapt as quickly as possible.
Yeah, that's interesting. And I think we all are learning to adapt. I think there's circumstances that none of us would have thought we would have been in, but now we're in them. And I think everyone is coping really well. Thomas, you mentioned that sort of as a business, this is a start of a new journey, and there's things that's got to come through. What sort of new skills and new disciplines would be important to yourselves and to your organisation?
I think something that we've learned during this current crisis is the need for more attention to be given to crisis management. A lot of people, if you've looked online, there's been so many people giving their advice on how to weather this crisis as a tourism business, both from, let's say, a big business point of view to a small, medium enterprise point of view. And I think that there's a big journey to make still in how you can create a crisis management system that can encompass not just the big business, but also take into consideration the small to medium enterprises, especially in developing countries who rely so much on tourism for their livelihoods, and have been kind of going along that way for the past decade or 20, 25 years for some countries. I think it's about finding a way to create resilience for tourism destinations, enabling stakeholders to acquire the knowledge and skills to survive a crisis. I think that's really something that needs to be thought of a little bit more and kind of adapted as well to the different destinations, because you can't just have a one-size-fits-all. I think that there needs to be some kind of contextual adaptability to that. And also I think that there's a bit more of an emphasis on how tourism can work for the benefit of the many rather than for the few, as it has been for the past 50 years. And being aware of the impacts of tourism on the social, economic and environmental makeup of the destinations, and seeing how we can maximize the positive impacts and minimize the negative impacts of tourism, and really seeing it as an opportunity to not just go on holiday, but go on holiday with a purpose to benefit the destinations that we go to.
Oh, great. Do you know, I could sit and talk to the three of you all day. I am conscious that we've got a whole day and I don't want to overrun for some of our other panelists. So I'm going to very quickly just give a very quick hand question to all three of you, because I'm following on from something you said there, Thomas, that you're on about sort of crisis management and we should all be looking for ways to adapt and to all these changes. But the COVID-19 crisis won't last forever. There will be a period where we'll come through this and COVID will be in the past. So what opportunities are going to be out there for real change in this industry about adapting and resilience? What are the sort of the opportunities that we've got post COVID-19? Anna, if I come to you first, please.
So let me highlight, I mean, I wanted to say that maybe the COVID will pass away, but I'm sure that another crisis will come. So this is the evolution. This is the world lives in that way. So we really need to adapt, not only for COVID, also to be prepared for different crises that will come. And I believe that we really need to move forward that vision in a positive way. Yeah, but we really have to do it. And I think that opportunities is to create companies that are more solid. I mean, we have seen that a lot of companies in tourism, they're depending on only one product or one service, only one market. I mean, diversity in products is now a kind of big opportunity for us to really be more resilient if another crisis happens. I do believe that tourism is not an industry, it's a network of people, a network of industries. So there is art and craft, there is gastronomy there is a lot of sectors that we could also make it stronger and make sure that also communities, they are not depending also only in tourism, as Thomas was saying. So there is a big opportunity there.
That's interesting. And Krista, I mean, where can you see where the opportunities will be?
Oh, there's so many when it comes to responsible tourism. So first and foremost, over tourism, huge issue in the past. I really believe now, because of social distancing, this is a key opportunity to use technology and to actually put caps on visitor numbers. I think that's something that we could fix during this time. Secondly, the take-up of sustainable aviation fuels. Sustainable aviation fuels technology has existed since the 1950s. There are 5% of the planes in the sky now that we had 5 months ago. Now's the time to invest in those technology to have a green recovery when it comes to aircraft. And thirdly, we now have the opportunity to connect with our own countries. And local tourism, domestic tourism, I think is going to be really big in the next couple of days. We've wanted to explore outside of our borders, and that's completely understandable. But now's the time to reconnect with what we have in our own back garden, and I think that's really exciting for us to be able to rediscover who we are intrinsically and our heritage.
Yes, it is good that we learn more about the countries we live in, but it's strange. There are still so many people who don't perceive a holiday unless you go get on a plane and flying halfway around the planet. But you're right, there's some wonderful things on all our doorsteps, whatever country we're in. Thomas, what opportunities can you see out there post-COVID-19?
I think that the new sense of global community and interconnectedness that COVID-19 has created, it can really be used post-crisis to create more of an awareness about how tourism can be used as a tool to build positive relationships, dispel preconceived false perceptions about different people and places, and also, as we've just mentioned, promote resilience in communities that have historically depended on tourism for their livelihoods. So I think that there's an opportunity for us to see tourism not just as an end goal, but instead to see it as a way of creating a better, more understanding and just global society.
All right, well, that is great. Seriously, I think our session has flown by. It's been a blink of an eyelid, and I know we've got to the end. We could carry this on all day, but I think, can I just, on behalf of everybody today that's watching, can I thank the three of you for your time today, and safe journeys on your travels. Thanks a lot, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
I'm absolutely delighted to welcome three very esteemed people to our next session on changing lanes. I'd like them all to just introduce themselves to you, and then we'll get straight on to the matter at hand. So Hadir, if I could start with you.
Sure. Thank you so much for having me. So I'm actually an international education recruitment specialist, so not from the travel or tourism industry, but an industry that has a lot of similarities. So I actually work for a sister division of the global media brand, The Pine News. My background is economic development, international education, recruitment, but across the globe. I was born and raised in London, but I spent some time living and studying in Egypt, which is where my family are from. Just, you know, really interested in diversity, inclusion, and everything sort of related to that.
Brilliant, thank you. Andrew.
Hi, so my name's Andrew. I am midway through changing lanes myself at the moment. Starting with the Planet Mark on the 15th of July. So that's we're a sustainability certification company looking at carbon reduction and social value. But I wear a few different hats. I'm also an ambassador for the Institute of Directors for young directors, and also I've recently launched a company called Webinizer, where we're helping organisations to shift their virtual events online. So I spin a few different plates, and I'm a big fan of keeping myself outside of my comfort zone on a very regular basis.
Great, thank you. Then finally, Kate.
Hello, I'm Kate. I am a graduate tutor at Northumbria University, and much like Andrew, I'm spinning a lot of plates. Final year PhD. I sit on the Education and Training Committee for the ITT, which I'm very proud to be in that role. Within my role at the university, I lecture, and I'm a program leader for Business with Tourism program. Previous to my current career, I spent 13 years in hospitality and sales and event management roles. So quite a varied past, but very pleased with the lane I'm in now.
That's great. Well, thank you so much for giving us your time this afternoon. I'd like to just start with the fact that I think it's fair to say that with everything that's happened and the impact of COVID, a number of people might be considering what next in terms of their career, and in tourism that's no exception, and I think it's right across the world. And they may be starting to think about whether or not to look outside of tourism, whether or not they've been here for many years or not. So I'd be interested to know what advice you would give someone who is actually starting to think about maybe changing lanes and looking for new opportunities outside of their own comfort zones and where they may have been for many years. So I'm going to pick anyone. I'm going to start with Andrew.
Good question. So when people are starting to look for opportunities inside or outside of a sector, for me, I would always, I lean very heavily on people and my network. And there are sort of three groups of people that I would think about. Pretty much all of my opportunities, we all grow up hearing all the time. It's not what you know, it's who you know. But not all of us grow up with, families who have extensive professional networks who can get us internships and jobs and things like that. And so we have to build our own. And you can only really do that by investing time and energy into connecting with people. And so there are three groups of people that you can sort of lean on to help guide you on finding opportunities, but also figuring out which opportunities are best for yourself. So, you've got friends and family who know you, and they know what you like, they know what you don't like, they know what you're likely to thrive in, so they can sort of give you a good steer and guidance, but they're also likely to be a lot more risk averse than you might otherwise be, in terms of saying, no, don't do that, don't take that risk, because they care about you, which means that they are biased and aren't to be trusted with when you're taking risks. But then you've also got peers and colleagues, which is people who are sort of on the same level as you, where you can explore different job roles that you're seeing your colleagues doing, or peers, and sort of exploring the different sorts of things that people are doing in different industries. And then you've sort of got mentors and idols, which is sort of people who you feel are ahead of you, and that you sort of want to be more like, want to end up in a role similar to. And so my advice really would be to try and connect meaningfully with these people. Tools like LinkedIn I could not advocate more for being active on LinkedIn. But also, once we're allowed to do in-person networking again, doing in-person networking, but doing so in a meaningful way, finding ways to add value and come to it looking at what you can give, not what you can get. If you start your conversation by, do you have an internship for me? It doesn't usually go that well. By way of example, so I got into the Institute of Directors as a student member initially through London South Bank University. And I was at networking events, I was going to all these different things, and I ended up in a conversation with the CEO of Mercedes in the UK. And as a student, what the heck do I say to this person? It's terrifying. And really what you have to focus on is saying, how can you add value? And so I'd just been learning about market segmentation. And so I asked her about how Mercedes were looking at segmenting their audience at the moment. And that was a very powerful question. It meant I was able to add value in the end. In the end, she didn't have a good answer. And she was like, that's something we're struggling with at the moment. And so I was able to add value in that context. But if I'd gone in and just asked for an internship, I'd have gotten nowhere and she'd have realized I was a student straight off the bat. But by asking a smart question about something that I steered the conversation onto a topic I was familiar with, I was much better space. So get out and network, but do so in a meaningful way where you seek to bring value rather than getting things from others.
Yeah. And I mean, Kate, you have changed lanes successfully yourself, but you obviously are currently talking with a lot of your students. And I wanted to know what sort of advice and how the conversations you're having, maybe with some of the graduates in particular who are wondering what to do at the moment.
Yeah, so just before I changed lanes, I really dug deep and look at previous history and saying, what do I really enjoy about the roles that I've done, and what small aspects of the job do I really like? And one of them was training new staff, mentoring staff. So I thought, how can I use that in a different way, and how can I develop that? And HR wasn't really one of the lanes I wanted to go down in hospitality. So I thought, how can I explore that? And it wasn't until I started getting involved with the ITT and guest lecturing at the university that kind of opened up that channel. And I thought, oh, this could really be a possibility of me changing my career and still staying in travel and hospitality and an industry I love, but also really pulling on one of those skills that I had developed over however many years I worked in hospitality. And I could flourish in that role because I do love that aspect of passing on knowledge and sharing knowledge and getting new talent into the industry and fostering really great relationships with that talent. So for my students, I always say, you won't be coming out of the traps with so much experience that you can offer, but when you really drill down and think about what elements of roles that you will love, whether it be training, whether it be sales, whether it be communications, what is it that you really, really enjoy? And then how can you apply those to the roles that you want to find or the pathways you want to get into? And then you can start using your networks and pulling on contacts. And, just as Andrew was saying, you build up those networks around you. But I think that recognition of skill development needs to happen first, because then you really understand where it is that you want to be, and you're a little bit more strategic in what you then apply for, rather than leaving university and thinking, well, I'll just apply for every job because I don't know what I want. Some of that kind of groundwork needs to happen first, I think.
Thank you. Yeah, because Hadiel, obviously you go out there looking for people with certain skills, but how do people, how do they get in front of you, or how do they impress you when they are looking for a changing role or a new?
That's actually a really good question. I think a lot of what what we're talking about is transitioning to a different industry, but I think in terms of finding a new role and actually being recognized as a job seeker, it's pretty much the same things that you need to be doing. It's really being strategic, being smart about the way you actually job hunt, and actually seeing it as a full-time job. You really need to be dedicated. It is something you need to put time and effort into, but you also need a lot of patience. I think what a lot of people don't realize is that there is a huge amount of people looking for roles, but actually the caliber of people out there is really high, so the competition is really high. And also hiring itself is quite subjective, so you might be right for the right job, for the job that you're applying for, but actually in terms of cultural fit, you might not be the right fit. So I think it's key to realize that don't take it personally, learn from all the actual processes that you go through, and always ask for feedback as well. I think that's also really important. But I think one of the key things is, staying proactive. Really proactive is the key here. It's, making sure that you are not just sitting around waiting for a reply from an application that you've submitted, or a reply from an email that, you're trying to network. You really need to make sure that you are being proactive, you're being innovative in your approach, and also you are able to showcase your skill sets, really paint that picture in terms of when you transition. You might not necessarily have the actual job, the skill set that, you've done this job function because you're changing an industry, but you need to be able to showcase your skills, your experience, to show that you're capable of actually doing that role. And that's what's key when you're trying to transition to a different industry, I think.
Yeah, I think you make a good point there. I think, there will be a lot of people out there who maybe have always worked in travel and tourism, and that's a great part of our sector, but who also might be sitting there feeling very unconfident about the fact that they are now thinking, well, if I can't get a job in the sector that I know, how do I transition across? And we've all, Andrew, you made a great point about having, adding value to the conversation and not going in there. So I'd be interested in sort of, I guess, your advice to these people who are sitting there wondering and worrying how difficult that transition will be and what they might need to do. And we've mentioned networking, but I'm sure you've got other advice. So
I mean, I'd be happy to start off just in terms of when I'm actually working on specific briefs with a hiring manager in international education, which is a very specific industry. A lot of the hiring managers will say, actually, we're really happy to see people from the tourism and travel industry because they have the same, mentality, the characteristics, they're a really good fit for our industry. So we're happy to, look at people with those sort of skill sets. And so sometimes I have reached out to people from the industry. So just having an open mind, and also knowledge is key as well. If you want to transition into an industry and you don't know about it, ask questions, look online, have a look at news stories. For example, like our website is very industry specific. So really learn about the industry, but also don't just depend on job boards and recruiters. Recruiters are great because they can sort of see both sides of the interview table, but actually there's the hidden job market. And actually, interestingly, 80% of jobs are landed through the hidden job market, which is jobs that are not advertised online. So networking, it is really key.
Yeah, I haven't applied for a job in the past 5 years. Everything has come through people who've either that I've reached out to, seeing if there was an opportunity to collaborate or to work on something, or through them reaching out to me and seeing if I wanted to jump on board with something. And so absolutely 100%. It's finding ways to get yourself in front of other people, and particularly, by doing voluntary initiatives, I'm a big fan of as well, because it gives you opportunities like, getting involved in things like the Institute of Travel and Tourism or the Institute of Directors. The IOD for me has been a really big influence on everything that's happened for me, because I've been able to, the way I've been able to add value is that I've been directly collaborating with industry leaders from multiple sectors who, in the professional realm, in our own businesses, we have no reason to collaborate. We're in very different industries. But because we are all, ambassadors for the Institute of Directors, we collaborate on putting on events at the IOD. And that gives us an opportunity to work alongside one another, see what we're capable of and what we're made of, and ultimately get an understanding of the skill sets that we share, and that actually they're better at this, I'm better at that. And so I know who I'm reaching out to if I have questions about a particular industry or about a particular issue or problem. And likewise, that I'll often have people reach out to me with questions around specific areas that they feel I might be better placed to guide and advise them on. And so finding ways to collaborate with people, 100%. But even without that, going through LinkedIn and things like that, you would be amazed how many senior leaders are delighted and flattered by a young person reaching out to them and asking to pick their brains and just to ask some questions about how they got to where they got. People love it. Yes, you're not going to get to Bill Gates or Elon Musk, yeah, fine, but there are a lot of senior leaders out there who aren't necessarily as high profile that you can absolutely get a conversation with and just have a quick, even if it's a 15-minute Zoom call, just a 15-minute Zoom call. It's going to take 15 minutes of your time just for you to ask some questions, some pertinent questions. And if you impress them enough in that call, you'd be surprised what can happen.
I have to endorse that, Andrew, and I know Kate can as well, because certainly with our Future Year roadshows that we traditionally run around the country, we do bring in not just peer group and young professionals, but some very senior people in the sector. And you're quite right, they love to share their story and to encourage the next generation. And Kate, maybe you can add to that. And actually also, how I think the hidden job market worked for you really when you transitioned over, and it was largely to do with the networking that you had done.
It was. So one small aspect of the role that I was in, so I was a senior event manager at a large corporate hotel company. I absolutely had no experience of delivering presentations to very large groups. I was a team leader, and yes, I would present, sales forecasts and what have you to hotel teams, but the ITT Future Year Roadshow was the very first time that I was in front of, I think we had about 200 students in the room, and I had to tell my career story. And I thought, I'm really diving into the deep end here of my biggest fear, which was mass public speaking. And then now that's ended up being my daily job. I stand up in front of huge, well, not during coronavirus lockdown, but generally stand up in big, large groups and deliver lectures to them. So if it wasn't for that invitation from the ITT to say, can you come along and maybe talk about how you got into hospitality, challenges that you faced? And yes, I definitely wanted to get my story over, but it was very much a learning curve for me. And then that kind of acted as the springboard, to be honest, to then start conversations with the university and see if I could start guest lecturing, and that development went on from there. So really it's about tapping into the network that you already know and fostering those good relationships with people and taking any opportunity you can to build those skills, because presenting was probably my biggest fear, and now you can stick me in front of however many people and I'll get up on stage and speak to them. So yeah, volunteer your time, volunteer your skills, and really develop that way. And then when you come to apply for a role, you can say, well, here's everything I've done to get this far, and now I feel I'm ready for this position.
Thank you. Well, we are can you believe it? We're running out of time. I can't bear it. Talk about it forever. Something I'm very passionate about. But I think, my final question to all of you would be, I guess just key advice that you would give people listening today around, maybe the skills they might need to display or think about honing. I mean, Kate, you just mentioned one there, as they start thinking about maybe transitioning across into other sectors. So I'm going to just carry on and say, Hadil, maybe you could go first, and then Andrew, and then Kate. Thank you.
So of course, I think it's, again, stay positive, stay proactive, be yourself, really try to pinpoint what it is that you enjoy doing, and then try to paint a picture for an employer. And also, just make these meaningful connections, make it a habit, sort of, you get into a habit of networking, and then sort of try and build these sort of relationships, learn from people, and then also, just try and maybe ask questions, ask how did you get to the role that you're in, because actually they might be able to give you advice, they might be able to recommend you, and also just tell everyone that you're job hunting as well. That's really sort of worth doing, just letting everybody know that you are looking and you're open to having them refer you to a friend or an employer or somebody that might be able to help. And actually another interesting fact is I think 40% of people who referred to an employer, for example, are more likely to get an interview. So it is really, really worth sort of getting those networks going and just speaking to people.
Thanks, Adil. Andrew.
So I was thinking of saying something different, but then I think it's just worth hammering home and really say invest in relationships and skills growth. Like 100%. It is. We get told as soon as we leave university that we need to start investing in our pension as early as possible because of the miracle of compound interest, right? So you must. The earlier you start investing, the bigger it's going to grow. The more time it's got, the better it is. But the same is true of relationships and skills. The earlier you start investing in your own growth and in your own network of meaningful relationships and connections with people, it will pay dividends over the duration of your life. And it may take a long time. I feel like at the moment I'm sort of the last 5 years has been a long grind of lots and lots of voluntary or things that I've been doing alongside lots of different things, and it's all culminating at the same time because I've been consistent with investing in it and putting that time and energy into it. And it really pays dividends not just professionally or financially, in terms of the emotional support, in terms of the friendships that come out of it, in terms of your own mental health. So invest in relationships and growth of skills, and that's something that you can only really do by investing time, the ultimate resource.
If I could just add something as well, I think it's really important to sort of remember that if you are looking to transition into a new division or sort of a new industry, into a new role, it's fine to sort of take a step back, even if it's financial, sort of just come back down a little bit, in terms of the salary that you might be earning, or actually the role itself, until you can improve yourself. And even if you don't think that you can do something, just say yes and then learn how to do it and figure it out and use your initiative and actually, just build on that, and slowly you'll sort of get where you are comfortable.
Thank you. Kate, do you want the last word?
What I would say is travel, tourism and hospitality industry is very people intensive and it's very experience based. And one thing I learned of all of the job interviews that I've been through is the one that used to get me, and I was always on the back foot, is the tell me about a time question. And in an interview situation, you get, brain fog and you think, oh, there's so many, I don't know which one to pick out. So one piece of advice I always give my students now is to keep a personal journal of all of these little experiences and little examples of when they've done a great job or when they've managed a project or when they've done a not so great job, and just keep note of all of these things throughout their whole career and keep it with them, so that the night before or a week before an interview they can pull it out and review and do kind of a self-assessment really of how far they've come and what they actually know, so that they're prepared for these interviews. And I think especially with changing lanes, you need to look at these examples that are transferable. And yes, you may not have direct experience within that specific role. Otherwise, why would you be applying for that role if you did? So think about what can be transferred, and your prep time should be heavily reduced by keeping that journal. So hopefully that should help.
Well, and exactly the same goes for if you receive a lovely email from a colleague or manager complimenting you on something that you've done, or a text message, doesn't matter. If they've written it down, store it. Have a special email folder, which is your lovely things that people have said about me, that then you can bring out as references and things that people have said about you that you can talk about in an interview. And you can say, here's a sheet of things that people have said about me that are lovely, and you can go and ask them.
It's a great confidence boost as well, because at a time when you are applying, your confidence takes a knock. So that confidence boost of looking back on those great experiences is always handy.
That's great. Thank you, all three of you, so much. There's been, as I said, we could have carried on, and I know you've got a lot more advice to give, but thank you very much for your time and for your support of ITT Future on our inaugural conference. And I look forward to seeing you all again soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so moving on to the next session, innovating your future. I've got 3 people that are really specialized in business, sales and marketing here with me today. So I'm just going to ask them to introduce themselves and tell us a little bit more about their business. So if I start with Atlin, first of all.
Hi everyone, my name's Atlin Ford. I'm the founder and managing director of Alpha Marketing, a marketing agency that specializes in travel, tourism and hospitality. So we've got a range of clients ranging from hoteliers, tourist boards, travel agents and other hospitality companies such as restaurants and bars that we support.
Great, thank you. James.
Hi there, I'm James. I'm Head of Client Services at TR10 Travel. We're a fairly new travel technology company, and we specialise in building websites for travel agents that sell holidays, which is always quite good. So yeah.
Great, thank you. And Callum?
Awesome, yeah. Hi everyone, I'm Callum and I'm VP Business Development at Unwrapped. We're a travel technology startup and we build digital destination guides for brands across the travel industry. So we work with cruise companies, airlines, OTAs, hotels, and now even Airbnb hosts.
So, Atlin, just kick us off. I know that you've got a lot of experience in marketing, in particular, marketing and communications. And also that's very international as well, your experience. So would you tell us kind of some of the key skills that you think make successful marketeers?
Yeah, very varied. I mean, I've been in the travel and tourism industry for over 20 years, and within that time, I've done lots of different roles. Most of them have been global, and so meeting with different people across Europe, EMEA, within the Caribbean, Americas, etc. And I think that's been something really that's been benefited me throughout my career in terms of having such varied outreach to different parts of the world, but also in terms of different parts of the tourism industry. So I've worked for a tourist board. I was director of marketing for the St. Lucia Tourist Board. I've also worked for a hotel group, was the head of marketing, also a luxury tour operator, and global GDS. So it has been quite varied, but that experience has really helped me in terms of launching the marketing agency.
And you wanted to branch out into that yourself for what reason? What was your motivation?
To be honest with you, I've always wanted to have my own business since I was really young, and I've always had a passion for marketing. And then I got into tourism, kind of unexpected really. I've been working in marketing for many years, and then my family are from St. Lucia, and I happened to get the role, a marketing role within the St. Lucia Tourist Board, and that's really where my love and passion for the tourism and travel market started. But I always had the desire to start my own business, and then obviously as marketing was my career choice, that became the natural thing for me to build my business from. But it is something I think that is within me, and I think you need to have that passion for wanting a business, and in terms of which sector your business is in, because it is challenging, and so you need to have that drive and motivation to keep you going when times are difficult.
Yeah. And Callum, your business is a startup. Are there any particular skills that you feel like you've learned quickly through this process?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think startups are really built on that idea of uncertainty. I mean, when I first joined Unwrapped, it was a group of 5 founders who had a basic idea of the kind of product they wanted to build, but no real idea of which market it was suited to. And over the past kind of 5 years, we've changed our name, we've changed our logo, we've developed new products, and we've just moved around into lots of different target markets. So I think the most important skill I guess I've learned was to be incredibly flexible and not to kind of stick to initial, I guess, gut reactions to things. But I guess maybe more specifically, I've been able to start off working in B2C marketing, building communities and operations. I then pivoted to B2B and started working on B2B sales, both SMBs and for enterprises. And so it's been a real kind of journey through all these different parts of the industry that I think is a really unique thing you can get out of working in a small, scrappy startup from the beginning.
Okay, and James, you work with lots of different businesses, startups and so on. How do you help startups in particular through that process?
Well, building a website is more and more a really important place to start marketing, and especially in these times when people can't even visit branches, for travel agents in particular. So our background, and TR10 Travel is a sub-brand of a larger brand that's been around for about 12 years. And so we took what we do for other brands and other sectors and verticals and applied that to the travel industry. So we tried to make our products a lot more affordable. we put content first. So we really try and empathise with the visitor or whoever the travel agent's trying to convert. So put ourselves in the shoes of the customer who's trying to search and really think about what do they want to see. So yeah, in terms of helping new business, we try and direct them to making sure that their content is on point, and we also we're very particular in who we onboard onto our websites in terms of the suppliers. So we make sure that we've worked with other suppliers in the past who maybe have had quite poor quality content or it's been slow to load, and we've just said, right, well, that's not who we want to work with. We want to work with people that provide content quickly and make sure that the quality of it is really strong, so the imagery is nice, the text is actually human, and it's not just kind of made up or poorly translated. So yeah, there's some key things when it comes to the travel industry.
Yeah, okay. And content is really interesting one, I think, when it comes to marketing, and you hear that word a lot nowadays with influencers and so on. And just going back to Callum, I think content is a big part of what your business is and what you provide as a service.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we came to the table, I guess, trying to solve one of the big problems with content marketing, which is how you're able to generate lots of content at scale without spending huge amounts of money and spending a lot of time on it. And our model really was to think about how can we democratize this a little bit? How can we give power to locals and people in destinations around the world, and also use that to help power travel brands who are so desperate to give that really authentic, as James was saying, that really authentic experience when they're booking and also when they're in a destination. And I think that's, again, that's something that we still strive to achieve every day.
Yeah. And Atlin, from your perspective, I know that St. Lucia is just so content rich. So having been director of marketing there, I know content, visual content in particular, is amazing to have. How do you find that important now that you're running your own business?
Oh, definitely. I mean, I think sometimes it's about selecting the right content for the right audience, and also being quite creative in terms of how you put that across. Obviously, within the tourism sector, there's all these wonderful destinations around the world, and so it is about trying to think creatively about how you can kind of appeal to the audience, thinking about that emotional connection, and I also think partnerships. So, as a tourist board and as a marketing agency, we are always looking for those key partnerships within the industry, whether it be with travel agents, tour operators, the airlines, and other suppliers. And I think, again, that's something that I learned throughout my career in terms of networking, and people that I met from many years ago, pop up. The tourism industry and travel is something that people love, and they find it hard to leave. And that's what I found. I did try to leave tourism once upon a time, but ended up coming back. And you do find that networking and people that you meet are really what sells. And so I think that's really important, and as well as always to think about your audiences when thinking about content, but also about partnerships and where you can place your content, because there's no point obviously having this wonderful piece of text that you have in a blog or on your website. You want others to be able to share that and to place on their blogs and websites too, and other travel agents to use it, and publications and trade publications as well as consumers to use your content as well. So I think it's not just about thinking about how you can use it effectively, but how others within the tourism sector can also benefit from using your content too. And that's kind of copy as well as images, and now video. Video is such an important part of tourism, and that's kind of the key thing that I'm trying to push for my clients at the moment.
Yeah, that makes sense. And now that you're running your own business, has it been challenging? Has it been how you expected it to be?
I mean, definitely challenges, but there are highs as well as low. I mean, I think when you have your own business, the highs of getting a new client or delivering a campaign that's effective for them is much harder than when you're working for somebody else, because you've worked hard and you've seen where it started from and where it's got to. So I think the highs are fantastic, and being able to, I suppose, work with people on a more personal level. Every client is important to me, and I feel that I have a relationship with them, and I want to do my best for them, for their business, and want to see it grow. So there are challenges. Growing a business is not necessarily quick. You have to be in it for the long run, and then you get those financial issues as well. I mean, you get your financial highs and you get your financial lows. But I think when you have got the passion for what you do and the determination to do well for your clients, I think you can see yourself through those challenging times. But I think the key thing for me has been just getting out there, getting that awareness. As I said, meeting those people that I've met before, that network that I've got, and people realizing that I now have got my own agency, and understanding how I can support them. So one of the key things I'm trying to do is not just to appeal to large clients. People often think that, oh, a marketing agency, that's not for me, that's only for, people with big budgets. But, really trying to appeal to a lot of independent travel agents who do struggle with their marketing. They need more support than some of the big companies. And so I've got packages that start from, much lower cost point that people may consider. And so I think, there's marketing is for everybody now. But occasionally people just need a little push, a little bit of help to get them through a difficult moment, or just to show them how it's done, really. And I think once they've got the tools, people are quite happy to go out there and do it themselves. And that's really what I'm trying to do, to appeal to everybody and to help the whole industry to do better in terms of marketing.
Yeah, okay. Callum, Atlin mentioned that awareness was really important for her. I'm guessing from your perspective as being a startup brand, the kind of level of awareness is quite low. So has that been a challenge, and any other challenges that you faced?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Particularly at the beginning, it was a huge challenge for us. The travel technology market is pretty crowded, and getting our voice out there was difficult. But really, I think the key for us was finding some really great design partners right in those early stages. We really thought about the companies where we could add the most benefit with the initial versions of our products. We went out there, we were allowed to do a full-scale implementation with a few of them, and that really gave us a huge amount of feedback, and also obviously the most kind of valuable source at that point, which is feedback from those companies on how we can improve the product for that vertical. So yeah, I think that was absolutely a big challenge in the early days. I think the second thing as well was, the travel industry with all its different verticals is unbelievably complicated, and often different verticals will have different challenges. In the beginning, one of our solutions was all built around email marketing. So we developed a very, very advanced platform, or section of our platform dedicated to email marketing and sending automatic emails to guests at hotels. We took it to market. No one was really interested in it. I spoke to a few of our key leads and customers, and they all told me that they were trying to move away from email and trying to consolidate everything into fewer communication channels. And so, again, it's a huge challenge to bring the right product at the right time. And I think what we've really tried to do, apart from that early mistake, I guess, is to be nimble and fast and be able to iterate quickly to really make the most out of those customers.
Yeah. And you mentioned really great design partners, so I'm going to move on to James here. So you recently designed our brand new ITT Future You website, which looks amazing. I wondered from your side, as your people don't perceive you necessarily as a travel business, but you're very much an essential part of the industry. How do you go about bringing in new B2B customers?
So for me, the travel industry, it goes back to what Atlin and Callum have both been saying. It's about the network and the community. And what I would say is that the community have been really, really keen to bring us on board and have been really welcoming. And I mean, even just meeting you, Danny, was just at a random conference. We got chatting, and people are really good at networking and just introducing themselves. That's been a big help in just explaining what we do. But the core method for us, and that it always has been, even in the parent brand TR10, has always been just offering a really good level of service, to the point that we get word of mouth recommendations. So we came very much into the market because we did a really good website for a travel agent, and then the tour operator that we integrate for them said, look, we like what you've done the best so far, so can you please just start to do this for other agencies and try and branch out. And then it's been very much word of mouth. Somebody said, oh, and it's a case of keeping in touch with your customers. So once you've finished your project, no matter what it is, whether it's marketing or offering content, just keeping in touch and just checking on them, just being friendly more than anything. And it's not even a case of trying to upsell every so often. It's just kind of saying, oh, how's things going, and keeping in touch. That really helps, I think, and because that keeps you in people's minds. And travel is very much a network of people. I mean, agencies might be 2 streets away and they'll still be friends, the owners. They're not overly competitive because often people have got their own market. So yeah, I think it's just being the best, delivering the best service you can. That's been really good for us. But yeah, there's other methods. So pay-per-click and so on is a one that we spend quite a bit of time making sure that we've got the right strategies for pay-per-click and that kind of thing. But yeah, I think word of mouth traditional works really well too.
Yeah, okay. And the account management side of things, I think, is really important. There are so many jobs out there within the industry, and sometimes people get those a little bit mixed up between sales and account management. I think some of the kind of the relationship building that you need to do is really important. Atlin, do you have any tips from a relationship building perspective? Because you mentioned that networking is really key. Are there any pieces of advice that you would give to people that are good ways of building that relationship?
Yeah, I think being, it's all about relationships in the travel industry, and I think being genuine, being authentic, being helpful, I think is really important, and that's really what I've tried to do to increase awareness. So I do put out a lot of content with helpful tips and information, lots of things, I just kind of push it out there on my blog, on my social feed, just that people will find it helpful, and then from there, if they engage, then you can start that conversation virtually. But I do think what James said about keeping in touch, I think is also really important. Going to these large events, conferences, I think are really helpful. And I do really hope that we can get back out there and start to have those face-to-face interactions. These calls and things that are great, the video conferencing, but it really doesn't beat that face-to-face interaction, having a drink with someone after hours, building that rapport from there. And I think, I've sort of had various different roles, and many of the people that I engaged with, I said many years ago, I'm in touch with still now. And it's not about trying to sell anything. It's literally just a case of sharing ideas quite often. If I do post something, they're more inclined to like it and to share it. And I've also actually got a travel expert series at the moment. And again, it's all about sharing information and helping people. And that's just other people in the industry kind of answering a few questions and sharing their thoughts and ideas. And I think when you collaborate with people, not necessarily with selling, you can really come up with some great, wonderful ideas. And so I think it is just that key. Act like humans, help each other, and then the business will come, but that doesn't have to be at the forefront always.
Yeah, okay. And I think international is a really important part of what we do, and having the opportunity to travel and meet people and experiences. So, James, I understand that you spent some time working in Australia in the past, and I just wondered, were there any key skills that you learned from that you think have really helped you in your career since you had that experience?
Yeah, well, so I did all sorts of work over there, spent a year there, and one of my roles was just in a call centre, but it was actually for Carnival Cruises. So that's kind of what sparked my interest in travel. And when I came back and when we saw this opportunity to work and travel more, that's really sparked my interest. But I did all sorts of kind of farm work and that kind of thing as well. So I think get out there and try different experiences, because you never know what you might find suits you. But yeah, for me, coming back and having a little insight into travel, and then working in a web development and software company, and we in TR10 as a parent brand, we deal with all sorts of verticals, so finance, pharmaceuticals, energy, which are all good sectors to work in, but not as exciting as holiday. And I really got a buzz when I was working at Carnival Cruises of actually just selling something that people want and working. It wasn't even a sell. It was somebody would call up and say, I want this cruise, and you'd say, perfect, done. Travel sells itself in a lot of respects when you've got the quality content there and when people are excited about it. So I would just say try anything and everything, and you might find something that suits you more than ever. I never assumed that I'll be working in the travel industry, albeit a little bit indirectly, but yeah, just try new things.
Yeah, okay. And Callum, you're kind of on the journey, if you like, as far as your career is concerned. I just wondered, are there any career highlights, any experiences, anything that you've been through already that really stands out that you've been proud of or been happy to be involved in?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, as I said before, we've gone through a lot of uncertain moments as a startup and a lot of different pivots. And I mean, I think the first big, win for me was when I ended up leading our transition from B2C to B2B. That was a really big moment where I kind of, stepped up, did the research, and really got stuck in on how we could move all of our company's operations to start serving businesses. And I guess then the biggest moment after that was we actually ended up signing a pretty large deal with a major cruise company as well, to get our content out serving about 800 ports around the world. And that was a really exciting moment for us. As a company, it really allowed us to spread our wings and start to serve out some really incredible recommendations to millions of people a year. So as a young entrepreneur, it doesn't get quite better than that.
Yeah, excellent. And Atlin, for all of the different sort of travel experiences and brands that you've worked with over the years, Are there any sort of favorite experiences that stand out to you, something that you've really enjoyed?
I've enjoyed so many things. I said the travel industry is a great industry to work in. But I think sometimes it's becoming those challenges, I think, from when you've done something amazing that gives you that real high, as I said. And so I think, I'd say, when I've been more daring and come out the other end, or when I felt that bit of fear and I've come through that and achieved something by trying something new. And so those kind of new markets, so doing campaigns within Europe, going into EMEA and into the Middle East and doing marketing to those audiences. Again, at first, it's new, so you're unfamiliar, but then when you find that what you have put out there, it has delivered, and you are able to engage with new audiences, and you can pivot and do something different to appeal to these audiences. It's a really great achievement, and that is definitely a high when I feel like I've faced something new and I've overcome a challenge and I've been able to deliver. That's been something really positive.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, lots of positivity there, and lots of great tips on sales, business development, and marketing. So I wanted to thank you all for giving your time today and for taking part in this event. Really appreciate it. So thank you.
Thank you.
What a great session that was, Danny. To everyone listening at home, and there are hundreds of you, welcome to the Travel Massive panel. Travel Massive has become the go-to global network for travel industry insiders, leaders, and innovators. We aim to connect our members, not only with each other, but also with ideas and with possibilities. I'm the chapter leader for London. Over the next 25 minutes, I'm going to introduce you, and you'll see them appearing on screen any moment, to our chapter leaders from Hoi An, Bangkok, Washington, DC, and Colorado. I have genuinely always taken a lot of pleasure from how international the Travel Massive network is. When I'm traveling abroad for business or for pleasure, there's always someone in that city I can connect with. If you have questions for the chapter leaders, please do put them in the live chat, and in the live chat also let us know where you're watching from. I'm going to do this by following the sun, traveling east to west. So firstly, heading to Hoi An. Good evening, Natalia.
Good evening, Matt. Well, it's good afternoon for you. Good evening for me. Hi, everyone. How fellow chapter leaders?
So in terms of your story, Natalia, you've had a really exciting journey. How did you end up moving from Russia to Vietnam, and how did you get involved in the travel sector?
Lots of people find it as an exciting story. For me, it's just my life. So I moved from Russia to Vietnam 7 years ago, and I actually kind of accidentally found myself in travel industry. Before, my background was in marketing, and when I moved to Ho Chi Minh City, shortly after my move, I found a job as a marketing manager at a travel company. After that, I was growing, and I became a country manager for another tour operator. And that's why I actually moved to Hoi An, where I've been based for the last 3 years. And I've been running Hoi An and Da Nang combined chapter for the same time.
And when you moved to Hoi An, you then also set up your own business.
Yes, well, I moved before to Hoi An as a part of the company where I used to work, because they relocated me there. They were opening a new office. But yeah, almost 2 years ago, I quit that job, and I started working on my new business, which was initially the brand existed by itself. My company name is Secret Eats. The brand has been around for a while, but it was a pop-up dining initially. And I took the brand and I changed the concept to travelers. And I started creating secret cocktail and secret dining experiences in Hoi An.
My understanding is that COVID has meant that you've had to pivot your business. What are you focusing on right now?
Well, currently, well, we normally work with international travelers. It's hard for us to focus on domestic market, what we are still trying to do, but it's quite tough. So we decided to currently focus on online cocktail experiences. We just started recently our new experience. We're already getting some interest, so we'll see how it goes.
Super. You've run quite a few online events yourself for Travel Massive recently. One thing that is worth noticing is most of the live events, they're the replay option on the Travel Massive website. What have been your favorite recent events?
I think the most viewed event was about digital marketing tools. So it was our first live event, and I think it brought the most viewers and the best feedback. Because we were focusing on what people in travel industry can do right now. Instead of wasting their time, instead of waiting, they can still actually focus on their marketing. So that event was the most useful for myself as well.
Super. Thank you very much, Natalia. So moving 1,000 kilometers west to Bangkok, I'm going to bring Rick onto the screen now. Good evening, Rick.
Matthew Sawadi Krupp to everybody, and greetings from Bangkok.
So Rick, you used to be in finance in Boston, and now you're a travel blogger, documentary producer, podcaster living in Bangkok. How did that complete reinvention come around, and how did you do it?
Yeah, Matthew, I had a pretty traditional 9-to-5 life, as you said, in financial services, but 2008 was the Great Recession. I got laid off, and I took those lemons and I made some lemonade. The next year, I spent 12 months traveling around the world, went to about 25 different countries. And during that year, I realized I did not want to go back to a traditional 9-to-5 environment. I wanted a more fulfilling life. I wanted travel to be part of it. So I got back to the US after that travels, and I pursued this goal two different ways. One, I started a couple of different businesses having nothing to do with travel. One of them ended up being successful, and that drives most of my income. But in 2014, I dipped my toe into the waters in travel industry. I opened up my first blog, small investment, $600. And since then, it's been a really strong and steady incremental growth year over year of professionalizing, in essence, my travel career.
Super. And Rick, you seem to have the online networking piece perfected. What recommendations would you make for someone who currently can't network in the physical world and has to do that online?
Yeah, a couple of thoughts here. One, stating the obvious, everybody should have LinkedIn. It's a great platform, a great place to network. The other thing, and giving a little tip of the hat to Travel Massive, if you're going to go fishing, go where the fish are. As you noted, there's 60,000 travel professionals on the network. And one thing I found out the other year, I was doing a little test. I Googled my name, went to Google, Rick Gazarian, typed it in, and I noted the fifth listing for my name, it was my Travel Massive profile. And LinkedIn did not show up on the first page whatsoever. So what I'm suggesting is make sure that you do have a Travel Massive profile if you want to be in the travel industry. Make sure it's current and updated and robust, because that might be one of the first things that people might see when they start doing some research on you.
Super. Thank you very much, Rick. And in terms of projects at the moment, what have you got going on over there in Bangkok?
Yeah, wearing a lot of different hats. I'm still working on my podcast. I'm working on content for my blog, which is more evergreen, and trying to help out with Travel Massive by hosting a number of events here in Southeast Asia, as well as for the Travel Massive global platform as well.
Super. Thank you very much, Rick. So we're going to head to Washington, DC now, or actually we're going to head to our Washington chapter leader, but she's currently in San Francisco. So good morning, Natalia.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Great to have you on. So Natalia, you've a very impressive background. You were previously content social media manager at Brand USA, a lecturer at Georgetown University. you're now a freelance communications consultant. What took you freelance, and what are you currently working on?
So I decided to go freelance because I felt like I was kind of doing the same thing over and over again at my job at Brand USA, though that was my dream job and I loved doing it. Working on marketing and communications for the entire US was an amazing experience, but I felt like I needed to do something a little bit more international. So I had the opportunity to go out on my own to start the Urban Nomad LLC, now based in California. So it's a little early here, 5:30, but bear with me. And at that opportunity, I was able to go work at the World Bank, working with international destinations there, and on my own through my own brand. So right now, as everyone said, COVID has kind of thrown us a curveball, but I'm still actually working on some pretty exciting projects, which has kept me going. So I'm working on currently a couple of remote training programs for entrepreneurs in indigenous communities in the US. So I'm helping them take their cultural heritage and different tourism products online to platforms like Airbnb and other options. So that's currently in the works right now. I'm also working with a community in upstate Michigan called Big Bay, and I'm helping their businesses adapt to COVID, helping them with marketing, how they can talk to travelers about regulations and still communicate that they have a great social distancing product because they're up in the woods, and so they're kind of perfectly positioned to capitalize on this opportunity. And I have a couple other things in the works, but those are the most exciting and relevant things to COVID right now, and kind of how the travel industry is pivoting.
Super. And there's probably a lot of people listening at the moment who are considering whether or not freelance might be the right solution for them, or is something that they're going to pursue for the foreseeable future. For you, what have been the biggest pros and cons of going freelance?
I would say the biggest pro for me is being able to pick my projects. So I get to choose, who I get to work with, which is wonderful, and I have an amazing array of collaborators across the world that I'm very privileged to work with. It also allows for flexibility, which of course everyone would say. I had a baby a couple months ago, and so it's allowed me to work from home and pick my travel schedule, which was chosen for me given this current environment. But I am glad that I get to still be home with the baby in the short term, and then in the long term kind of go around that. And it's also been incredibly challenging and gratifying for me. So there's times, I think Atlin mentioned in the last session that being on your own is challenging, or you're building a new business, but I think I've grown and learned a lot. And I don't think in a bigger corporate environment you get pushed in the same ways, because you have such a safety net of other people around you. So that, I think that's a positive, but also a challenge, of course, because the buck stops with you. So you're the only one that has to get that project done, market yourself, manage your website, do all those different things. So that has definitely been a challenge. And of course, I think people are concerned about income when you go freelance. And luckily, if you market yourself well and price yourself competitively, but also really drill down on your value proposition, you can get work. And I've been able to make the same, if not more money on my own. So I think that's something that people don't always talk about, but it is important. It is a job. So you need to talk about how you price yourself and what you're really offering and how it's different than other people. So those are all different challenges, but those are real challenges. And I'm happy to talk to anyone online right now about that if you're curious in going that path.
Super, thank you very much. And one of the areas you obviously specialize on is crisis communications. Very quickly, if you could give a few top tips for brands right now, what would they be?
So I would say to make sure to stay abreast of what's actually going on and understand who your target audiences are. So not just the travel consumer, but the different companies that are trying to navigate these waters at a destination level. You should be abreast of all the local regulations and everything that a traveler needs to do, but help the businesses also in your community get through this as well. So it's a big industry, as was mentioned in the earlier session, and there's a lot of different pieces. And so part of that is understanding who the different players are and how your messaging should change. I remember being at a conference with a destination who had just had a hurricane, and they were posting pictures of like beautiful beaches in the middle of a hurricane. And those are not the kinds of things that you should be doing during a crisis. Just like right now, destinations are moving away from posting pictures of people in close proximity at things like bars here in the US that are still closed. So really understanding, who your target audience is, what they need to hear, and making sure that you work with all your stakeholders from the government level and health department in this case, all the way down to the different businesses.
Super. Thank you ever so much. So finally, heading to Colorado, Juliana, good morning.
Hi, nice to see you.
Hey, so you're an Emmy award-winning travel video journalist and a former host on CNN.
CNN Airport. Yes, if you sit in the airport, not lately, but you would see me playing on the TV.
Can I start by asking you to show our audience just how impressive your home setup is in terms of video production?
Oh man, I should have set everything up. Give me a second. Actually, yes, I've really been enjoying just having some fun with all the tech stuff. I actually have recently, invested into my home setup because this is important. The only way we can communicate is on video. And so I definitely was like, okay, I'm going to put some lights around and, all this stuff. So it's been quite an adventure. I don't know if you want to see, but like, for example, I can show you all my stuff here, my new switcher and reflectors and microphones and all kinds of fun stuff. So it's been busy over here.
Because of lockdowns, a lot of people are having to do interviews via video conference at the moment. As someone who spends their career in front of a camera, what tips would you give anyone who's having to do a video interview?
Yeah, great question. There are some very small things that you can do at home, as simple as putting your computer on a couple of books so that the camera is at your eye level. Because looking from a lower position up is just, you see a lot of nostrils. It's not as flattering. And then, if you have a tall computer, you're looking down at yourself. And so if you imagine just the metaphor of looking down at somebody, nobody wants to be looked down at. So there's just some small things like facing a window versus the window is behind you, you'll look like a Secret Service agent. So there's definitely some positioning your office in a different way than maybe where you had it pre-COVID. Now you're starting to think about, okay, where's the best sound? Can I hear the train? Is there airplanes and air conditioning happening? So you just have to be strategic in your spot and maybe move.
You started to make me feel self-conscious then.
Sorry. And right now, for example, it's kind of a weird light in here because it's what, 6:30 in the morning, but definitely time of day, like at nighttime, you have a different environment than in the daytime. So yeah, I mean, it could be professional or it could be simple, but just keep that in mind as the more that you turn on your camera.
Super. Well, thank you very much. We've got a couple of minutes left. Can I ask you about what are you working on at the moment? Anything that's particularly exciting you?
Oh, well, actually, you caught me at a funny moment because right now I'm in the middle of emceeing a virtual conference just like this one. So I'm lucky I'm not on stage for that conference, but that's what's exciting is we can log in and I'm in London, and then I log in and I'm in New York, and then here I'm in Denver. So it's exciting that you can be everywhere and you don't have the stress of being in an airplane and being late and being sleepy. There's a lot more flexibility. And, the world is evolving to virtual. We're really accepting it. So I honor everybody who's just figuring out how to do Zoom calls, figuring out how to do StreamYard, and these are skills now more as much as Microsoft Word and spreadsheets are. The video world is coming for you.
Super. Well, thank you ever so much for joining us this morning. I'm just going to bring the other chapter leaders back in. Thank you to all of you. Quick question for you, Natalia. That's coming. When are we going to have a Travel Massive cocktail making session with the Hoi An chapter?
Well, there was already one participant who is the head of Travel Massive, who was joining one of our test sessions. It was Ian, obviously. And I told him earlier that, yes, I want to organize something for Travel Massive chapter leaders. So I'll message in the group, guys. Let's organize something together.
Super. Well, Natalia, Juliana, Talia, and Rick, thank you ever so much for joining us today. It was obviously a speedy introduction, but I can see everyone online has enjoyed the comments that you've made and shared with us this afternoon. To everyone at home, please do stay listening. We've got some great sessions coming up this afternoon. Later, we've got a session on navigating the career ladder. After that, we're moving on to talk about kickstarting your career in the travel sector. Right now, though, we're back to Danny Wayne and a panel session on taking the leap and becoming an entrepreneur. So thank you, everyone, for listening, and please do remain tuned in this afternoon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our next session, which is called Taking the Leap. I'm joined today by three very different people who've got backgrounds and started their own businesses, and we're really interested to find out more about their stories. So I'm going to start with our, let's say, newest business, new kid on the block. So Melissa, would you like to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your business?
Yeah, absolutely, Danny. I'm Melissa Tilling. I'm CEO of a startup social enterprise travel company, Charitable Travel. What we do is help charities to fundraise and our customers to donate to the charity of their choice whenever they book holidays and travel through us. That's our social purpose, and that's why we exist.
Great, thank you. Angus, I believe you've just celebrated your first birthday, so you're next in line. So tell us a little bit more about yourself and your business.
Yeah, thanks, Danny. I am co-founder and chief financial officer of Hollybob. Hollybob is a business-to-business marketplace for tours and experiences. So we're solving the distribution and aggregation piece in the tours and experience market. We have a highly fragmented and disparate supply base in this space of small mum and dad startups or pop-up suppliers, and we take those, aggregate them, and essentially give consumer-facing travel brands a great into an exciting space.
Great, thank you. And Martin, can you believe it? I'm going to introduce you as being around the longest. So if you could introduce yourself and tell us a little bit more about your business, please.
Yes, my name is Martin. I'm co-founder and director of Latin Routes and Polar Routes. And yes, normally we are speaking as kind of a newish travel company, but we are in fact 8 years old now. Yeah, we specialize, Latin Routes specializes in tailor-made and group holidays to Latin America, and Polar Routes specializes as a wholesaler for expedition cruises to the polar regions.
Right, thank you. And Martin, do you want to just tell us a little bit more about your career and how you got to Latin Routes, a bit of your background?
Yeah, so I started off sort of in travel in a few repping jobs. I worked for Eurocamp many years ago during university, and Crystal Ski for a season as well. But I actually came out of university with an architecture degree, with the first 3 years of an architecture degree, and kind of accepted at that point that I was not going to become an architect because I wasn't talented enough to design amazing buildings, and didn't fancy a career in garage conversions and loft conversions. So so I came to a crossroads, and I suppose like many of us fell into travel. I started my sort of proper career at Trailfinders as a worldwide sales consultant, and grew my travel career from there into management. And it's there that I met my business partner, and the idea for Latin Routes came around, which was launched in 2012, and obviously been at Latin Routes building the company ever since.
Yeah, excellent, thank you. And Anne graduated around about 2018, so tell us a little bit more about your route. How did you get where you are?
Frozen.
Nah, that's spot on. Yeah, so I graduated 2 years ago now, and I've done a master's in economics, so it was going to be slightly different to the travel space, and it was my initial thinking. But my now business partner, with the pair of us, lived together in our final year at university, and we started selling ski holidays just online, and we started a business effectively giving sort of the mid-range, the sort of 20 to 35 pre-family ski trips at affordable rates, and had some really good success with that, which was exciting. And then while we were trying to look for a summer counterbalance to the ski business, we realized that actually there was a potential opportunity for an aggregator, specifically focusing on business-to-business distribution in the tours and experience space. So off the back of our experience of running our ski business, which was quite a steep and quite an interesting learning curve, we kind of begun to understand the industry, and felt that the opportunity presented itself for Hollybob. So we started Hollybob, and glad to say we're now a year in.
Yeah, exciting stuff. And I can see that Martin's moved on from architecture into interior design there, showing around the house as he's on the move. Melissa, I know you've had lots of experience within the industry before you started the business, so if you could just tell us a bit more about your background, please.
Yeah, sure. Martin used the phrase "fell into travel." I did that 33 years ago. Went into a job centre looking for a temporary job. Ended up working for, at the time, one of the largest tour operators in the country, almost by accident, a company called Intersun, and absolutely fell in love with the environment, the energy, the people within the industry, and thought, well, this is really what I want to do. Got more experience, got supervisor job, moved into operations, and then moved to a couple of different companies to get more experience, and kind of found myself then in commercial purchasing operations, commercial purchasing side of tour operating at long haul tour operators. I had the joy of, at the time in my career, spending months overseas in places like Thailand and and around the world, and had a great time. I then moved into the solid commercial side of the business, looking at pricing and margin, working for long haul tour operators, until I joined Funway Holidays, an established long haul operator, in 2008 as product development director, and then moved through to being managing director up until August last year, and decided that the time was right, and also decided that, having had 33 years in a commercial environment, I decided that I wanted to do something that was more philanthropic. I wanted to stay connected with the industry, so started to investigate how I could do that and what the best way of doing that would be. So set up a community interest company, which is a type of company, a company's house, which ensures that all of the profit that you make after you've paid your overhead is deployed to good purpose for society and the community in general.
And
that launched, that launched in April this year, in the middle of the pandemic.
Yeah, perfect timing. Yeah. And how did you get to where you are? So have you done some research into your business, or were you doing some studying, or was it just an idea that you had?
It was an idea that I had, and it was more a question of how did I make that work from a commercial standpoint? Because regardless of being a social enterprise, I think many people think of social enterprises, I don't know, chicken herders and tie-dye. You still need to actually make a social enterprise work commercially, even though your profit goes to good causes rather than a private shareholder. And so it was a germ of an idea that I'd been thinking about for some time, Started researching how to do it in September last year. Started studying again. I'm in the middle of a leave of absence from an MA in charity management, which has been fascinating. But really sort of solidly working on the processes, how the donations would work, who the market is, about charity and distribution. So it was a steep learning curve, but fascinating, and I'm loving every day, apart from no bookings.
Yeah, they'll come. The time will come. And Martin, you started Latin Routes. How did you get into that, becoming sort of a specialist tour operator? Was that somewhere that you'd sold lots of? Was it a gap in the market, or was there a different reason?
Yeah, I think it was principally a gap in the market situation for Latin Routes. I was at Trailfinders at the time, and back then Latin America was quite an undersold, underutilized destination by a lot of operators, including Trailfinders at the time. So I'd actually traveled quite extensively through Central and South America as sort of part of my gap year, if you like, and sort of had traveled quite through it and knew that it was an incredible destination. And so it was a bit frustrating when people were coming in asking for Latin American holidays. And back then, the main sort of options were either a very expensive, bespoke, tailor-made holiday that was £10,000 per person plus, or a group tour with obviously a fixed itinerary, which may or may not be going to the places that you wanted it to, or strap on a backpack and do it yourself. And we just knew that there must be something in the middle for people who are looking for a good holiday and certainly have a reasonable budget, but may not necessarily have the sort of mega money. And when we did our research at that point, we found there was one or two companies that offer that were offering it, but it was very sort of done in a very set way. It was done in the way it's always been done. It was pretty poor value. And so as we did more and more research, the opportunity became more and more obvious. And that's, and as I said, with my business partner at the time, we decided there was a gap in the market, and that's where it started.
Yeah, okay. And then I understand that you've moved on and sort of diversified, and you've got a newer product, which is Polar Route. So how did you get to that point?
I mean, again, in some ways, a slightly similar situation in terms of spotting a gap in the market. I think we had a bit more luxury, if you like, with Polar Routes because we had an existing database of clients. And actually Latin Routes and Antarctica or Latin America and Antarctica do go together. We had sold a little bit of Antarctic cruising because the access point for Antarctica typically is at south of Argentina or Chile. So we had a little bit of testing already, which is a really, I think, a very luxurious position for any startup to have. But again, a similar situation. Expedition cruising and sort of is starting to become much more well known, but certainly back when we started Polar Routes was very sort of unknown, and lots of the big cruise agents, if you like, would do it if someone asked for it, but didn't know a lot about it, didn't sell it particularly well. And actually, expedition cruising to the polar regions is a very specialist product that is actually very high ticket value and requires a lot of expertise in order to make sure you're putting your money into the right place. And when we again researched the market, we found a few people offering that service, but not many. And we again felt that there was a gap in the market for us to occupy, and that's where Polar Routes came around.
Okay. And Angus, Martin mentioned there about having a business partner to start a business. I know that you have that as well yourself. Was that something that's important? Do you think that's helped, having someone to work together with, or would you rather have done it yourself in hindsight without getting yourself in trouble?
Right, it depends on the day, yeah. I think having a business partner for me, I guess it's different. Some different personality types. Some people thrive as an individual. Some people thrive as a team. I'm definitely the latter. My co-founder is as well. So we make a good team, and I think it's been fairly crucial that we both. I don't think we'd be here if it was just one of the other of us. I guess when we got to the end of when we finished our sort of first ski season with our ski business, it was then very much a case of what next? What do we do for this summer counterbalance? So we actually started a brand called 100-hour holidays, and the ideology is that there'd be short sort of weekend breaks that had a very sort of activity and adventure focus, but like what Martin was saying, with more appetite moving towards the sort of adventure around the polar region. I think generally people are looking to do some more activity, interesting stuff. So we had this ideology that you could sort of fly out of the UK on your Thursday evening, your Friday evening, and be back for your Monday and have surfed off Morocco or done something exciting in that short period of time. The challenge that we came up against for that was finding that supply. So for us to go out and contract and find great surf lodges in Morocco or great food tours in Italy or Venice or something like that became a big challenge for us. What we wanted as a consumer-facing business at that stage was essentially a sort of a marketplace or an infrastructure for the tours and experience space that we could effectively just plug into and just access a lot of broad supply, which meant that we could focus on our consumers and getting sort of traffic to our website and all the other problems and scenarios you need to solve for a consumer-facing travel business. So when we sort of looked at this supply side and saw a myriad of different booking management systems, different types of suppliers, we thought, hey, there could be a gap here for an aggregator or a marketplace or a piece of infrastructure that can take an API feed or integrate into all these different suppliers, whether they're sort of small operations or medium operations or larger operations, and bring all that content and that availability and that live booking capacity into our platform, and then redistribute that to airlines, consumer-facing travel businesses, and anyone. And yeah, I think having a good business partner is fairly crucial in trying to pull something like that off. So
yeah. And bringing us on to Melissa, who's spinning all the plates and doing everything herself there in the background and the foreground as well. I think your business is very unique, and you've got a clear motivation. I'm interested to know, what's your dream? Where do you see it going in the future? Where would you like to get to with your brand?
So I think, I think we started off as a retailer, and we were motivated to be a retailer rather than a tour operator for the reason of choice. We're dependent on achieving donations at the same time as customers booking a holiday. So if we perhaps went into a niche, we would be turning people away that could make a perfectly good donation of 5% of the holiday directly to the charity of their choice. So we've started off as a retailer. I think where it's going to go in the future is we will begin to have areas of specialism, and we may start tour operating if there are good margin reasons and limited risk for doing that, to increase the good work that we're doing. The other area, actually I put it out on social media the other day, is to take the social enterprise concept beyond travel. We're going to be launching a brand called Charitable Shopping, which is essentially an affiliate shopping site. Again, where a customer buys from Currys or Boohoo or whoever they're going to buy from, and at the same time earns an affiliate income which they donate to charity. So this travel is one part of the vision, but we're going to take this kind of commercial approach to social enterprise into lots of different sectors, and also lots of different markets. So charitable vacations is in the plan for the US market coming up. So yeah, global domination, obviously.
Excellent. And you've already taken that leap now. Would you, bearing in mind it's not the best time at the moment, or maybe it is the best time to launch a new business, would you encourage people to take the leap if they're thinking about doing it and start their own business?
I would. I think you've got to be pretty single-minded, or get to a point where you're pretty single-minded about what the vision is. I think if you're kind of dabbling with an idea, it's okay to evolve an idea and to manage change, but I think you've got to have what you think is an absolutely cracking idea, field test it, talk to networks that aren't necessarily your friends, that are gonna whose opinions you can trust. You know, people aren't going to tell you what they think you want to hear, and then commit that vision into a business plan, and then roll with it. But absolutely, if you've got that, what I think is a charitable travel is a cracking idea. If you've got that, absolutely. If you're vague and you're not sure, then gain experience working for other people first, and then concoct your business and then go for it.
Yeah. And Angus, from your perspective, someone who's graduated and maybe has this idea, would you encourage them to go ahead and start their own business if they've got the idea?
Yeah, for sure. And I think with our case, we certainly had a few blanks in the equation when we started it. A massive focus for us when just on the cusp of starting 100-hour holidays, which was very much what led us to Hollybob, was we just tried to speak to as many people as we possibly could via LinkedIn, networking events, anyone who had sort of industry expertise and clout and was in a position of better knowledge than us, which is pretty much everyone, and just trying to understand the dynamics of the space that you're trying to enter, which is just so crucially important. And then we got to a stage where we felt we understood the market, and as a result the gap enough that we actually thought, yeah, Hollybob has got a space here and it's got a lot of potential. And then when you get to that point, it's just a case of throwing your full weight behind it and just doing everything that you can to move it in the right direction. And there will certainly be times when it feels sort of hopeless and you don't really know if you're doing the right thing or moving in the right direction. But I think we've certainly had times when you feel like you're pushing water uphill. But it's sometimes those sort of moments when it doesn't feel like it's going to work, but you just keep moving in the right direction, that actually means that you sort of get to that next milestone or get to that next stage. So yeah, totally agree.
Yeah. And Martin, I'm sure you're always heading in the right direction and never hopeless. So that huge learning curve that you've had over the period of time of your business, I wonder, are there things that you look back now and wish that you knew before? Not necessarily that you did differently, but are there learnings that you've taken and wish, if we knew that before, it would have made it a lot quicker and easier?
I think the first thing to say is I'm not sure there is any sort of super quick wins in starting a business. Potentially in the technology space, I think sometimes there can be some really exciting growth, but certainly in the tour operating, in the potentially the travel agency or sort of holiday side of it, I think a lot of the time, I think you can come up with a great product, but there is going to be some time required to build that product up. And I think any entrepreneur considering starting a business at this time, don't start it unless you're prepared to get in and really make it work over a number of years and beyond.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much to all our panelists. So many insights there and lots of positivity, which we like. So thank you all for taking the time to join us. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for joining the ITT Future You conference. And today in our panel, we'll be talking about navigating the career ladder, which is such an important topic, especially in this very critical time for the travel and tourism industry. So many people have been made redundant or being let go from their jobs and are looking to find how to get back onto the career ladder and how to expand their career as well. And I'm pleased to be joined by Drew Bryan from Gosh PR and Carolina Saviova. I hope I haven't messed up your name, Carolina.
Oh, good.
But welcome, you guys. And it would be great if you, thank you so much. And it would be great if you guys can just, starting with you, Drew, just give us a little bit of a background on you, who you are, who is Drew Bryan, and a bit of your career to date. So that would be great.
Okay, well, I'm an MD, a founder of Gosh PR, and we are travel specialists dealing with PR, social, comms, content. I started my career actually with an offer of a job with Western Helicopters buying helicopter parts. And I decided I didn't want to do that. And in a summer job that I had, temping at a travel trade magazine, Holiday Shop magazine, the editor offered me a reporter's job. And that is where my travel career started. And I absolutely loved it. And being a travel trade reporter just gives you so much information about how everything fits together in the travel industry. And it fascinated me. So I have had a very different amount of roles because I knew that so many roles existed. So I moved from there to air tours, and then I moved to the Florida Tourist Board, and then I moved into agencies and did PR. So my experience spans contracting hotels, marketing, sales, dealing with travel agents, all the way through to PR and now social content. So I've had quite a wide experience, and a lot of the things I'm going to say today are to do with people expanding their skill sets and their experience. So Gosh PR now, founded in 2005, and we're here today to talk about our experience.
Oh, that's fantastic. What a well-rounded career you have. You know, you've touched almost every element of the travel industry. You've been in tour operations, destination management, and agency side. So I'm sure you have loads of valuable advice to give in terms of expanding your career. Go ahead, Carolina. Tell us a little bit about you and what you do.
Sure. So I'm Carolina. I'm originally from the Czech Republic, but as probably everyone in the travel industry, I'm a passionate traveler. And for a long time, I've been a digital nomad myself, so living all around the world. It is so funny that actually Drusilla started her career as a reporter, because I've been doing business journalism for a very long time. And then I actually relocated many times in my career, and I was always looking for temporary housing solutions as a business traveler. And then I always encountered troubles. Which is I have a very large number of fun stories really related to it. But this is really what led me to the whole kind of entrepreneurship angle. And this is why I started my business. So it's called Alta Vita, and we're a cloud-based global provider of corporate housing. And then we have a really stringent 2-tier quality compliance software, precisely to avoid all the issues related to temporary housing. And we're currently present in 80 locations around the world.
Oh, that's fantastic. Well done, you. So let's jump into some questions. There is a popular saying that goes, make a plan or someone else will make a plan for you. And I want to talk a little bit about how important it is when you are deciding on a career path or a career change, how important is planning and setting intentions. I don't know if you want to kick off, Drew, with a bit of information on that.
Well, I'd say in normal times, you'd want to do a bit of planning, but you'd really want to go with your heart, and you'd want to work in an area that you care about. That might be travel, it might be medicine. And then you would look at being in a role that you cared about. And everyone's got to start somewhere, so you might not get it right the first time. And I think you might have a vague idea that you would want to change jobs now and again, and that you would not want to get stuck in a rut. And I could see that that would be the general planning of most people. I think we're in different times now. And I think that people are going to really have to think and plan. It's going to be, how secure is my job? Am I in a job? They're going to have to look at, if I have to reskill, how am I going to fund that? So I think people should be, well, not should be, but could be open to looking at the possibility of part-time work so that they can reskill for the other part of the week or the weekend. Possibly even reinvent themselves as freelancers if they have a particular fine, tall, thin skill set. So I think planning now is quite important for this particular juncture that the travel industry is in. And I think it's about looking at where you are, really assessing where you are, maybe talking to people in the organization about what do you think might happen. Now, people are legally tied sometimes and they can't say things, but it's often what they don't say that will give you your clues. So if they say, I'm not really sure, I'm not really sure. If someone starts to say things like, I think you might be all right, but I can't really say, that's pretty positive. So I think you need to sort of go with the clues that you're getting at work and then start to really plan your way out. And actually, or plan your way in, you know, maybe say to somebody, if I took up this video editing course at my cost, would that help us? You know, it's really thinking outside the box and taking in all the information that you can and then making a plan. But you probably won't do anything until you really know what's going on. We're all in that situation, everybody.
Very true, very true. And I love what you said. You mentioned about upskilling. I feel like during this time, it's especially with so many free webinars and different programs and classes that you can take up, that this is a great opportunity to upskill so you can, you know, boost your CV and have it ready for that next big opportunity. So I would definitely agree on the upskilling element. Carolina, do you have any advice to share from you in terms of you and how you kind of planned for your career and how you got to this point? And how important planning was for your career journey?
Yeah, I guess that a big part of it was a coincidence. So a couple of times I got scammed with temporary housing solutions that I booked online via various channels or OTAs or even state agents. So this is how I spotted the opportunity that there's a niche in the market which can be filled by a combination of technology and quality control. So this is what we do at Alta Vita. However, once you commit to a project, then I think that the planning is extremely important. One really needs to be diligent to grow the business or grow the career. And in order to do so, what I would definitely plan for is networking. So as you mentioned, there are so many webinars which are free. So many opportunities to really take classes, online classes, and upskill. So I guess that this is extremely important. And from my perspective, what always was helped me grow the business and my career is the networking part. So let's say, to give you a concrete example, there is a webinar, someone particularly interesting in the on the panel. Feel free to reach out to them afterwards. You know, talk to them about the topic. Show them, build a relationship, show your interest in the industry. So I guess that, yeah, this is really, really a key part of your career, is knowing the actors of the travel industry.
And you can use that to kind of start to build an authentic relationship. Carolina, in terms of you, how has networking kind of played a part in your career development?
Mm-hmm. I think that networking is definitely one part, but we need to think about like why or what is the purpose of networking. Very often there is a really interesting conference attached to it, which is really key. So I would say that it's extremely important to learn about the trends and, you know, what's been happening in the industry, which through networking and all these webinars and events, it is possible to do. So you know, use that topic to self-educate yourself, and then perhaps use that to continue building that relationship. You know, we know that we have a crisis. Tourism in general is suffering, so is the entire corporate business travel as well. But there are still companies, particularly the technology-driven companies, which are helping companies to maybe have a better efficiency or automate processes. So there's still a lot of opportunity out there, but one needs to stay informed and really on the top of what's been happening in the industry in order to spot on the right opportunities.
Fantastic. Drew, I want to talk a little bit about personal brand. You know, we hear this term so much, personal brand, your personal brand, even more now in this time. And give us a little bit of from your PR knowledge and experience, what is a personal brand and how can we use that to kind of advance our career?
Well, I think your personal brand is how you are. You know, obviously it's your personality. It's the sort of job you do. It's how you approach that job. You know, how you're known to approach. Approach is very important. I mean, there's so many different ways of doing things. So I think people who know you well will begin to get an idea of your brand, the sort of person you are, and you yourself. I think also brand is, again, about skill sets. It's what you're known for, as in what you can do. So in the industry, you know, someone would look at somebody and go, okay, yes, so they can contract hotels. What they might not know is that person also is a fiendish accountant or spreadsheet fiend. So I think it's about making sure that people know your entire brand and not just the top bit. And so I think brand is also about, definitely now, is about skill sets. It's also, are you an employee type of person? Are you a freelancer? You might want to change that. You might want to actually say, I was an employee, I was a hotel contractor, but now I've become a freelance money spreadsheet person. I don't know. It's really about also what you do, and that's got very important now, because companies are going to be looking at people that can do more than one skill. People are going to start looking at part-time. They're going to start looking if that person can do social, PR, some content. Actually, I would like to hire them, because I've got these small amounts of business coming back in, but I haven't got enough for a whole person on each one. So I think it's about making sure that people realize what you're capable of within the brand spectrum.
Definitely. And almost establishing yourself as a knowledge leader, thought leader in your particular field. And Carolina, maybe you can give us some practical advice in terms of how you can kind of go about building your personal brand, whether it's online or through different media. What's your kind of take on how can you actually develop a personal brand?
Definitely a work in progress, especially in my capacity as the co-founder and the COO. It's not always easy, but I would say that there are several components. So the first, which is really important, is your own story. You know, what drives you to the industry? What is it that you like about it? So I think that's really important to showcase to your listeners if you're organizing a podcast or during a business meeting with a partner, so they really get to know you in person. Then, of course, then comes the skill set, so which continuously needs to be worked on, but as well needs to be clearly really stated from the beginning. And I'm saying that especially as we continue to hire at Alta Vita, it is these two things I would say that are key. And then I think what's also really important is the cultural fit. So, you know, when you're talking to a company where you would perhaps like to work, or you're then interviewing with someone, then you always need to think, you know, what's in the company's DNA? How would you fit in there? I really like what you mentioned about flexibility. This is exactly, you know, what we're seeing. We're seeing, especially in the startup world, you know, people being very much driven, committed, but also doing different tasks at the same time. And then I know it was kind of large, but coming back to the question, so how do you actually build that brand? So social media is absolutely key. If you're an influencer, then perhaps you would be using more of Instagram. If you're more in the corporate business travel, then you would perhaps rather use LinkedIn. So you need to find the right platform which really mirrors your target audience. And then I guess there are plenty of innovative ways to do it, from publishing articles to organizing video podcasts. We recently launched one on talent mobility, actually this week. So we're very much excited about that. Again, you can leverage on your network. You can invite interviewees, you know, and then it comes to like smaller daily tasks. And again, you need to keep yourself informed. You read other people's posts, you comment, you engage. And this is really, it's a step-by-step process. It's not going to be done from one day to another, but yeah, requires engagement.
It does, and consistency. You're not going to wake up one day and just appear in Forbes. Yeah, it's consistency as well. You know, there are these people, I've met people that, you know, they just instantly think, oh, you know what, I want to be on Forbes, but it's consistency. And as you said, telling your unique story, and how can you use your unique story to tap into different avenues with journalists. You know, it might not necessarily, I found that a lot of the media pieces that you can get quite easily is when you tell your unique story and tie that into your kind of job or your career. So it might be something on fitness, but you know, you can, you know, based on what your life, you can kind of tie in that story. Drew, you know more than me about this. You're the PR expert here, and tell those unique stories, because that's what essentially draws people in, because people buy people essentially. And to wrap up, guys, thank you so much for all that great information. To wrap up, I just want if you could share an important skill that you have found to help you navigate through your career.
Probably having many different skills, but I would say it was the ability to influence. And to convince. I think I have the ability to make a strong argument about something, and I think that has helped me. What skill you would say that is, I don't know.
Negotiation? Would that fall under
maybe.
But strong negotiation.
Let's say negotiation. So yeah, I think so. But I really believe that it's actually about constantly evolving and constantly changing, but keeping your core career role,
your core values are your core values.
And your core values.
Yes, of course. I mean, we've talked about planning initially and how important it is to plan, but I also want to mention that even though you have a plan, you can still have to be leave some room for flexibility, because life happens. Look at the current situation we are in right now. I'm sure we all had amazing plans for 2020, and then it just all blew up a few months ago. So it's also about being able to be flexible, knowing that you might have to pivot at some point, and just being resilient enough to take it on when it comes to like your career. And
I think pivot is a great word. I think pivot is such a good word, because it doesn't mean a complete change. It just means pivoting. It's lovely.
Yeah, it is a great word. I definitely agree. A word that we've used quite a lot this year. And Carolina,
overused, but it's a great word.
Overused this year. Carolina, tell us a little bit about you in terms of what is that kind of key skill that you would love to leave with the listeners of today's panel?
I guess that I would mention 3. So the first one is spotting the right opportunities, keeping yourself informed. The second one would be really navigate chaos. So being flexible is the key. And then third would be, and I keep saying that every time, I have a fantastic business partner. So the teamwork as well comes in. And basically knowing, you know, that you're not there alone. And so I think that is, and then again, comes back to the networking. But if you have someone to talk to, discuss your thoughts, then by all means, should be definitely done.
Well, and from my side, I'd definitely say work on your networking skill set. You know, whether it's through building up your confidence and having that ability to go out there and talk to people, and also look for a mentor. I know it's not really a skill set, but find a mentor.
Yes, I think that's a great idea.
Or find a group of mentors, a group of people that you admire are doing what you see yourself doing, and have communication with them, and learn from them, get the information from them because they've done it before. So thank you very much, ladies, for today's panel. I really hope it's going to be useful to those who are either entering the travel industry or those who are looking to progress on to another role. So thank you very much, ladies, and see you soon.
Thanks, Jamie Lee. Thanks, Carolina.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Wow, what an amazing final panel for our second theme of the day. I can't believe how quickly the last 2.5 hours have gone past. So much content and so much amazing advice. We've done recharge and reset your career now. We've looked at transferable skills, tourism as a force for good, the benefits of volunteering, thinking about changing career lanes and starting your own business, tips for entrepreneurs, navigating the career ladder, and all the way through the importance of networking. And I really hope more people will join Travel Massive because this is a great global community to be a part of. And obviously, until we can all get out there and network face to face, it's really great to be able to have these sorts of virtual platforms that we can and will continue to use in the future as we come out of the pandemic. We're now going to move on to our final set of the day, which is about kickstarting your career. So anyone who is looking to start a new career, maybe coming into the industry for the first time, we've got another amazing group of speakers, and I'm delighted to welcome the next panel, which also includes me. Delighted to welcome to our next session and the start of our final theme of the day, Kickstart Your Career. 3 very inspiring individuals who all have different stories to tell. And the aim of this session is in the title, which is Industry Needs You. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome our first panelist, Dominique.
Hello, and thank you, Claire. I'm Dominique Sidley. I'm the Global Trade Strategy Director for Merlin Entertainment. Merlin is Europe's #1 location-based entertainment business, second globally to one of the probably bigger recognised industry giants. I won't mention their name though. And I've had the pleasure of working here in Merlin for the best part of 26 years now. In various roles, though, I didn't start my career as the Global Strategy Director. I actually commenced in an operational capacity, working on shop floor level, helping customers. And really, I have to credit that experience starting at entry level, not going to university, coming out of my A-levels, feeling very disillusioned with education and desperate to earn some money. So I went to get a job, and going into this industry at that level, as I say, I have to credit that for the resilience that I have today. Without that grassroots level that I've definitely drawing on in the last 3 months, I don't think I would have perhaps had the success I've had, that's for sure.
Good. Heather.
Hi, I'm Heather Elder. I am Director of the Canadian Academy of Travel and Tourism and also Director of Marketing at Tourism HR Canada. I started at Tourism HR Canada about 13 years ago now. And like Dominique, have worked kind of in a variety of positions. Mostly to do with communications and marketing and web development. I didn't start off thinking that I would ever have a career related to tourism. I went to a small rural high school where it wasn't really discussed in the guidance office. So it was through summer jobs that I discovered that I really had a passion for the industry. And at this point, I was already in university pursuing an English Lit degree because I wanted to be an editor. So I've managed to combine everything, and it just I feel very passionately about the fact that it's important for young people to know of the breadth and depth of careers that are available in tourism and how different skills can apply. So that's why I'm here today.
Thanks, Heather. And Jack.
Hi, I'm Jack Parsons, and I'm the CEO of the youth group that helps improve the odds for young people across the Commonwealth so they can reach their full potential. I had a tough upbringing. I grew up in a council estate, and I actually left school in the recession when the recession took place. So I kind of understand what everyone's going to be feeling. Is there opportunities? How do I get a job? Will someone look at me because I've got no experience? And all I'm going to say is I'm no one special, and I've been able to grow what I'm doing with the organisation and put over 9,000 people into work. We have a community of 1.7 million young people that we support. And my question is, what do you want to do? And let's get it going. Let's get you into jobs. So I'm Jack Parsons. I'm dubbed as the UK's Chief Youth Officer, and I really care about young people's futures with all my art, and I keep everything authentic.
Oh, thanks. Thank you, everyone. That's fantastic. And I've been really excited about starting this panel. I guess I'd like to start with, we're hopefully coming into a post-COVID world. And I think a lot of people, maybe having read the news and seeing what's going on out there, might be slightly concerned about what the future holds for them, particularly the younger generations. So what opportunities do you think they're going to be available for younger people as we move out of this pandemic? I'm going to start, Jack, actually, I'm going to start with you, if that's okay.
So we have to look at trends. So any young person listening to this will know about Pokemon. And Pokemon was a Game Boy that we all got and we all played, and we could trade Pokemons. And then about a couple of years ago, Pokemon Go came out. And Pokemon Go was where you could literally walk around the road and actually play Pokemon. And it's the same with what goes on in the last recession or what happened before. We're going to see trends. And what you're going to see is a lot of support from governments, traineeships, led roles, and hopefully government supporting industry and hospitality and tourism to get young people trained up into these opportunities. So my first bit of advice to any young person, wherever you're tuning in from, what are the incentives that your local government's announcing, and how can you get involved with them? And look at the trends.
Thanks, Jack. Heather, what about in Canada and also sort of with your global hat on?
Sure. So yeah, I think there are there's a lot of attention on tourism now that there wasn't previously. Everyone's realizing how big an impact it has on our economy, how many jobs are out there in the tourism industry that maybe they weren't focused on as much prior to this. So like Jack was saying, there's definitely an opportunity there to get out there and take advantage of training programs. A lot of places have offered up training for free right now. So it's an absolutely fantastic time to look at what's available online. It doesn't need to be an opportunity that's based in your country. It could be anywhere around the world, because so many of these skills are transferable. I think in addition to that, there's just going to be such a pent-up demand after this is all over for people to get out and travel again. I know I'm certainly missing the ability to even go to the town down the road, let alone across the globe. So I think it's a great opportunity to bring in some fresh perspectives to the tourism industry. There's definitely going to be opportunities for new ideas, for fresh perspectives, for creativity. And I think that's a great opportunity for young people to bring, they're not coming at it from, well, we've always done this. So they can come at it from a different angle and really shake things up.
Yeah. And Dominic, obviously, I mean, Merlin Entertainments, it's a huge global business. You employ thousands and thousands of people. So interested to know your kind of take on opportunities for young people over the next few months.
Yes, I mean, Merlin is a vast employer of people from that entry level, whether that's internship, work experience, even, you know, prior to leaving education, you know, gaining work experience within their attraction, through apprenticeship programs and graduate programs and postgrad programs. So we have a range of programs that we operate, but without question that all of that will be impacted by today's occurrences. But what I would say, and it really does echo, I guess, what Heather and Jack were saying there around trends and new ideas and freshness. We've been through many, many turbulent times in this industry, where we've been impacted significantly, whether that's through terrorism or you know, significant flooding in areas that have closed attractions, or severe weather in other areas that have impacted attractions, to you know, foot and mouth disease, where, you know, zoos had to close down. There's been lots of different things that have affected our industries, and we're still here. We have massive survival instincts in tourism, because, as Heather says, pent-up demand will drive us to be there and to be at the forefront, and want to be open and available to customers. So all of that, so we will go through an S-curve over the next few months, through this year into next. And we're probably at the lower end of that right now, but it will grow out of that. And there's been some very stark times, and particularly around key events, and this is what this is, it's a key event of scale, but events like 9/11, where airline industries were closing down, and, you know, hotels were closing because of that concern around travel. You know, everybody thought that was the darkest day we would ever face, and yet we came out of that stronger than ever as an industry. And that will happen again within tourism. So I think if you are looking to enter into this industry now, which, by the way, I wouldn't stay in anything for 26 years if it wasn't superb. It's the most exciting, exhilarating industry to be in, tourism is. And you know, if you want to go into that, I would say, look in the mirror and say, what is my motivation? Why am I, what's my passion? Why do I want to get into that? Is it because I am looking for a career path? Do I just want to have some fun? Because let me tell you, there's buckets of fun in this industry. And for young people, your motivation isn't always the big title and the big salary. It could be, do you know what? I want something that's going to make me laugh all day long, and tourism somewhere will provide that for you. So understand that motivation first and foremost, and then say to yourself, I'm going to be flexible as to how I get there, because for now I am in an S curve too, and I might need to just meander before I can build up some momentum, and this industry will allow for that. So it might be that you're not going into the planned path that you had for yourself, but instead I've got to take a little diversion in the road to get there. I actually read about a young lady on LinkedIn this morning who had a career within one of the major attractions in the States. But because of the times we're in, she's actually taken her all back on the floor doing visitor welcoming at the admissions. And she said, I've opened my eyes to the reason I started in this industry. And that's what we can all do. It's about regenerating all the time. And I think if you're coming into the industry as someone young, don't just set yourself into a box and say, I've got to do it this way, because everybody comes at this in different ways. I work along colleagues who went to Harvard. And, I didn't go to university. I'm just studying now for an MBA, and I'm 50 years old. So everybody has a different path that they're going to come to this industry, but understand why you want to be in it in the first place. And then give yourself some cut yourself some slack. Take an allowance that says, I might not do everything I thought I was going to do this year, but I will do it.
Great, thank you. Some really great advice from all of you. I think, we in the audience will have a lot of people who maybe have studied tourism, but also are just interested in thinking about it and looking for opportunities. But, we hear time and time again, and I think probably pre-COVID, and I hope so much not post, that a lot of young people are told that they might not have relevant experience, or the right skills to come in. And actually, I guess I'd like to kind of, I think, debunk that myth a bit that we have in tourism, because I do think it's a bit of a myth, and I think that we need to be better at it. So I just, I guess, like your thoughts and advice that you might give young people who might face that lack of confidence, I guess, and that worry that they might be faced with that when they're in a world where there are a lot of people with experience in the industry also looking for work. So Heather, why don't I start with you this time with that one?
Sure. So I think what's worth exploring is taking a lot of looking at your personality traits, looking at your passions, looking at your strengths, and trying to frame those as your experience. It doesn't need to necessarily be something that's happening on the job. Lots of life experience is equally applicable, particularly in tourism, where a lot of entry-level positions, you're face-to-face with people all day. So if you're a people person, if you're someone who really likes to chat, if you have a passion for your city or for your workplace, and you're able to share that and connect with people, that's absolutely a strength that you can bring to an organization. The other thing to look at too is skills such as, do you speak another language? That's huge in the tourism industry. Could be something like, sorry, I'm drawing a blank on my other point here. Yeah, no, it disappeared, sorry. But yeah, just basically taking a broader look at what you have to offer an employer and not worrying so much about where that experience came from.
No, that's a very good point, Heather. Thank you. And Jack, I mean, you shared with us that you could have had a different and a tough upbringing, but you've made it. And I know you deal with a lot of young people who maybe don't have the same start in life that many do. So what advice would you give people and who are looking there saying, well, I don't have the relevant experience or even the qualifications that people might be looking for?
And you're totally right. Me growing up, I had less than 50p to my name, and I went 3 nights without dinner a week, and I had no experience and no confidence. I had actually had speech therapy until I was 8 years old, so I couldn't really speak properly. And still to this day, I can't type or write properly. I have to have someone help me do it. But I've gone on to sign £1 million contracts. My business is a multi-million-pound business that I run with no investment. And the story is, I'm no one special. I never claimed to be. But I've given it a go, and I've got up and I've surrounded myself with good people. So my 3 bits of advice for anyone who's doubting themselves or saying, I don't have the experience and no one's going to look at me, is one, you need, is like the lady said, confidence. You have to have the confidence to ask the questions. I'm a big believer. People say to me, Jack, what's your thought on the youth landscape? And I say, I'm no expert. I speak to the young people grassroots, and you have to go from having all the answers to all the questions. And that is the big thing here. In the interview, or whoever's in the industry, get up on LinkedIn, find someone who's been in the industry and go, how did you get into it? What is this? And people want to give back, and they want to help you. So go from having all the answers to all the questions. Yes, you might have all the answers when it comes to a Xbox or PlayStation, and you might be really good at Call of Duty. But when it comes to employers and trying to get a job, actually seek out and build that confidence to ask the questions, which in return will build you your network. I talk about having a professional build and a personal build, and people that want to see you do to succeed however and whatever you want to do. It doesn't matter what pathway you take. It doesn't matter if it takes you 10 times longer. It doesn't matter if you're not the fastest person on the playground, but as long as you're moving forward. And that is most important. Don't look at the grass. Focus on your grass and look at how you can get into the industry, how you can get into hospitality, and how you can grow. One of my good friends runs McDonald's, and he started on the floor in terms of cleaning the tables. So like you said, Claire, you don't have to be the CEO. You don't have to have all these big titles. You can just do what you're happy with and do something that's meaningful to you. And then the final one, which as Dominique said, is around finding that duvet flip. Looking at yourself in the mirror and goes, what motivates me? I call it duvet flip. What gets you out of bed? If you was getting paid for it or you wasn't getting paid for it, what will you flip that duvet flip when you get out of bed and go, yes. Now, your duvet flip on a weekday can be different to your duvet flip on the weekend. Your duvet flip on the weekend could be following your favourite sports or going to see Beyonce sing. I don't know, whatever you're interested in, but have that duvet flip when it comes to your career or a job. And remember that duvet flip. Why am I here? Why hospitality? Why tourism? And what can it bring to me? And you make a really good point around it could be fun. There's some industries that are really boring. So those three things: find your network, build your confidence, and find your duvet flip.
Brilliant, Jack. Thank you. And Dominique, I guess, adding on to that, your advice you'd offer.
Jack hit on a real good point there, which is about asking questions and trying to build a network. And I accept that is difficult when you're at your lowest confidence. Some young people find it very difficult to even build a network in the school playground or in the locker vestibules. They find it very difficult to just connect. But what I would say to those people is, somewhere inside you what you're really good at, and then try and anchor your next step on that first thing, the thing you're good at. Don't think about where I'm going to in the end of my journey. I had no idea from the day I started work what I wanted to do. Some days I still don't. So what I would definitely say is anchor just on the thing that you are confident about. It might be, I have beautiful handwriting. I have nothing else, but I have beautiful handwriting. It might be, I am really creative. I'm very good at artwork, or whatever it is. As Jack said, it might be Xbox, it might be Call of Duty, but whatever it is that that you're good at, anchor to that. And what I mean by that is, if I'm going to talk to somebody about a career and I have no skills in that set, how can I drive the passion I feel about the thing I know I'm good at into the conversation that I'm going to have about the thing that I know very little about? And also remember, the story that's playing in your head doesn't have speakers. It's an internal story. No one else can hear it. It's only fear that you create for yourself. So if you just remember, I don't need to articulate, I don't need to talk about that to anyone else. That's just background noise. If you can just dampen that down and focus and enjoy what you're good at, just keep anchored into that. And then when you get to your next point, you might say, actually, now I have really good handwriting and I've got some work experience cleaning the tables in a cafe this summer. And that's two things I can anchor on. So what's my next thing I'm going to do? And just keep building in stages. Some people just have it and they go, I want to be this. And I'm that passionate, nothing's getting in my way. And if that's you, celebrate that too. That's your motivation. But definitely don't try and be everything, because no one is expecting that of you. My final point on this, which again goes back to what's previously been said around asking questions. There are so many people in the tourism industry who are mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, grandparents, who would love to help someone else out. They want to pay it forward, they want to pay it back, and they want to give somebody a leg up, whether that's because you're from a minority group. And actually, I class the youth as one of those minority groups. The work I do in diversity and inclusion, whilst there's a lot of focus around gender and race and religion, ethnicity, I think age has to be part of that. And I do see the youth increasingly becoming a minority group in the way that people's view of them is. And therefore, all the work that's been done around diversity and inclusion, people do genuinely want to help those minority groups. So ask the question, look at who has that experience, and just build the confidence. And remember, when one of the things you have at your fingertips with social media now is a filter. You have a screen where you can just be whoever you want to be in that asking of the question. Just ask somebody. You know, someone out there will reach back to you and say, I can help you with that. I can give you advice on that. Just have the just the spark, the motivation to ask the question.
Fantastic, thank you. Can you believe we've run out of time? I can't bear it. So just actually, maybe just if anyone has any final thoughts or advice they want to give before we start the next session.
I would say here definitely in the UK, the British culture tells us failure is bad. Now, if you go into the travel tourism industry and you fail your first time, don't say, "Oh, this industry is not for me," because that doesn't mean it's not for you. So remember, embrace failure, embrace and use it as learnings. And if it doesn't work, if you go to an interview and you don't get the job and say, "Okay, but hospitality, they don't want me," that's not true. Yeah. So embrace your failures and learn from it, and don't and have the confidence to admit in an interview when you failed and what you've done and learned from it, because that will go a long. And it's a bit, have the spark, have the energy, and own it, but also be authentic. If you don't understand a question, say, "You know what, I actually don't understand that. Could you break it down for me a little bit, please?" So embrace failure.
Really good advice. Are there anything else you want to add?
I think I would just like to emphasize that, you know, there's going to be kind of a slow restart to the industry. And so there may be job opportunities that come up that aren't exactly where you were hoping to focus your energies. But that might be the kind of the starting point that you need. So you can get in there, you can start getting that work experience, building those transferable skills, making contacts in the industry. And then as things start to reopen more broadly, you can get out and start networking and look at other opportunities that are out there. We did a series of interviews with our board members a couple years ago, just looking at their career pathways. And it was absolutely incredible to see where people had started and where their careers had taken them. Some of them started in tourism, went out, came back. Others had a very clear focus. Others came at it from completely different angles. So just don't get discouraged if things aren't quite opening up in areas of tourism that you're hoping to work in. All it takes is starting somewhere.
Yeah. And as Dominique says, we're very resilient as an industry, and we will be back stronger and better than ever. Let's hope.
Absolutely.
Everybody, thank you so much for your time. I can't tell you how much I've appreciated and really enjoyed listening to all of you. And I'm sure our audience will as well. So I know people will probably want to reach out on the chat now, and let's hope that people will carry on, you know, staying positive and have learned a lot of really good advice from you guys through that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome everyone to our next session, which is that really a job in travel and tourism? I'm joined today by three very different experienced people that all have job roles within the industry, but they may not be what you would expect. So I'm just going to ask our delegates and our colleagues to introduce themselves. So I'll start with Farina. Would you like to introduce yourself and tell us about your business, please?
Yeah, so hello everyone, my name's Farina. I'm a partner at a law firm called Kemp Little, and I lead their travel practice. So I'm a lawyer and I focus primarily on the travel industry. All my clients are travel companies of one kind or the other, and I obviously give them legal advice.
Thank you. And Michael, would you like to introduce yourself, please?
Sure. Hi everyone, I'm Michael. I'm the Director of Global Merchandising at Hotels.com, which is part of the Expedia Group. And merchandising can mean lots of different things in different businesses, but it doesn't mean that I just make t-shirts that say hotels.com. What my team actually does is all of the promotions and things like that that you see on the site, that you see through social and through emails. That's what my team put together from an end-to-end process.
Okay, great. And Teresa.
Hi, yes, my name is Teresa Arnoni. I'm a Health, Safety and Environment Manager for Deloitte. I'm in their sustainability team and work within risk advisory. And Deloitte offer professional services, and that ranges all the way from risk advisory, tax, financial advisory, over to consulting, audit and assurance. I'm the travel lead within the Health, Safety and Environment team.
Thank you. And so, Teresa, would you like to tell us a little bit more about how you got to where you are today, so your kind of career to date?
Yeah, sure. I started off wanting to be a hotelier and studied hotel tourism management. That evolved later on to later study sustainable tourism as well. And I trained in Cyprus and in London, actually, and then went on to work overseas in tour operations before I then returned to work in the tour operators head office. And worked in product brochure production before I then found my passion over in health and safety. So I spent a good few years flying and sort of spending 2 weeks out of a month overseas, and ski resorts, beach destinations, investigating incidents and accidents and food poisoning outbreaks before I then returned and went into education and some lecturing across industry, looking at sort of aviation, business, and then latterly returned to one of the big corporate tour operators. And that's where I returned to health and safety in the travel industry, and ended up working on a project from the travel industry side with Deloitte. And now that's where I'm placed with Deloitte.
Wow, lots of different experiences there. Michael, do you want to talk us through your kind of career journey to date?
Sure. So I actually started working for free in Thomas Cook Travel Agent on a Saturday way back in the 90s. If you can imagine a world where there wasn't internet, where people couldn't access information and book holidays, there used to be an hour-long queue on a Saturday to see a travel agent. So I was the brochure boy to try and help get that queue a little bit shorter. And then after that, I studied tourism management at university. I did a placement year at the Civil Aviation Authority, which was in the ATOL section. So that's the licensing of the industry. So very interesting to just see the breadth of how many tour companies are out there, and just happy that you've never necessarily heard of. Yeah, so that was really interesting as part of my placement. And then after that, I've always worked in the travel industry. So I worked at a tour operator, so Olympic Holidays, working on the flight program, typically for a summer season, was what we were preparing for. And then I moved to what was then a startup called Apodo. So that was my first time working within online tourism. And I worked in the hotels contracting team at that point. And after that, in 2005, I moved to Expedia. So at the time, Expedia was pretty small. There were only 60 people in the London office, of which I was one of them. There's now over 2,600. So a lot of growth. I've had various different roles within that time, working from account management and supplier management of tours, attractions, hoteliers, different types of properties. And then for the past 2 years, then working within the merchandising function, specifically for the hotels.com brand. So always within tourism, but lots of different roles within that.
Yeah. Thank you. And Farina, do you want to tell us how you got to where you are today?
Yeah, of course. So I've been working in the travel industry for over 10 years now, and I started with, so I actually started as a trainee. So with law, you have to have a training contract, which is 2 years. And so I started as a trainee with a small firm up in Leeds that specialises solely in travel. So that was my starting point. You know, the sector focus was travel. All the clients were in the travel industry. And I qualified there after 2 years, and then I stayed on. And my work practice was commercial and regulatory. And so that's what I qualified into, and continued there when I was about 4 years, PQE, I became a partner there. So that was just a week before my 30th birthday. So I did that for another 3 years. And then it was coming up to about 10 years. And I just thought I really just wanted a change, wanted a change of scene. And also I wanted to relocate to London. So I moved over to Kent Little, which is where I'm at now. And sort of Kent Little is a technology specialist. And I just thought that was a really good fit for the travel industry because there's such a tech focus for pretty much every travel company. And I thought that would work really well. And they were looking for somebody to lead it and really sort of build a travel practice for them. So it was quite an exciting challenge. So I thought I would move over and do that. So my career has predominantly been in travel, but obviously as a lawyer with a focus very much on commercial and regulatory law and giving regulatory advice. And so that's what I still do now, but and still for travel companies. But the overall firm has more of an IT technology focus as well. So building that into my experience now too.
Very interesting. And did you kind of set out to get into travel, or did you sort of fall into it and you specialized in it? How did that happen?
No, I very much fell into it. So anybody that does law at uni will tell you that getting a training contract after you've done a law degree is really, really difficult. So there's a lot of law graduates compared to how many training contracts there are out there. So I was very much just in the market for a training contract. And I remember thinking actually when I joined, oh, I'll do my 2-year training contract and then I'll move on and I'll go and do something else, because I was actually concerned. It's quite funny now, I was concerned about being pigeonholed and just having one specialism, and I thought that might make it quite difficult for me going forward. But when I started working in travel, I absolutely loved it, and I was very lucky in that I got to do some really interesting work quite early on with some really, really interesting travel companies. And I think that's what's kept me in the area, is I get to work with some really, really amazing travel companies that are really innovative, and it's just really, really interesting work. And so I can confidently sit here now and say I wouldn't move out of travel now, because I really, really enjoy working for the industry. And I think, especially when you're a lawyer, I think you're quite lucky to have a role where you actually enjoy the work that you're doing.
Mm-hmm. And Teresa, did you plan to get into the industry from the beginning? Because I know health and safety is very important for the travel industry. Is that kind of why you got into it?
I have to confess that at the age of 14, I did used to study the Atlas, and my passion was to always be in the travel industry and to travel the world. And the travel industry has allowed me to do that. So yeah, I'm one of those lucky people that knew from a young age what I wanted to work in. So, yeah.
Yeah. And Michael, I know that you studied travel and tourism at university, as you mentioned. Now, I had some time out of the industry and worked in fashion for a number of years. And so I've seen kind of visual merchandising through the fashion styling kind of angle. So I'm interested to know, actually, in travel, what is merchandising? Like, how do you merchandise hotels, properties, and so on?
So it covers a couple of different sides. So when we think of the merchandising team, so my function, I kind of think of it in the middle, and on either side we have two different relationships that we need to manage. So on one side we have all the hotels and properties, or whether it's products or if it's airlines, whichever tour product you're actually selling, you then need to work with them to really understand what is it that we actually need to help you with as an online travel agent. So is it that you need, as a hotel, do you need filling on a weekend, or is it actually that you get a lot of weekend travel and then you need to increase your business travelers? So really understanding that. And then on the other side we have the customers. So what is it that a customer wants? We know that customers want deals, so sometimes it can always be about a discount, and how do we kind of put that together as the merchandising team, so fulfilling both sides of that platform. But I think what's important to remember for tourism in particular, and especially times like today, it's not necessarily always just talking about a discount and a promotion. It's how do you put the right products in front of the right customer at the right time. So for example, in today's world, it would be highly inappropriate for my team and brand to say, we've got 50% sale on travel to America. It just wouldn't be appropriate for UK customers. So how do you then tailor that to help your suppliers, and then put a message in front of the customer that says, hey, we know you've been locked down for quite a few weeks, but here are some UK destinations that once we're able to travel to, maybe you will be able to. And so merchandising can cross a lot of different activities, whether it is promotional based and seasonal, things like Black Friday, which are incredibly important in the promotional calendar. Then having this kind of inspirational and engaging content to just retain your brand presence and just always help people dream about their next destination. I think that's also a function of merchandising as well. It's not just about a price-led message.
Yeah, okay. And Teresa, I understand from kind of health and safety, things like balconies and swimming pools and that kind of thing. What does your job look like on a day-to-day basis? What are you normally up to?
Yeah, so on a day-to-day basis, it could range from talking to a tour operator about their sort of processes that they've got in place at the moment, their challenges. It could be a technology related solution that they're looking for, that Farina drew on there, and innovations. It could be that they're after advisory work about their health and safety strategy and aligning that across their business with multiple different parts. Or it also could be focusing on their data points and their analytics and bringing that together, helping them make those data-driven decisions around risk and safety. And that's very much where a lot of these travel companies now are wanting to go, and to be really driven by that and really proactive and anticipating. And the current situation has sort of exacerbated that and just drawn that really out with focus with COVID-19.
Yeah, okay. And Farina, I assume that, I mean, my perception is kind of going to court every day, and that's what lawyers do. So what is it like in the travel industry?
Yeah, unfortunately, my job is nothing like what you see on Suits. We always laugh because we don't dress like that. We don't accost people and have depositions and any of that. So I don't. I mean, if you do litigation, and there is that is a field in travel as well. There's a fair amount of litigation work that goes on. You get to go to court. But I will warn you now, it still isn't like what you see on the TV. Generally, you can't sneak up with evidence that no one's seen before on the day. It just doesn't happen. So there is that litigation, that dispute side of it. That is really interesting work. It's not what I do though. I do the commercial and the regulatory. So my day generally, I get a lot of emails asking for advice. So I get a lot of we've had to cancel all our holidays. What are our legal obligations to customers? Or we've got this issue crop up. What should we do? So I get a lot of emails and calls asking for advice and giving legal advice. I do a lot of that, and I also do a lot of contract drafting. So customer terms and conditions, supplier agreements, agency agreements, all the commercial contract side of it. I do that. And I also advise a lot on the regulatory side of being a travel company. So I advise new companies, sort of startups, and there's a fair few startups in travel, and they're always sort of saying, look, we want to start up in travel. What do we need to do? What are our legal obligations? What licenses do we need? So I give a lot of that advice. And I give that to existing, travel companies as well, because as you grow, as you develop, as you go down different routes, your legal requirements and your legal needs change, and so you're actually constantly advising companies on things. So yeah, a lot of calls, a lot of emails, and a lot of contract drafting basically sums up my job.
Yeah, still sounds exciting anyway, even if it burst our bubble. And you mentioned earlier as well about relocating from Leeds to London, and I think that's something that in travel, lots of people go through that at different times in their life. I just wondered, do you have any advice to people that are maybe thinking about a dream role that's in a different city? And any kind of advice or tips you might have? Should they keep their mind open, or should they really focus on where they live?
I would say absolutely keep your mind open, because your dream job could be anywhere in the UK, and you've got to be open to that. And I was in my 30s when I relocated to London, which is quite late because most people tend to do it in their 20s. And so I did feel quite apprehensive about sort of being a little bit older and relocating to a big city. I was quite lucky that I've actually already had friends here, and I've got a bit of a support network here, so I already had people that I could speak to. But even then, nothing compared to what I had up north. But it's still absolutely absolutely worth it, and I would tell everybody to relocate if you have to, because it really opens your mind. You get a completely different experience, and you will make friends here, because the people that you work with ultimately will become friends. And my firm, well, pre-COVID-19, we were quite good on the socials, and so we'd have a lot of social things going on that would help me get to know people a bit better. And actually, that's one of the great things about working in travel. There's so much social activity in travel, and I do have friends in the travel industry as well that I see totally outside of work, and we'll have a catch up, and we'll go for a drink and have a chat. And getting to go to travel industry events and just spend it with them, it really doesn't feel like work half the time. So I think that's one of the great things about travel, is how social it is.
Yeah. And Michael, I know that your team are very international, and I've been fortunate to meet a number of them at the Future You events in the past. So do you want to tell us a little bit more about kind of the international part of your job role? How much traveling do you do? Is it exciting? Is it tedious?
No, it's definitely not tedious. It's good. I really enjoy that. I am lucky enough to be able to travel as part of my role. So my team is a global team. So they are split between 4 locations. So some of them are in London, which is where I am. Some are in Sao Paulo in Brazil. Some are in Dallas in the US, and some are in Hong Kong. And so just carrying on from that theme of being a very friendly and inclusive industry, I think that's still true when you even look at global teams. So we don't see each other all the time. We see a lot of each other on video, but then we do get to meet up a couple of times a year. And you do truly make friends with people in other countries as well. And I think what I would also say is just really be open to opportunities that might come up in different locations as well. So some of my team have, crossed between different offices in different countries. So some of them have undertaken a role at one of our other offices in San Francisco for a few years. Some of them have moved to London before moving back to Hong Kong. So always be open to those ideas, and never be afraid to just talk to people who've done that before, and reach out and just kind of say, do you think this is the right move for me? And just thinking that if you do take something on, it's not always, it doesn't have to be a permanent solution. It's not that, oh, I'm going to be moving to San Francisco forever. There will always be other options that you can do if you do want to relocate back to wherever it is you've moved from. So my team has definitely enjoyed that, and being part of an international organization, I definitely always look at the opportunities in different locations as well, because you never know what's going to come up.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And Teresa, just starting with you, are there any kind of unique skills, key skills that you think that people coming into the industry, if they wanted to kind of follow your career path, maybe do the job that you're doing now, that they should really kind of try and develop?
Yeah, I mean, communication skills for me are always really up there. Being able to put yourself in a customer's shoes and having that empathy as well, and empathizing with your colleagues who might be there sort of in front of a customer, and you might be back in the head office, wherever it is. And also having that solution focused attitude at all times, and remembering, as Michael said there, about the customer's dreams, and you're part of that when you're in the travel industry, making that happen. And so you have to go that extra mile for that customer.
Yeah,
so
okay.
It's having resilience.
Yeah, resilience, yeah, especially at the moment.
Yeah.
And Michael, anything you'd like to add?
No, I think that's it. It's really kind of capturing what does the customer need. I think the part that I would add on to that is that also my team is always very mindful of other people within the industry as well. So when you are working with, whether it's a distribution partner, whether it's working with a hotelier, a tour operator, or even if you are working with a legal part of the industry, it's really important to just, I find that tourism and travel is very collaborative, and just really treat those people the same way. Because, my path does cross with legal. If I am coming up with a campaign that is Black Friday, save up to 50%, legal want to make sure, Michael, is that genuinely a deal or not? So, your path will cross with many, many different people. And it's, working on an end product together.
And Farina, any key skills that people would need to do your role?
So, yeah, obviously you would need the lot, the legal skills, and it doesn't have to just be a law degree. There are sort of alternative routes that you can go down for qualification as well. And I know plenty of people that have didn't do law at uni, but either did a conversion course or have done something sort of post. Even later on things like the paralegal, legal executive type qualifications as well. There are sort of different routes through, but generally you will need a legal qualification to be able to obviously do legal work. But then sort of when you're in the industry, I think actually, Teresa and Michael have covered it really. I think communication is a huge part of it. Sort of good networking skills. When you're a lawyer, you very much need attention to detail. You'll be able to concentrate for quite a long period of time. You've got to be very commercial, very pragmatic. Like Teresa was saying, actually solutions driven. So when you're giving legal advice, nobody wants to just hear the problems. Nobody just wants to hear actually these are all the issues that you're up against. They want solutions as to how we're going to overcome that. What are the alternatives? How can we overcome this issue? So you've got to be very commercial, very pragmatic in your advice as well.
Great. Well, big thank you to our panelists there. So many great tips. So thank you very much for your time today.
Thanks, Danny.
Thank you.
Welcome everybody and thank you very much for joining us. So today we're joined by Joanne Roach from the Northern Training Academy, Mel Hoare from Blue Cube Travel and Ethan
Hello.
Field from Blue Cube Travel as well. So thank you everybody for taking time out to share and join our panel session.
Hello.
So I guess to kickstart the panel session today, do you want to go around and give everybody an idea of how you started in the industry and obviously how long you've been within the industry for as well. So Joe, do you want to kick us off?
Right, well, I'm not going to say how long I've been in the industry because that would then be getting away my age. But yeah, I've been in travel for ever and ever a day and fell into the training side sort of 20 odd years ago and have been passionate about that ever since. I started off with Thomas Cook straight from college because I was too old at the time to get an apprenticeship. So I was turned down because I was just over 18 and at that time I had to be 16. So yeah, I just went to college and then got into travel after that.
Perfect. And Mel, from your side?
Hi, well, I've been in travel since the tender age of 16 and I started off on what was then known as a YTS, Youth Training Scheme, which is today's apprenticeship. I actually didn't think of anything else that I could possibly do other than work in travel. It was something that I always had a passion for, always wanted to do. Was lucky to get on a youth training scheme via ABTA. And I started off in retail travel. Did that for probably only about 6 years. Then moved into corporate travel. Worked at some large investment banks. And then moved on to work for a smaller independent corporate firm before starting my own 17 years ago now. So, but it feels like it's gone by in a heartbeat. So I'm a great believer in apprentices and apprenticeships. And I think, you can become great things from it. So, yeah.
Fantastic. And Ethan, I think you're probably the only pure blood business travel agent, aren't you?
Yeah, I suppose so.
From business travel background.
Yeah, I mean, I joined the industry at 16 as well. I'll be in the industry 3 years in August coming up. Yeah, and the first role I've been in is a corporate travel role. And yeah, no, I've started in business admin, worked my way throughout the business, and kindly got my feet set up in sales and account management.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much, everybody, for introducing yourself and give us an idea of how everybody got into travel. It seems as if, as I mentioned before, Ethan's the only one who started in business travel and is still there at the moment, because I know from my point of view as well, I started in retail travel 12 years ago, stacking brochures as it was back in the very beginning, those good old days.
We remember.
So I guess, Joel, just to kick off, around apprenticeships, there's a lot of myths and misconceptions about the fact that apprenticeships are only for young people. Is this true or is it not? And what's your view on it?
It's absolutely not true. And unlike my experience donkeys years ago under the old YTS, and yes, I do remember YTS as well, it was very, very much youth training. Today's apprenticeships, the word is wrong, really. It shouldn't, when we start talking about apprenticeships, I think people automatically think it's young, it's the 16s or 18s who didn't go to college. But apprenticeships are so much more than that nowadays, and over the years it's evolved and evolved and evolved. So they're open, all apprenticeships are open for all ages between 16, they have an upper limit of 65, but amazingly we do have some 70-year-olds who actually do want to do apprenticeships, but the government has stipulated 65. So it's open to all, so that is a complete myth.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much for clearing that up, because I know it's one of the frustrations that people do perceive apprenticeships as just being very much about entry level into a business, and that it happens as you leave school or college. However, I think, you know, anybody can be an apprentice, and that kind of even stretches into learning and development within a role as well. Yes. I think a lot of time people don't realise that learning and development within a job once you're already in there is actually technically part of an apprenticeship too.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, because I think, again, that people think of apprentices as being brand new into a business, 16, 17-year-old, and they are entry level, as you say, from the ground up and, you know, working their way through. But it does also apply to people who are already in employment, who need developing and stretching and putting into different roles. So apprenticeships now are right from entry level GCSE equivalent right through to master's level at level 7. So really there is such a massive variety of apprenticeships out there that are applicable for everybody in work. Yeah.
Fab. So I guess from the Northern Training Academy's point of view, you've got a 25+ strong team that cover a whole range of different disciplines when it comes to apprenticeship and learning and development. So can you give us an idea of what is actually on offer and kind of what you can provide?
Yeah, I mean, they're actually called apprenticeship standards now, and there's countless number of apprenticeships that you can actually do. The ones that we broadly offer around the business, customer service, we do a lot on retail, we're doing travel, but we also have management ones as well, team leading, supervisory, we have learning mentor, assessor, coach. So really whatever people need, there is some standard that will actually fit. Because Ethan had said he did business admin, and that's basically what you can do with a standard. You can tailor it to make it fit that work situation and the most appropriate standard available. So it's limitless and limitless at the levels as well. So yeah, they're very, very strong offering nowadays out there.
And Mel, from your perspective, obviously as one of the co-founders of Blue Cube Travel, you've completely integrated apprenticeships and learning and development in this way into the business from the start. So do you use any funding to be able to do that within the business?
We do. First of all, I'd just like to say I wholeheartedly agree with everything that Joe has said, and I can sort of speak more about on how we've integrated all those different forms within Blue Cube. But regard to funding, because we're a smaller company and we have a salary bill of less than £3 million per annum, we don't actually pay into an apprenticeship levy fund, which larger companies have to do. So the way it works for us is that if we're looking to take on an apprentice or upskill somebody that's already within the workforce, the government will pay 95% for that course for them to do, and we as a company only have to contribute 5% towards that. So it's a bit of a no-brainer really when it comes to training. As a business owner, as a company, we know how expensive training can be, and this is a really, really inexpensive way to do it. If you're a company that's not paying in, if you're a company that is already paying in, then it's, you know, that money's already sitting there, so it may as well be used to take on an apprentice or upskill some of your current workforce.
Absolutely. And Jo, there was some pretty exciting news that came out.
Yes,
do you want to talk us
absolutely. Yeah,
through
yesterday.
that?
Yesterday. Yeah, it was great news, really, this Kickstart. And it was interesting you said Kickstart, Lee, because that is exactly what the government are trying to do. So there's the funding being put in for apprenticeships and traineeships as well. I mean, there's quite a lot of technical detail, and Mel's gone into quite a lot about the difference between levy and non-levy. So I don't think that that's relevant now, but it's really just the message is that every company of whatever size can access government funding. They don't get it paid directly to them, but it pays the funding for people like ourselves to come and provide the high quality training that they need and that they're looking for. So I think if anybody has any specific questions around funding and how to use levies and what the logistics are, I'm more than happy offline to sort of take any inquiries if people come to you about it. So obviously pass on my details if that is relevant.
Yeah, and I think from my perspective, obviously when we first went into the whole apprenticeship thing, we were very naive about it. We didn't know how it worked. You know, it's when you don't know or understand about something, you kind of automatically think it's going to be a complicated, lengthy process, but it really, really isn't. And the training providers you use, people like Joe, really kind of take that out of your hands. There's very little for you to do other than sort of support that individual within your organization. All of the sort of administrative side and that kind of stuff, a lot of it, you know, you're not completely Form 3, but a lot of it is taken on board by the training provider that you're using.
I guess one of the big things that everybody probably wants to understand and wants to know about is the impact that it actually has on business itself. So the tangible impact, because I think a lot of the time people can get lost in the fact that it is very time intensive to have obviously a trainee within the business, regardless of whether that's upskilling or somebody new into the business. However, the impact can be huge, as I think, you know, you've seen.
Yeah, well, the way it's worked for us, so there's twofold to that. So initially, when we first started, we took on 3 apprentices just because we had numerous people come in for interviews, well, not too many, but there were these 3 particular young girls, and they were all so amazing. We couldn't decide. We only wanted one, but we ended up taking all 3. 2 of which are still with us today. The 3rd one decided to go to uni, so that's fine. So sort of starting from that, once they sort of completed their apprenticeship and we took on the next round, then they helped the new apprentice, which I think actually then was you, Ethan, wasn't it? Yeah. So actually, once you get the first round in, you can actually already take some of the burden away from yourself by having the old apprentices help train the new ones. So that's sort of one level of it. But also maybe we were a bit of an aging workforce at Blue Cube, if you can call sort of 35 to 45 aging. So it's actually added a really lovely, nice new dynamic to our office. And also our client base was getting younger and younger. You know, I know we spoke about it's not all about young people, but, you know, a young person minds and thinks differently to, you know, a 50-year-old woman like myself. So actually we're dealing with like tech firms and you go in there and they're all sort of like 20 to 25. And it just sort of seems right that you kind of have at least some of your workforce at that age that can maybe understand maybe what their potential needs would be in the future, and actually to be able to add some insight to what it is that you're already doing, like just a completely fresh overview. And the type of people that we took on were, sorry, apologies for that. The type of people we took on, we wanted them to challenge what it was that we were doing, and sort of be outspoken and have a voice, and question why we did things. And I think, you know, we've sat here as a company and for the last sort of 10 or 15 years and just did things because we thought they worked, but people stopped questioning them. And then the moment you get some sort of new fresh blood in, if you want to call it that, they start kind of going, well, why do you do that? And it kind of makes you sort of sit and think, well, why do we do that? And why do we do it like that? So, you know, some things we've changed. Ethan has been amazing in bringing some new technology into the business and creating a whole intranet program for Blue Cube, but I'll let him talk more about that. But even just the sort of, you know, the conversations that you get in the kitchen and the breakout areas, you know, it's just added a whole new dynamic. The people that have been here for a longer length of time, they have become sort of quite proud of what they want to do, and it's kind of given them another inspiration to kind of sort of look at themselves and kind of go, actually, this, you know, I am good at this, and this person here is really interested in what I've got to say. So it kind of just boosts morale all round, really.
It challenges people's views, doesn't it? And as
it
you say,
does, yeah.
It forces everybody to up their game, because when you've got obviously new talent, regardless of whether that's young or somebody entering even on an apprenticeship beyond 24, 25, then it kind of, it's a different perspective coming into the business, and it challenges you to think, doesn't it?
And some of the more long-standing people within the company, we've got a few of them now doing degree level apprenticeships. They're doing the upskilling, which is something we probably would have been blissfully unaware of had we not initially started, you know, with the younger people that we've got. So it's really kind of, you know, they've watched them do it and watched them learn and watched them progress and all of that kind of stuff. And you know, a lot of them are really, really delighted that they've now got the opportunity to do the same at the, you know, grand old age of, you know, 35 or 40 or whatever it may be.
I think, Mel, sorry, but Mel, you said about the ICT side and the sort of the technology, that, you know, when they do apprenticeships at an older age, a lot of the standards do have the ICT element in there, so they get that development, which is great, because you've got people who grew up without computers and maybe do not even access computers now, that need to be more engaged, and they love it. You know, they find it really challenging, but it boosts their morale because they're suddenly learning this massive new skill that all the young people just take for granted. They've all got it, they all have mobile phones, etc., off their fingers. And, you know, I think it's just bringing the older workforce back into line with what the new world looks like, and it gives them those opportunities too.
Absolutely. And I guess, Ethan, from your point of view, that's definitely something that you're going to want to continue to do, isn't it? To develop and potentially even go into that degree level learning.
Definitely. And I think going back to what Mal said with the contrast in, you know, the work age, you know, the difference, it's, you know, we all learn stuff off each other. You know, I learn a lot from, you know, managers and stuff like that. You know, you never feel you know, restricted to ask questions. You know, it's always very free. You know, if you want to challenge a reason, why do you do things like that? They might sit back and think, actually, yeah, why do we do things like that? Or they will give you a reason why things are done like that, and it, you know, it opens it up and it's clearer for the way things are done. But yeah, definitely, I think apprenticeships are the way forward for it.
Amazing. So I guess, Mel, coming back over, I do have a question that I want to ask, which is around the elephant in the room that we haven't addressed yet. That has been obviously the global pandemic of coronavirus. And I just wanted to understand from your perspective, is this the end of apprenticeships, or what's your view? What do you think?
Well, firstly, darn COVID-19. But, you know, I think it's, you know, the travel industry is kind of hitting a really, really low point. But for me, the way I look at that is the only way is up, really. It can't get much worse. I fear it might get a little tad worse. Don't want to tempt fate. But, you know, at some point it's got to get better and it's got to improve. So, you know, I have a great belief that, you know, the travel industry is here to stay. We are always going to be looking for new people to join the industry. You know, people with, you know, enthusiasm about the industry, you know, a drive, a sort of willingness to learn. And, you know, people with a personality, right? That's, I think, what I'm always looking for when we're looking for individuals to join Blue Cube, because I think you can teach a person how to use something, but you can't teach a person how to be. So if there's anybody out there watching, they're the sort of people that we're looking for, and they're the sort of people that the industry will always need. As I say, maybe with a slight pause for now, but I truly believe it will get back on its feet, because the people that are already in it are doing absolutely everything they can to keep it alive.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more, and I think that's the sentiment all across the industry, isn't it? So, fingers crossed that we get back to that side of the recovery point fairly quickly.
We will.
And it is resilient. Travel is renowned for being resilient. So yeah, absolutely.
I'm optimistically hopeful, and I refuse to be anything other than that. So yeah,
Agreed.
We will.
So Joe, from your side, have you seen any or had any conversations that would counter that view of optimism from Joe?
Yeah, we work with across many sectors of industry, travel being one of them, and I think there is a lot of enthusiasm now for thinking, this is an opportunity to really, really get ourselves back on our feet, because obviously the travel industry has been massively impacted, but also retail, other sectors that we work with have equally been really heavily affected. They're seeing this whole new apprenticeship drive as a way of kickstarting their own companies too, and seeing it as a real opportunity to just get back to normal as soon as possible, or some kind of new normal, whatever it is. And that they really, really are quite, not excited, because obviously there's going to be redundancies, there's going to be changes, but there is an opportunity to reignite the whole of the UK, essentially, and get us all back going.
Absolutely agree. So I guess, Ethan, it's been 3 years now, in August, since obviously you joined Blue Cube. You've gone through that first phase of learning and development and through the apprenticeship course. Over that time, can you tell us a little bit more about the new initiatives that Mel had alluded to, where you've had a huge impact on the business, and also your view on the time there so far?
Yeah, no, I think over my 3 years, I've been involved in so much and had so many opportunities to learn and build, and knowledge. Yeah, it's with apprenticeships, the more you put in, the more you get out of it. And I think your training providers and your managers will see when that is happening. And like with being able to travel at 18 to a different country for work, I never thought in my life I would ever be doing that at that sort of age. That was an amazing experience for me. Flying to Frankfurt, being involved in one of our biggest clients' hotel program, making sure that they've got hotels in, I think, maybe 15 different countries and stuff like that. Building the intranet as well. I asked the question, I said, why are we saving stuff like this? Why is it so long-winded when we can all just get centralized information? Because people ask different things, just put it all in one place. And it wasn't just me. I did have help from other people around the business and other apprentices as well that helped me with it. One of our IT apprentices, he helped me quite a bit as well with it and helped me construct it. And we just learn off each other, and it's just, we can all, we literally grow together.
Absolutely.
I think even the opportunity that Ethan is actually getting to speak now, and Ethan, sorry, I'm jumping on your stage here, but you've spoken before in front of a live audience of people, something that still sort of puts the fear of God into me now. But so I'm quite passionate about getting all of our younger members of staff up, on stage and being vocal as much as humanly possible. And just opportunities like that as well. I think it's really character building to be able to do something like that. And, it takes a lot of nerve, really, I think, as well. So well done. I think we've sometimes got to remember, and I don't mean this in a condescending way at all, Ethan, but how young these people are. I don't think I could have stood on a stage at 18 in front of 600 people and spoke. It would just wouldn't have happened ever. Not even now.
Who was also there, it was pretty daunting, but I think, Ethan, to be fair, we smashed it at WTM. So I think, we did extremely well on that panel session, because it was a pretty big stage on the global stage.
Yeah.
So
And
congratulations.
I think what that shows is the range of opportunity that's been open to somebody like Ethan. You know, when he joined working in our reservations team. He kind of made it known because it was comfortable enough for him to be able to voice his opinion that, you know, ideally that is not where he would like to stay, and where he would like to move was into sort of sales and account management. So we allowed him to sort of dip his toe in that water. And he got on really, really well, and that's where he is now. But then he's also been involved in the intranet, also been involved in some public speaking, also been involved in sort of traveling to conferences abroad, not necessarily to speak, but just to sort of attend. So in a very short space of time. And I would say truthfully that not everybody at Blue Cube has had such a wide range of experience as Ethan, but Ethan has wanted that experience, and you know, and for other people like us all, you know, they're quite happy, you know, they've come into reservations, they love reservations, and that's where they want to stay, so that's great. Or they've come into IT and that's where they want to stay. But I think from an employee and an employer perspective, I think you kind of got to recognize when you've got something good, and if somebody is willing to or wanting to find out about other areas of the business, if you've got the capacity to allow them to do that, because you might just sort of stumble across a gem that you didn't realize you had.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I think from our experience, that's absolutely been the thing that employers have turned around and said, I really never knew that person had that capability, but they never asked the question before. And it's the people who have put themselves forward, absolutely desperate to get development, to get training, that are coming forward, and the employers are benefiting from that because they're suddenly getting this very highly motivated, switched on workforce that they didn't even know they had, and they've kind of squandered their skill, really. So I think that's what apprenticeships can do for an employer, is to really highlight people like Ethan who come in to do one thing but obviously have skill and, you know, enthusiasm to do other things and develop that further.
Well, and also, I mean, it's raised the profile of our company. You know, we've been in the trade press because of the work that we've done with apprentices, but I probably wouldn't be sitting on this panel here today if it wasn't for Ethan speaking at the WTM last year. So I'm actually only here because of him. So, you know, thanks,
Well, I'm
Ethan.
pretty glad that you can all join. And thank you, obviously, again, Ethan, for joining us for a second time, and Mel for the first time, and Joe as well. Well, I guess at the end of the day, this panel session was called Learn as You Earn. And that's pretty much what you've just summarised there, Ethan, for us quite nicely. So I'd like to thank everybody for joining us and taking time, obviously, out of your busy schedule. And thank you very much. And here's to the success of everybody in the future as well. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Thanks,
It's hoping. Thanks very much, Lee.
Good luck, everybody.
Yeah, good luck too.
Hi everyone, I'm super excited to be here today and take part to the ITT Future You conference. Today I've been given the honor to announce the winners of the ITT Future You conference and award. I will start with the first category, which is the ITT Apprentice of the Year. And the winner is from Cruise Ready Limited, Kyra Martin. Congratulations. The next category is the ITT Hospitality and Catering Student of the Year. The student that came as the highly recommended is from the University of Plymouth and is Charlotte Cross. Congratulations. And the winner is from University of Wolverhampton, Katie Walker. Congratulations. And finally, let's go to the ITT Center of Excellence Students of the Year. The winners are, from University of Plymouth, Stevie Maher. From University and College of Birmingham, Tom Hull. From University of Wolverhampton, Sharandeep Kaur. From Manchester Metropolitan University, Ocean Harrison. From Northumbria University, Tom Spencer. And from Leeds Beckett University, Kirsty Lane. Congratulations to all the winners.
Hello everyone, I hope you're all keeping safe and lockdown's been treating you well. Thank you for joining this ITT Future You panel discussion, Are You Industry Ready? Today our focus will be on how to prepare best for a career in the travel industry. With the help of our panelists, Jodie, Carla and Matt, we will cover off different stages of the career journey, from identifying your very first role through the application process and CVs, interviews and assessment centres. So I'm very excited to introduce our panel who have a great wealth of experience between them. So if you could all introduce yourselves, please, that would be great. Carla, if you'd like to go first.
Yeah. Hi everyone. Thank you, Louis, for involving me today. It's great to be here. I'm Carla. I'm a career consultant, and I'm based in London, but I work with students, young professionals from pretty much all around the world to help them understand their career path and the best options for them on the job market.
Thank you, Carla. And Matt?
Hi Lou, thanks for having me today. So I'm Matt Pink, I'm a customer experience manager at EasyJet Holidays. And before that I was at Thomas Cook for around 2 years, for a few months as UK Online Customer Experience Manager, and before that on the Future Leaders Commercial Graduate Programme.
Great stuff, thank you Matt. And Jodie?
Hi, thank you for setting this up today. I am Jodie, the head of overseas for Party Hard Travel. So as you can tell, we specialise in party holidays for the youth travel market. My job is all the operations overseas, and more importantly for you guys is the recruitment and management of the overseas staff.
Fantastic, thanks Jodie. And finally, I'm Louis. I'm commercial lead at Whitbread, so I look after the commercial strategy for hotels across the UK, and also manage the commercial framework for our new Premier Plus rooms as well. Thought I'd get that plug in there. So now we've introduced ourselves, let's crack on with our first key theme of today, which is identifying the right role. So Jodie, let's start with you. Tell us about your route into the travel industry, and was a career in travel a premeditated choice? Was it a deliberate decision? Was it something that you'd always wanted to do?
Yeah, so I wanted to be an accountant, which is what I did at uni. I started realising that wasn't for me. I got into travel from doing the overseas, so summer placement, being a rep throughout universities every summer. And that just kind of made me realise a passion for the industry, and also to see the opportunity that I didn't really know before. And when I did actually leave uni, I went into the accountancy industry for a bit, and I soon realised that the travel industry has so much more opportunity, especially for young people, to kind of grow and learn and develop than any other industry I've seen anyway.
Fantastic, thank you for that. So you went to university and studied accountancy. Was that your plan long term, and then travel became your passion?
Yeah, so I still use accountancy nearly every day, I guess, in what I do, the skills that I learned from university. But yeah, I think
that's great to hear. So even though you didn't study travel and tourism, you're using those skills that you built at university in your everyday job with Party Hard Travel.
Yeah, every day. I mean, I guess when you're in uni, you don't really get for me, doing accounting, it wasn't really you do this industry, or this industry. It was kind of, I didn't realize that until a bit later, that there are different industries, but there's still a lot of opportunities inside them. You don't have to be a air hostess because you're in the travel industry. There is a lot of job roles across the board.
Great stuff. Thanks, Jodie. And Matt, I know you went to university as well. You didn't study travel and tourism, but you applied for the Thomas Cook graduate program. Did you know at university that travel was a long-term plan for you?
No, definitely not. So I graduated in politics and international relations in 2016, which is a course I specifically chose because I wanted transferable skills. I didn't really know where exactly I wanted to go. And that's an attitude I think I took into my early career. So I experimented with some roles in sales, public affairs, but I was always quite keen for a graduate scheme, preferably in a larger company where I could rotate. Primarily to suss out my interest long term, but also to gain a fair bit of cross-functional experience. So I must have applied for around 30 graduate schemes at the end, from companies that produce chocolate bars to those that run theme parks, which I think gives you an indication of how unsure I was on industry. But I was sent a link for the Thomas Cook graduate scheme, as you point out, by my mum, I think, and I knew it was right for me pretty much immediately when I read the description. It kind of occurred to me there's nothing more exciting than travel, and it hadn't crossed my mind that making holidays for a living could actually be a job. So as soon as I heard about it, I sought it out quite intensely. Luckily got through to the assessment centre and got a really good feeling about the company and what I wanted to do. And luckily my application was successful, and I haven't stopped loving travel ever since. So thanks for sending me the link, Mum.
Great stuff. Thanks, Matt. I think there's a really important point about persistence there. You said you applied for 30 different programs, and eventually you found the right one, and it's worked out really well for you. So thank you for sharing that. Carly, you don't directly work in the travel industry, but you help people to identify their first roles. So could you tell us about the advice you'd give to people who are looking for their first role?
Yeah, I think my suggestion is really to start working as early as possible, maybe even at university if you have some spare time, because it's very important that you try different things before committing maybe to the graduate program, because maybe you have some ideas of what you would like to do, but then in reality you might like different things. So it's very important that you have different experiences. Don't underestimate those experiences that you might do while you're studying.
For sure. Thank you, Carla. Appreciate that. So with Carla, Jodie and Matt there, you've all secured your first jobs through different means. So Matt with a graduate program, Carla via internship opportunity, and Jodie with an overseas placement. So I think it's important when identifying your first role in travel to consider all entry points. And to Carla's point, take a risk. If you see something that you like, explore it and go after it. I know in my experience, my first taste of travel was work experience. Similar to Matt, I had to be quite persistent. So I went around knocking on different travel agent stores, I think about 30 or 40. And there was one travel agency which gave me the opportunity to work for free for 4 weeks. And off the back of that, I managed to secure a graduate program. So I think the key is really persistence when looking for your first role as well. So now moving on a little bit to the impact of COVID-19 on the job market. Matt, if you'd like to take this first question, what would you say to people who are strongly considering a career in travel but are concerned about the impact COVID-19 might have on the jobs available?
So I think the first thing I'd say is don't be too disheartened. I think you'll struggle to find an industry right now that's not been negatively impacted by the effects of COVID-19 in some capacity, apart from maybe those that make hand sanitizer. So while my career in travel so far has been short, I think from speaking to colleagues around the industry, it's clear it will always be susceptible to peaks and troughs and will always be impacted by political, geographical, and as we found out more recently, medical factors. But there is always a trend, and the trend is that travel does bounce back. I think if we look before all of this, consumer demand for travel was at an all-time high. There's such an emotion around the connection that travellers have with packages they book. And that's one of the joys really of working in the industry. And the challenge for us now in travel is to transition that to reassurance and bring customers back to travel. And speaking personally, from working at EasyJet Holidays, it's been brilliant to work on some of our work around commitments in light of COVID-19, travel policies, new help centres to advise customers. And I think that's where it helps with resilience, in that we can be sure that eventually customers will come back and book with us again. And so from a job market perspective, I'd say while it's tough, I think the reassurance should come from these companies will look to recruit and grow again as that demand does return and grows again. But in the meantime, I think my advice would be find as many transferable skills as you can and adapt to the situation as best as possible. I think the more you can learn from industries outside of travel and bring that in, the better. And some of the best ideas I've heard since I joined the industry have come from those that have entered the industry new or from different industries. So if you can bring something different to a table in what is now a very competitive climate, then that will stand you in really good stead.
Sure, thank you for that, Matt. So a key theme there seems to be around transferable skills. Carla, I know you're an advocate of people looking for additional qualifications. What would you say to people who are looking for a job in the current climate?
Yeah, I mean, the travel industry is being highly impacted, like Matt was saying. So if your dream job is not available now, anyway, my suggestion would be to do something anyway, to take advantage of this time to do maybe different jobs where you can always learn something. You have to be proactive. You can undertake qualifications. It could be a language course. It could be project management, anything that might be helpful for you when the job market is ready again and you can start applying for a job in the travel industry. So don't sit still, be flexible, be open-minded, and take advantage of this time as much as possible.
Fantastic. Thank you, Carla. I know some of my colleagues are currently on furlough at the moment, and they are channeling their energies into additional qualifications in order to upskill and look for that next step in the career ladder. So thank you for that, Carla. Jodie, you recruit overseas reps for Party Hard Travel. Would you agree that an additional qualification such as a language, for example, would help an applicant stand out?
Yeah, I just think any extra skills really are going to help you stand out. Whatever you got, put it in the CV. But definitely a language. But also, when I was first applying for overseas placements, I was a little bit put off, thinking like, oh, they've asked preferable to have a different language. But don't be put off. Still apply. Like with us, it is very rare that we have somebody that can speak, well, not just speak a language, but speak a language of the resorts we operate into. So we have one rep at the moment. She's amazing. She's such an asset to the team and has been for years. But don't be put off if you don't have one, but use this time to get some extra skills if you can.
Great stuff. Thanks, Jodie. And how do you think about COVID-19 as a whole? How will that impact the job market in travel?
Yeah, there's a lot of kind of positives and negatives. Obviously, the main negative being the uncertainty at the moment with a lot. Kind of like the customers asking what's going on. You might as well go and ask Boris. But no, I mean positives. We've changed a lot and used this time to develop a lot of things. We've got 2 new apps going ahead. So our Party Hard app, which we were planning on anyway, so just kind of pushed that forward, so the customers can kind of have better communication with the staff in destination all via the app. We also have an Easy Order app, which means that all of our venues, event suppliers, the hotels, if they want it, we're just kind of putting it across the destinations to enhance that social distancing. They can order everything they would need and want from this app, drinks, food, across the resort. So that's really helpful. And I think it is going to open up kind of a lot of advances in technology for the industry. Also, in terms of recruitment, I mean, next summer, 2021, sales are already doing really well. So I know if it carries on like that, then we are going to have to recruit more staff. And then for this summer, we did a recent survey which showed us 80% of our customer base that responded to it actually would feel comfortable traveling abroad with us this summer. So kind of don't rule out this summer just yet, I guess. We'll see what happens.
Fantastic. That was really reassuring to hear. I think a couple of points in there. The first one around innovation. So even though there are undoubtedly a lot of negatives to the COVID-19 situation on the travel industry, it can lead to new innovations, as you mentioned with Party Hard Traveller. And also interesting to see that confidence is returning into the market, not just for next summer, but for this summer as well. So you might get to a stage where you may start to look for more reps next summer, for example. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, definitely. We've still got, obviously, can't really recruit again because we've got the whole lot from last year. But if we look like we do need more than what we would have recruited for this summer, then yeah, definitely we'll open up again for next year.
Great stuff. Thank you for your thoughts on that, guys. And now I'm just going to move on to the next theme, which is around securing the role. So this section will look at CV and interview advice. So let's delve a little bit deeper into that application process. Carla, you specialize in career consulting. What are your top tips for writing a CV or cover letter?
Yeah, obviously every company might have different requirements, but my general tip would be to customize your applications. So to read carefully the job description. Do not send out your application randomly because that would be a waste of your time, and recruiters don't really like to read these applications that are clearly a copy and paste and there is nothing personal on those. So try to be very clear on what you can offer that the company is looking for, that is relevant for the company that you're applying to. Try to stand out somehow with a catchy cover letter, have some unique points, be very clear on who you are, what are your skills, and why you would be a good fit for the company, because they receive hundreds of applications within a few days after posting the job advert. So make sure you know why you're applying and why they should choose you.
Thanks, Carla. So tailor your skill set to the company and what the company is essentially asking for as well. And how about the interview process? How do you prepare for that? What's your advice?
Oh, for the interview, what I find is that a lot of candidates underestimated. So maybe they're very prepared on the, let's say, more technical side, but you also have to be very prepared about the company, about the competitors, the history of the company, their mission, their vision, their projects. You have to study like you're going for an exam. So take that seriously. And also be prepared to speak about yourself. Your weaknesses, your strengths, your goals. These are the questions that are more challenging for candidates normally. So take the time to practice, to prepare. You can find a lot of information online. So before an interview, you can go on Glassdoor, Rate My Placement to get more information about interview process.
Great stuff. Lots of good stuff in there. Thank you, Carla. And Jodie, you're in a great position because you've assessed hundreds of people for overseas rep roles in the past in both interview and assessment centre format. Which applicants really stand out to you and why did they do so?
I think it's the same as what Carla was saying, the ones that go beyond with the research, go beyond the website. We know what's on there. We like it when you pull things from different areas. As well. It's great. I think standing out, making things different, the same kind of I'm an interesting, motivated individual, kind of go beyond that, please. And also like some of them, so we do, you have to submit a video. The candidates that can really try and get their personality across in these stages really stand out too. And then yeah, we do assessment centres. Those are filled with so many different tasks throughout the day. Through that, confidence is really important, and kind of seeing how, understandably with us, you might not be as confident, but with the peers in the room, we want to see how they're all interacting together. And then also there are a lot of different stages, so it's all about that prep. For example, 1 minute they'll be doing a welcome meeting to group tasks, and then they all this year have had a private individual interview with our CEO. So it's kind of preparing for all areas when you do that.
Great stuff. Thanks, Jodie. And Matt, you have experience on the other side of the coin. So you applied for the graduate program at Thomas Cook, and the final stage of that was an assessment centre, which you were successful in. What advice would you give to applicants in that assessment centre situation?
You're absolutely right. So I've had to do a few assessment centres during graduate scheme application processes, and it's quite a standard requirement normally. Normally about step 6 if the first 5 of those weren't enough. But I think I'd really echo the thoughts that Jodie and Carla have shared there. The first really around knowing your stuff, and that's not just where the company's been, but really where it's going. I think the more you can read up on latest results, press statements, any kind of snippets you can find in the news, the better, because that'll help you understand the ambition of the company and the direction it's going in. And if you can understand that, you'll know whether it's the right fit for you, but also whether, or I guess, how you can tailor your approach to ensure they know you're the right fit for them. Confidence, as Jodie touched upon as well, I think is really key. So as part of these assessment centres, you'll normally do a group activity, and I think it's really key to stand out in the right way. They're looking for leaders, but people that aren't too overbearing. So if you can try and guide the direction of the task in the way that you want, while bringing people on board and engaging everyone in the group, maybe bringing in those that are a little bit quieter, that will certainly stand you in a really good position. And then finally, I think networking at these centres is really key as well. I think you'll find that people from all across the business will come to these assessment centres to speak to potential candidates. And that's the opportunity really to quiz them, talk to them about what they like about the company, advice they give to new starters and so on. And if you can set a good impression with them, these will be the people that will normally be A, either marking your performance, or B, advising those that are. So, it will always help stand you out if you can have a good conversation with those people. But I think finally, the last thing I'd say is, I think it can take practice. I think I performed pretty terribly at the first 2 or 3 that I did. So I just recommend relaxing into it, trying to show them what you can do, and the rest will follow and something will click eventually.
Great stuff. Thank you for that, Matt. And really reassuring to hear as well that you might have gone through a couple of assessment centres, but don't be disheartened. Keep going, be persistent. So thank you for sharing. That story. So I think we've got some really top tips from Jodie, Carla, and Matt there on the application process. Number 1, match your skills to the JD and be clear on what you can offer. I know coming out of university and looking for my first job in travel, I didn't really know what I was good at. I think a good place to start there would be to read a book called Strength Finders 2.0, which really kind of highlights your strengths and how you can build on those. Secondly, do your research on the company. As Carla said, prepare for an interview or an assessment centre like it's an exam. Read the company website, the latest press articles, ensure you know where the company is heading. And thirdly, draft an interview pack of questions and try to preempt activities at assessment centres. You can find the methods, as Carla mentioned, on Glassdoor as well. So that concludes our panel discussion for today. Thank you to Carla, Matt and Jodie so much for your time. Really appreciate it. And I hope you at home have enjoyed the session as well, found it informative. If you do have any questions at all, we're now open for a live Q&A. Alternatively, you can get in touch with us through ITT Future You. Thanks everyone, take care, bye-bye.
I will start with the first category, which is the Bella Rangel Callan Award for ITT Student of the Year. The highly recommended student from Leeds Beckett University is Martha Mills. And the winner from Leeds Beckett University is Ellie Greatorex. Congratulations. The next award category that I will be announcing is the ITT PhD Student of the Year. And the winner is from the University of Plymouth, Xiaochao Chen. Congratulations. The next category I'll be announcing is the ITT Responsible Tourism Student of the Year. And from University of Plymouth, the winner is Victoria Ward. Congratulations. The next category I will be announcing is the Bill Maxwell Award for the ITT BSc Travel Business Management Student of the Year. And the winner is from Leeds Beckett University, Orpheus Petter. Congratulations.
So welcome to our next session, which is about talent, expertise, and people skills. So I'd like to introduce our panelists. So I'm going to start with Brett. If you'd like to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your business, please.
Hi, I'm Brett Garrett. I'm General Manager of Isleworth Travel Management. We're a startup division of the Sunville family. We specialise in SME travel management aimed at the maximum £1 million travel mark.
Great, thank you. And Joel, if you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your business as well.
Thanks, Danny. I'm Joel Henry, so I'm the Manager of Marketing and Business Development for the Antigua and Barbuda Tourism Authority based in London. I've been in this role for 12 years, and we're basically responsible for all the promotion and trade relations for the country of Antigua and Barbuda. The UK is our second biggest market, and it's a very, very dependent job to provide tourism arrivals for the destination.
Great. And Joel, I understand that your career, you started out in Antigua and then moved across to the UK. So if you'd like to just tell us a bit more about your career journey to date.
Well, it started with a passion for planes. My job initially was to become a pilot, but obviously I couldn't afford the pilot skill. So I found myself in a job that requires me to be around planes. So I started off working as check-in for a local regional airline in Antigua. And being from a small island, it provides you with great opportunities to grow. So I moved around various departments in operations and sales. So it was really good to have a sort of like a senior position at such a young age, where you're responsible for dispatching flights and organizing flights. That's such a big responsibility. And then the opportunity came up board to work for the tourist board. What I didn't know, it was a job in London. And then obviously I came here for 2 years, and 12 years I'm still here. Initially I was just a tourism officer, so I was administrative support to directors. And over the years, I'm now the manager of business development. So I look after hundreds of tour operators and thousands of travel agents across the UK.
Thank you. And Brett, your background, I understand you've worked for a number of different businesses and you kind of developed your career, done a bit of work overseas. So you just want to talk us through that career journey?
Well, funny enough, I started off as a chef. I'd done an internship in catering at a well-known restaurant in London, and one day took a leap into, I think it was the Crystal offices in Surbiton, and became a chalet chef for a season. And all of a sudden I was like, oh, I'm loving this, no rent to pay, and this whole chalet life. So I was working in chalet for a few years, then moved into as an overseas rep, going to the airport, looking after guests. After a few years, I went from that into a resort management position. A few years after that, I then came back and made a weird diversion into corporate travel. So I've worked for HRG, I've worked for American Express, I've worked for Flight Centre, and now I've started Isleworth Travel Management. I kind of it's been a long journey to get here, but it's definitely rewarding. What we, looking back and seeing what we've achieved, what I've achieved, definitely something to be proud of, I'd say.
Yeah, and corporate travel, I think people are very familiar with leisure and holidays, but just tell us a little bit more about kind of day to day, what is typical within a role within corporate travel?
Yeah, definitely leisure and leisure and retail. There's a lot of spotlight in the trade press. Corporate travel it's like a stepbrother really that's sitting in the corner and is working hard. I think the volume of corporate travel that goes through this country, kind of, if without it, the leisure industry would probably struggle. Day to day, we're dealing with SME clients who are spend maximum £1 million, and we nurture them. We nurture these clients, so they call us. We have no online technology, and we deal with these clients 24/7, 365 days a year, managing their corporate spend, hotels, flights, whatever they need. We're there, and we manage the whole user journey. We're a team of 5, and it's going really well. I think the corporate travel market at the moment in this situation will probably be one of the key boosters getting the leisure industry back off the ground. And I think the more publicity we can get for corporate travel, the better, because there is a lot more voice around leisure.
Yeah. And Joel, from your side, the Antigua and Barbuda tourist board, you've got beautiful destinations there that you're blessed with to kind of, if you like, sell itself. But I'm sure that there's much more to it than that. How important are people skills and actually selling the destination from your perspective? Is that important or is that irrelevant?
It's hugely important. I mean, the job that we do in the UK, for example, and across any tourist office, it's about 80% human interaction. So, your partnership deals that you negotiate or the relationships you have agents who support you just because you have a good relationship with them. It's essentially and vital. And the job of marketing a destination is very sort of like a passion as well. So your skills in terms of delivery, being very sort of competent in that confidence in the product that you're promoting is very strong in terms of how it communicates to your audience, whether it's consumers, the trade, media, or just meeting people in the supermarket aisle. You consider yourself to be full-time ambassadors, whether you're on holiday. I've been on planes where I have a brochure of Antigua and the person next to me never heard of where I'm from. And then I'm like, oh, I have a brochure in my bag. And, we have a quick chat and I'm going on holiday to New York. So you never stop working. So people skills is definitely an essential part to make it a success.
Yeah. And you mentioned there about building relationships. Is it important, do you think, to have these skills beforehand, or do you learn the skills as you go along? Is this something that people are born with?
It's a balance of both, because I think you have to be a bit natural. I think people can see through if it's a bit forced. And you also have to have that sort of, mindset that to be open and to be acceptance of people's reviews or people's suggestions, but know how to handle it in a professional way to sort of bring some sort of unity or consensus where you both can agree on a solution if there's a problem. So I think it's absolutely essential. It's a 50-50 split, I would say. You have to have that natural instinct in you, and also you are learned it as you progress through the ranks.
Yeah. And Brett, that natural instinct, does that also apply to sales, would you say?
We take a very customer-centric approach into our sales, and travel used to be about sales, big commissions. Now there's more people fighting for bookings, and that every last booking across the line, be it corporate, leisure, or any travel. And knowing the customer, knowing what they want, is probably the absolute key to closing the sale. There's absolutely nothing more than knowing what the customer wants. Whenever we sit down and we learn a new client, we learn a new thing about a client, I say, let's log it, let's write everything down. It's good to know what these clients do in their spare time with them. houses overseas and various different things. You know, little nuggets about this information. These people become your friends, and all of a sudden, you know, the sale becomes a lot less of a chore and more of a friendly chat. And all of a sudden, you've sold a holiday, or you've sold a trip, or you sold a set of corporate flights without really knowing it. And it's that smoothness of transaction, and that's where having the skills, having the ability to have an open conversation with someone and just, you know, learn about them makes this job a whole lot easier sometimes.
Yeah. So if you've got someone interested to getting into corporate travel and they've got a background maybe within leisure travel or perhaps in sales, but from outside the industry, is there some advice you can give them to help them to get into corporate travel?
Yeah, exactly. I think there's normally a very, you know, easy route in. If you want to be in frontline sales, you can either go into a business development role. I know if you've got experience in sales, and you can take a BDM role, you know, easy. There's always big companies looking for new BDMs. If you want to go into, you know, sales and booking flights, and you're used to that environment, it helps benefit if you know a GDS. We do a lot of GDS based work. We use Amadeus, for instance, and also knowing new stuff. There's a lot of people who are very upskilled on traditional ways of doing things, but knowing new ways of doing stuff. Obviously, NDC is a new thing that's coming out into the market in respect to flights. Corporate travel is very focused on flights. If you know something about NDC, you probably know a lot more than most of the people who are currently doing NDC-based travel at the moment. So that's that, and I think it's taking the leap of faith. Sometimes there aren't fun times. There are situations that we find ourselves in. I tweeted just actually. I was getting a new MacBook, and as my MacBook's done 100,000 air miles. It's been through one government coup and 3 airline failures, and that's the market as it is. There are really good times, and there are excellent earning opportunities, and the satisfaction as well I get personally from delivering, people who are in meetings in New York and say, right, I need to get home, I need to pick my daughter up to school from tomorrow afternoon, make sure I'm there, making sure one of our top clients is at the school gates to pick their kid up from school on a Friday. That's kind of my goal, really.
Yeah, and you really got to love what you do. And I know Joel mentioned a few times about passion, and I know that you do lots of training, Joel, to different travel agencies and tour operators and so on. How important is it to get product training from people like yourselves if you're trying to develop your career?
It's great, because I think you need to share the knowledge. If you keep it to yourself, it doesn't do anyone any favors. So it's an essential part of the role, and I just think you have to ensure that you're always keeping people updated. And I mean, even during the coronavirus pandemic, we see one thing is out today and irrelevant tomorrow. So you have to keep people current with the news, with the product changes, unique selling points, and just reiterating the positives and different reasons why they should be interested in your product. I think that comes across regardless of any sales job you're doing, whether you're selling spa treatments or you're selling a holiday. You need to have that sort of constant communication with your tour operators, your audience, your people, your stakeholders, who you work with, to translate that into business in the long term.
Mm-hmm. And people getting into travel often do it because they're looking to see the world. I understand that you, over time, would host fan trips and things like that. Is that important for people to experience the destination?
Yes, especially for unique destinations like Antigua and Barbuda. And I think as tourist boards work, you have to sort of evaluate where do you fit in a global scale. If you're going to be a popular destination, like going down to South Beach, Miami, everybody knows that. But countries like the Caribbean the Caribbean as a region is one of the most tourism dependent region in the world. But at the same time, people don't know the differentiation between the different islands. So for us as a tourist board, it's crucial to have that sort of on-hand experience, seeing it, believing it, and we also said that the island sells more than just the beaches and the palm trees. It's a connection you have with the people, and that sort of gets people into the mood of being in love with Antigua, and therefore they would highly recommend it, because not only they got to see the fauna and all the beautiful sides, but they also got to feel it with the food and the culture and the people.
Yeah. And in your opinion, what's most important, the talent, the expertise, or the people skills?
People skills.
And Brett, what would you say?
I think people skill.
We've solved the equation to success.
People skills. It is such a crucial part, Danny, and I think even me progressing in my career, I think that's the reason why it happened. It's all about, being in touch with people and having that connection. And in this travel industry, we've seen it through all the crises that we've been through, ash clouds and financial crisis, and now coronavirus. You've seen that people are connecting with people even more and are using those relationships now to get through these hard times for a better tomorrow.
I think I've spoken to more people face to face on Zoom than I have ever in my career. I speak to our company shareholders a lot more. I speak to people externally, whether they're suppliers and their customers. I've always been an advocate of pick up the phone instead of emailing. Now it's pick up Zoom. Even if it's a quick 5-minute Zoom to chat to people. If we're all working, we're probably sat. Whether we're sat in a shirt and shorts or pajamas and a shirt. I think we're already. I think it's open. The communication as well. It's definitely opening up and opens new doors.
And it's a really interesting point that you mentioned. Do you find yourself using those typical people skills, or do you think that you've even developed different skills while you've been using Zoom?
I think it's really weird. You have to, I remember walking into a room and it's like, you have to gauge the room, and that saying of understand what the mood is like. And you can walk into a Zoom meeting, your first Zoom meeting of the day. It might be a team meeting, and people have got issues from the previous day, and you're trying to iron them out and learn from mistakes. And that team communication, all of a sudden it would be, normally you'd walk around to someone's desk and have a chat with them, or you'd go outside and have a discussion. Now you're having to manage these situations and try to solve things over Zoom as well. And bear in mind, I'm not very good at multitasking, so it's not ideal. But speaking with clients as well, I think clients, I'd say, touchy on technology. They're having to learn new things as well. I go, would you like to do a quick Zoom and have a chat? But don't really know how to do it. We put together a help guide. Here you go. This is how you install the app and enter this number, and you'll join our meeting room. And then it's more curious, and people, I think there's definitely going to be opportunity, especially in sales moving forward, and especially in retail and leisure sales, for video business and video appointments. It's definitely going to power ahead.
And Joel, I understand from your role being such an international role that using technology must be really important. You use it every day, I assume.
Yes, and but Zoom has been a new sort of fresh air in terms of how easy it is to use, but also I think it doesn't erase physical connection. I think that will come back at some point in the near future. So it's good, as Brett said, you're communicating a lot more now because everybody's so accessible. Everyone's working from home. So you don't have the reason of saying, I'm on the road. So you're able to have a lot more communication and dialogue with your suppliers and your stakeholders that you work with in an industry. So it's definitely connected. And because of myself, for example, we're based in London, but we have an office in New York, and we've got one in Toronto and one in Miami, and our head office in Antigua. Even globally, we find our communication has increased so well. We're able to share ideas, we can share a screen what we're doing. And before, it was very sort of like we meet in Antigua once a year for a joint global sales meeting, and everybody go to separate ways after. So it's definitely brought us very closer, being miles and miles apart.
And having different offices in different countries, do you have any global mobility for people? Are they able to move to different offices and move around the world?
Yes, absolutely. They have a HR system in place. So your offices are set in your country for a period of time. But if an employee wants to move to another office, they can absolutely put in that request based on their needs. Because the good thing is as well is that each market is so different. So for career growth, for example, you may find that in Canada, for example, it's a much smaller market. So people in Canada are like, oh, well, I want to move to London because you have a lot more operators to work with, a lot more agents, the market's more diverse. We got Europe as well that falls under our portfolio. So you find them thinking that's a step upwards for me to come to London because it provides me that extra cultural difference as well. And so people use that sort of like, which country offers what and where can I fit in to grow my career for things. Luckily for me, I came to one of the biggest markets first. So me going back to one of the smaller ones would be going a step forward. So I have to see if we open an office in maybe Dubai or somewhere where we can start a new emerging market. And that would be even another step for Antigua. But there are talks always around on the books for things like that.
Yeah. Really exciting. Well, thank you very much for your insights. Really interesting.
Thank you, Danny.
Cheers, Danny. Thank you.
Hi there. I am absolutely delighted to be speaking at the ITT Future You conference. I'm incredibly passionate about the travel industry, and it's an industry that I've personally spent 25 years plus of my career in. So, I think that in itself is kind of testament as to what a brilliant industry it is. And, whether that's in the UK or the global opportunities, remember that travel and tourism accounts for 10% of global GDP. So it's a massive, massive industry. So for those of you that don't know me, I'm Jeanette Linfoot. And as I say, I've spent 25 years in this amazing industry. I've been very, very privileged. I've done some amazing things, and I'm incredibly passionate about travel and tourism. And I think the fact that I've spent so long in the industry, it kind of speaks for itself, really, but it also demonstrates three main things to me. So the first one is that it is a fabulous industry. The people that you meet, the relationships that you will build through your career will be truly phenomenal. And that is something which has stayed with me for life. And those relationships, whether it's in the business sense or more on a personal basis, you will forge those relationships and they will stay with you. And certainly in my example, I have made some of my best friends through being in the industry for so long. So that is a massive, massive testament to the strength and the passion. You meet people who are really energized, they're positive, they've got a can-do attitude, and even when times are tough, that resilience of spirit and being able to have fun along the way as well as working hard is something that is incredibly unique, I think, to travel and tourism. The second thing that stands out for me is just the variety of roles and opportunities available. And this is great for you because starting out in your career at this stage, there's so much that you could do. You could choose so many different directions in the industry, and that is amazing, I think. Whether you're talking about working for one of the larger corporate travel businesses, or if you're indeed thinking more about going into an entrepreneurial startup business, or even starting your own thing, there's so much you can do. And that diversity of area, you know, if you think anything from marketing, sales, finance, commercial, product, where I spent a lot of my early career, operational, there's so much to choose from that there really is something for everyone. And the third thing really that stands out for me as well, that this it's constantly changing. You know, the industry, never 1 year is the same, no trading period is the same. You've got such variety in the destinations that you send people to, you do business in, the different type of customers that you have. There is just so much change and constant you know, things to inspire you with, really. And what I would say is that resilience that builds by having to be flexible and creative and deal with the tough times as well as the good times makes you an incredibly strong business person, and those skills will stay with you for life. So those are 3 great reasons why I think I've stayed in the industry so long, why I love it so much, and why it's so important to me. So what I'm going to do over the next 10 minutes or so is just share with you a bit of my journey, really, and I hope from that you'll get some ideas, a bit of inspiration. You know, I haven't had, you know, not everything always goes right. You know, I've not had success after success after success, but I have definitely had an amazing career that I feel very grateful for. And even when things don't always go your way, it's how you deal with that that's important. So I feel very lucky and privileged to have had the career that I've had. So, you know, you might be thinking actually at the moment, oh my gosh, you know, the industry is going through a very difficult time. Have I made the right choice? You know, is this the sector for me? Will it come back? And of course, you know, we cannot deny that it's a difficult time for the industry. And it's one of the industries that's been hit most hard through all of the COVID situation and lockdown. But you know what? It will come back. It is a resilient sector. Of course, there's going to be change, you know, and there's going to be, unfortunately, some businesses that don't make it through this period. But despite all of that, you know, the industry is fantastic, and the long-term future for it will be very positive. I will always try and see the positive in life, and out of adversity, opportunities do come. So, you know, if you're having any of those doubts, please don't, you know, just really keep focused on what it is you want to achieve. So my story then, well, as you can probably tell from my dulcet tones, I am a Manchester girl, born and bred. So I was the youngest of 3 daughters growing up in Stretford, which, if most of you don't know Manchester, Stretford isn't exactly the most salubrious part of town, but nonetheless, I was brought up in a house full of love. My parents were amazing, but I was the only one in my family to go to university at the time, and I felt very privileged and honoured for that, because we didn't have a lot of money growing up, and it was a financial struggle. You know, you didn't have grants, and you didn't have loans, and etc. So it wasn't always that easy. But anyway, so I went off to university, and I studied an economics degree at Leeds. Which was fantastic. And I would definitely say that, you know, the core values of working hard, but playing hard and enjoying life as well, I put them to full use when I was at Leeds. And I was delighted I came out with a first class honours degree. So really pleased with that. But when I graduated in 93, so I'm going back a fair bit, it was a recession. So it wasn't massively dissimilar to now, actually. It was quite tough. So I'd got my degree. I was very proud of that, and really, really put all the effort in, and it paid off. And I was incredibly pleased with my parents, because I really felt I'd made them proud. And then here I am. I go back to Manchester, and I start applying for jobs. And of course, I was applying for hundreds and hundreds of jobs. I can't tell you. And I was getting knockback after knockback. There just weren't the opportunities because of the economic situation, you know. So way back then, I mean, you do what you have to do in a situation like that. So I remember holding down 4 different jobs. You know, I used to be a waitress at Old Trafford Cricket Ground. I delivered the post at Kellogg's in the offices. I did waitressing and bar work in a local restaurant. And, you know, I remember, you know, cleaning tables in Debenhams, you know, because that's what I needed to do to kind of survive, really, and bring some money in. So it wasn't an easy start, especially given that I'd got a really great degree. But nonetheless, you know, you keep going is one of the key messages that I have for you, really. So, you know, at that point, I eventually did get a first proper job, but it was in London. And I was a typical northerner and said, oh, you know, I'll go for 2 to 3 years. And then 25 years later, I'm kind of still here. So I love living in London, but I also very proud of my working class roots in Manchester, and all my family's there. So I go back a lot. So essentially, I started life as a government economist in Whitehall. And I did that for a couple of years, and it was a great start, actually. But nonetheless, I kind of knew that it wasn't the route I wanted to go down. I guess the grey suits and cardigans of the civil service weren't for me. So at that point, I jumped into travel. And I had still been receiving all of the careers material that used to get sent over to you from Leeds University. And I got the graduate opportunities through, and one of them was through a graduate scheme at Thomson. And I had actually applied to that scheme when I was at uni, and I never got accepted. So maybe I was just incredibly stubborn and thought, bloody hell, I'm going to have another go. So anyway, I actually started at Thomson. I was on the graduate scheme for a couple of years, and that was a great opportunity to learn, really, because you got to spend time across all of the businesses. And I was there for about 7 years. I was very lucky. I had a number of promotions. I learned from the best in travel, you know. So I remember working for David Burling and for Colin Mitchell, God rest his soul. So some real icons in the travel industry that I worked for. Charles Garassa was there at the time as well, Richard Bowden Doyle. So some amazing people that I was privileged to work with and learn from. And then I kind of got itchy feet, really. I was about 7 years in, and at this point I was general manager for the long haul business unit, so it was as close to having a P&L as possible, but I just had this sense that I needed to move, because I loved it so much. I could have stayed there forever, but I had itchy feet. So anyway, I had the opportunity then to go over to Barcelona for a year to sort out 3 travel businesses that TUI had, which were struggling and problematic. So I went over there, sorted them out, lived in Barcelona, had a great time, worked incredibly hard again to get these businesses back into shape. And then I came back to the UK and actually started at Thomas Cook as head of product, which again was a great role. And I actually got put forward for an industry award. It was a travel industry Hall of Fame Young Businesswoman of the Year. So I like the young bit. Anyway, I got the award, and it was a tough process. So I was delighted to have received that award. And then what happened was, as soon as I actually got that, I then got headhunted by First Choice to join them as product director. So this was a board position. It was a bigger role. So I joined First Choice. And at the time, First Choice were number 4 in the market. So they weren't the market leader, but they were doing some really great things. And I really liked the culture. And I think that's an important lesson, isn't it? You know, find a place where you feel like you belong, and that you're with like-minded people. So I joined First Choice, and that was great. Then a few years later, First Choice merged with the tourism division of TUI AG. And again, I'd been sort of doing product, commercial side of the business for most of my career, which I loved. But I knew I wanted to become a CEO. I knew I wanted to run the business. So again, I thought, well, I can carry on doing what I'm doing, or actually maybe I need to make another change. So at that point, I then got approached by Richard Prosser, who was my old boss, to see if I would like to go to Russia to lead the businesses in Russia. And TUI had made a big strategic decision to invest in the emerging markets. So that was really scary. It was buying 3 businesses. It was deciding strategically what we do with those businesses, a whole rebrand, obviously in a different country, different language, different business skills, etc. So fantastic. And then I got promoted to be managing director of the emerging markets. So then I was doing quite big deals, mergers and acquisitions in China, India. Some of those were to the value of 600 million quid. And at that point, I was reporting into the group's CEO, Peter Long, which was a fantastic experience again. And then TUI merged with the parent company, TUI AG. And at that point, I'd been approached by Saga to go and become CEO of their travel division, which was 4 really interesting businesses, about 370 million turnover, 1,700 people on my team. And it was a great opportunity to kind of turn those businesses around, really, and to double the profit in the time I was there. And then this kind of brings us up to date, because then I decided actually what I really wanted to do at this stage of my career in my mid-40s was to be my own boss. So I jumped out of the corporate world into the entrepreneurial world, and this is where I am now. So I have 3 businesses. One is my advisory business, where I work with private equity and corporate clients on mergers and acquisitions and strategy. So I help them with deals and get them over the line, advise them on that. I also have my mentoring business, where I help other people achieve their full potential, which I really love. And then I have a property investment business with my partner, Chris, where we invest in properties in Manchester. So a portfolio of businesses. I'm also on the board of the Founders Factory, the Travel Advisory Board. I'm a judge for Every Woman in Travel because I'm a real passionate advocate for diversity. You know, very often in my career, I've been the only woman in the boardroom, or one of 2 maybe. So it's something I feel passionate about. So I'm really pleased to be part of Every Woman. And then I'm also just about to launch my own podcast, which is the Brave, Bold, Brilliant podcast, where I will be interviewing inspiring people across different sectors, but travel will be a core part of that, about how they have fulfilled their potential by being brave, bold and brilliant. So that's been my journey, a quick canter through. What I would say to you, you know, as you're thinking about your career at this stage, I think there are 7 pieces of advice I would give you. The first one is believe in yourself. You know, you absolutely can achieve anything you want in life. You all have greatness in you. So don't ever think you can't do something. The second thing I would say is follow your dreams. You know what you want to achieve. What's your purpose? Where are you trying to get? And focus on that, because you will get there as long as you don't get distracted. The third piece of advice I would give you is surround yourself with the right people, people that will lift you up, people that will encourage you, support you. That could be coaches, mentors, colleagues, bosses, but really make sure you're spending time with the right people that are going to encourage you, but also give you a bit of a kick and a push if you're not necessarily doing what you should be doing. The fourth thing is, I would say, work hard. You know, no one gives you anything for anything for free in this life. And that's certainly something that my parents told me, and that stayed with me my whole time. So you have to put the effort in. You really do. The fifth piece of advice I would say is put yourself out there. Get out there having conversations, network. You never know where those conversations might lead. And always trying to think about, you know, what can you do to help the other person? Build those relationships. The sixth thing I would say is follow a passion. Love what you do. Life is too short. The travel industry is such an amazing industry, and you can have fabulous experiences. And if you love what you do, then you never really work a day in your life. You know, you merge your passion with your profession, and I think travel can do that for you. And the absolute final piece of advice I would give you is don't be afraid to fail. You know, you can't always win, but don't be afraid to fail. And that was a quote from Arnold Schwarzenegger, and it really resonates with me. You know, so you do need to be prepared to take chances. And through my career, I've taken lots of chances that have come up. And, you know, you never know where that might lead. When I went to Russia, China, India, I mean, you know, it was scary. And I thought, well, you know, I'll give it a go. I'll do my best I can. And you know what, never think of failure as failure. Think of it as learning, because you will learn something regardless of what the outcome is. So, you know, I hope that's been helpful. I hope it's given you some inspiration, some ideas about this amazing industry that we're in. It's an industry I'm passionate about, and I will always be heavily connected and involved in with the businesses that I have now. So the only last thing I would say to you is believe in yourself, push yourself out there, be authentically you, and just be brave, bold and brilliant. Bye now.
So welcome to our next session, The Power of Mentors. I am delighted to be joined by 5 people who have all proven themselves to be fantastic mentors. And the reason we know that is they were all nominated by their mentees for the inaugural ITT Future You Mentor of the Year. And from that huge response we had to that award, we had 5 people who are shortlisted. I'm really pleased they're here with me today. So in no particular order and going around the screen that I can see, I'd like to start with Karen Pocock, please.
Oh, first. I'm Karen Pocock and I'm co-owner and director at a company called Designer Travel.
Thank you very much. Jahan.
Hi, I'm Jahan Khan. I am an independent consultant. My company is CJJ Consultancy, and I've been working in travel for a very long time, and I love it.
Great, thanks. Michael.
Hi, I'm Michael. I've worked in travel for a very long time as well. Most recently, the last 15 years at Expedia Group, and currently I am the Global Director for Merchandising for the Hotels.com brand.
Thank you very much. Jenny?
Hi, my name's Jenny Kovacs and I run a business called Gift Wish. I essentially am a visibility specialist, so I help people to stand out, people, brands and organisations to stand out. And many of my clients are actually travel clients and individuals who want to put themselves out there and find more business.
Thanks. And finally, Danny.
Hi, I'm Danny Wayne. I'm the commercial manager at Hotel Plan Group's Holiday Home division. And before that, I worked in international education for about 3.5 years and started a company called Perfect Weddings Abroad.
Thank you. Well, welcome one and all. I'm very excited to be hosting this session on such an important topic as mentoring. And my first question to you all is, why do you think mentoring is important? Who'd like to start? Jenny.
I don't mind starting. So to me, mentoring is really important because sometimes we want to tread a path that nobody we know in our friends and family circle have trodden. I mean, it's really great to be able to speak to someone who's done the thing that we want to do, whether it's professionally, you know, whether it's within our travel business. And even, I think, a great opportunity is missed for students because they spend all of this time studying and then they don't really know what the best next step is for them to take. So a mentor can really help to guide them and help them to get focused on the best way to navigate the travel path.
Jenny. I'm going to pick on Karen now.
Okay, I think it's a huge opportunity to impart a passion for something and to bring people on very quickly. So I think as a mentor, to be able to understand an individual's needs and to be able to work with them on a one-to-one basis just produces these most amazing results, just much quicker than you would get maybe through a more traditional method of training. So we just find we use it a lot with trainees where we bring them into our business and use one-to-one mentoring to accelerate progress, and it works exceptionally well. So we find that it works and it gives a lot back to both parties. I think the mentee benefits a lot, but I think as a mentor, you gain a lot from the whole process. It allows you to flourish in a way that I don't think many training approaches give you that same reward. So we find it works in our business really well.
What about you?
Yeah, I think mentors can help individuals to kind of fast track them through certain situations, so their experience helps them to spot things in advance rather than making the same mistakes time and time again, and that's really valuable. And also I think they can, because of that one-to-one kind of closeness that Karen mentioned, they can spot sort of professional problems but also personal problems and issues that the mentee might be going through, which then helps them more as an individual as well.
Michael, you have an interesting one in the fact that you mentor people all around the world, don't you? So that's an additional challenge, I would guess.
Yeah, I think so. But I think it very much in line with the theme that everyone's been talking about now, that still allows both sides to really develop from differences in different places where people are located and different experiences that they might have. But for me also with that mentoring partnership, it's also creating a safe place outside of formal training or a workplace or study where you can then actually discuss things really openly as ideas, but just always kind of take things from there. And that's what it's really about for me.
Right. Jahan, I mean, picking up on that, but also I think a point that Karen made, which I call reverse mentoring. So it's actually also what you pick up from them. So perhaps you want to sort of add on to that as well.
I think going back to what everyone's mentioned, with Danny, that we're helping them with identifying personal as well as professional problems that they might have. I think the best thing that we actually do is that we draw from our own experiences. Going back to what you were saying, we don't realise we're mentoring people. We are their mentors. I mean, and offering them solid advice. I think one of the things that I love doing is actually understanding them personally, and you almost tailor your experience by listening to them, and then you start challenging them. You're never actually telling them what to do. You let them build their own confidence from the solutions that you're kind of giving them or talking them through, but you build an awful lot of trust with them, and that trust goes on to them opening up more, and then you realise actually there's a lot more that I could be doing for this individual. So yes, Karen, I totally agree. It's the most rewarding because it's not training. It's not, something that's written about. You do it naturally, and you only do that by sort of really getting skin deep with your mentee and really fully understanding them.
And I would add on the reverse mentoring as well. I think the business has a lot to gain. So especially if it's a younger person, maybe they're an intern or they've just come into the industry, perhaps through kind of social media skills, being a digital native, and all of those benefits that they bring to the business. And we tend to think, of mentors as older and mentees as younger, which isn't necessarily the case. But I think the reverse mentoring is a great way where that can work kind of the opposite way around to what we normally expect.
Totally agree.
Yeah, it's always a very reciprocal relationship, I think you're right. And sometimes people also make the assumption that there's somebody at the head teaching and telling everybody else what to do. And oh my gosh, yeah, you learn so much from people's experiences, from things that, people learn. And, travel still moves quickly. It's an industry of its own, and there are things that move quickly. And the rise of social media, my gosh, the young ones definitely know how to do that more than somebody like me is a bit of a fossil now.
You can also mentor people with that, just like a one-off conversation. Don't realise that you actually help them and guide them. But some people may need just that to help them, whereas other people might need a little bit more time. It's not necessarily needy, but you do, when you start seeing the results, it's so, rewarding. It really is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So what do you think makes? I mean, you've alluded to it already. A really good mentor, Karen. What do you think makes a good mentor?
I think a lot of empathy. I think actually having a really good, you sort of have a good mentoring relationship is a bit magical. You sort of get to know an individual really quickly, and I know you shouldn't make judgments by the first few seconds of having a conversation, but it's very difficult as human beings not to do that. So I think if there's a spark at the point of a meeting with a mentee or whatever the name you want to give to that role, I think it produces, it's sort of magical. It's an empathy, and it's fun. There's a patience with a good mentee-mentor relationship. There's a patience, there's a just passion and just enthusiasm for what you're doing. So it sort of grows over time and builds and develops.
Michael, what about you?
So I think in addition to that, it's really important as a mentor to really listen, because it would be very easy for me to kind of work with people to then say, well, this has been my background, this is what I studied, and all of these roles have been great, and follow this. But actually, you can be a really positive mentor on someone who's potentially even in a different industry or looking at a totally different sector of that industry, but just listening to what is it that's making them tick, what is it that they're wanting to achieve, and how can you help them shape that. So just that core piece of listening to what is it that I can then help them with, I think is really key.
John, no, you got anything to add?
I totally agree with everyone. I think honesty and trust being a mentor is building a relationship just like you would build any other relationship. This one's very special because you're seeing the results of you talking, discussing, and they're almost like an extended part of you. But also, I think you should always have your switch on, so you should always be available for them. I mean, I get some of my, a call at 11 o'clock, and I'm like, at night, I'm like, oh, I'm not going to answer it, but I'll text back to know and acknowledge that we're always there for them. And I think it's really important, because what might not be that important to us might be life or death situation to them, but you have to calm them down, but just listen. Go back to what Michael was saying, listening is so important, but not being judgmental, being honest. I think even if with your honesty, you can actually give some hard home truths that they might not like to hear, but because you're mentoring them, they actually have to hear it, and they're more likely to hear it from you because you know them well.
And Jenny, I mean, I think that's quite a good point. How do you go about managing expectations? Because I think people have often go into the mentoring relationship with the kind of idea of what it should be. How do you find the best way of managing that process?
Well, one of the first things that I tend to do on a more formal basis is I'll ask them what they think they need, because a lot of the time there'll be lots of ideas, there'll be fears, there'll be concerns. So I start off with them, starting with them, find out what they need. And then the relationship, as many of us have alluded to, then progresses and then grows from that point onwards. I think one of the things that has been pivotal for me in mentoring other people has been being mentored myself. And, I'm as curious as a cat, and I'm always wondering, well, why did you do that? And not from a judgmental or a questioning place, but I think people are always interested in, well, what made you make that decision? Why did you take that turn? What made you think about doing something in that way? So for me, having been mentored myself, both paid and free, I think that's helped me to become a better mentor too. And especially with I resonate with the 11 o'clock at night. I've got a client who's currently in Australia. So quite often I'll get a message, it'll be really late at night, and we know the time differences, so we'll balance and catch each other at the right time. But I think that for me, the biggest piece is taking out any ego we might have about us doing something great for them, and actually, again, that being that reciprocal listening, finding out what they need and helping them, because all sorts of things come out of a mentoring relationship. And I don't know about you guys, but by the end of it, you kind of feel a bit like you're letting go of a child or something, and you don't want to let them go, but you do, So you build very close relationships during that time.
And Danny, I mean, I know you've had mentors in the past as well as being a mentor. What do you think is one of the most valuable things you picked up from your mentors that you have then been able to use in your own mentoring experiences?
I think it's the mentality of being a mentor. So it's about coaching someone, not about being a boss. And I think in a work environment in particular, it's easy for someone to be a boss and give them tasks to do and tell them what to do and kind of let them get on with it. But mentoring is more about actually engaging with them and this kind of two-way relationship. And that's what I have picked up myself, and that's what I've tried to do. And I think also when you're applying for job roles, or if you're looking at potentially having investors or people within your business, I would also say that when you're going through that process, that's a great opportunity to kind of also interview the person that is interviewing you and see, could they be a mentor? And you get a lot of benefit from that as well.
Yeah, you make an interesting point there about, the difference between being a boss and a mentor. And Karen, I mean, obviously that's something that might be a bit of a challenge for you, because obviously, you have a huge success in mentoring your more junior staff and your trainees. And do you find that enhances the relationship being their manager, or does it just mean you have to deal with it slightly differently?
Well, I think because our business is self-employed, all the guys that work with us, although we have an employed number of people, which is only about 20, we have about 100 people that are self-employed. So the relationship that you have with those individuals isn't really like a boss-employee relationship. It's very different. They're individuals, they own their own businesses. So you develop your skills accordingly, because telling someone who's self-employed what to do and even trying to have any sort of mentoring role, it wouldn't work. So you adapt your style accordingly. And each individual requires a different approach. I don't find mentoring, I couldn't write a list down and use that repeatedly for everyone. It wouldn't work for me because my style needs to be much more flexible and adaptable. And I find different characters and people need different styles of approaches. And sometimes you have to switch, I think, as an individual when you're having that relationship with someone, so that you get the best from them, and your approach varies quite dramatically. So I think it's flexibility really, but I don't think my role as owning the business and the relationships we have with people, I see it as very individual and very bespoke and tailored.
Great. And Michael, I mean, you're nodding there, and I'm guessing you have a similar thing. Bearing in mind, as I said, you have more of an international patch, and when you're mentoring people in the workplace.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, there are cultural differences to how my teams in Brazil operate to how the ones in America and in Hong Kong. And that sort of coaching approach, I think, just helps everybody involved achieve much more, because by building that trust and honesty, it does help shape how someone is operating in their role, but it just really helps them develop and think of things differently and helps them get there in a way that makes sense to them. And I think that doing that coaching as well, I think, it's not always that you have to tell them exactly what they want to hear. We've talked a little bit about that, but I think by using that approach, it allows you to ask challenging questions at certain points, which make the individual, and I've had that done to me as well, where if you have that trust, you really then value that question where someone says, but think about this, Michael, how do you think that's impacting somebody else, or how's it impacting your next step? You appreciate that challenging question a lot more when you've kind of had it framed in that way. And I think, just as I'm working with lots of people from different countries and places all around the world, I think that that's really a common way to achieve it successfully.
That's great. I think, a lot of people watching this will now understand maybe the value of looking for a mentor for themselves, and I sincerely hope so. So how should people go about trying to find a mentor, bearing in mind, what people have said about, yes, in the workplace, but also sometimes outside of the industry, and there can be real benefits to that as well, in finding someone who might have a slightly different look on things because of their own experience.
I think it depends what role. That's a real difficult one, because to have a mentor, and if you see someone or you hear something that you actually like and you do a bit more research on that individual, there are people you can strike up conversations. Actually, social media is really good for that, and connecting with people on Facebook and LinkedIn too. I often read stories for totally unrelated industries, and it sparks something that you'd never think about in the travel industry, which is quite insular. And actually following them on LinkedIn and actually commenting on their articles, and then often becoming connected that way. I find that's quite an easy way and not very obtrusive. I think it can be something that's quite difficult. If you can do it in a nice, subtle way, it sort of helps. So for me, that would work. Social media and looking at what people are doing in the activities.
I think if it comes to like in person, then it's about not being afraid to actually ask someone for help, or ask someone maybe to do an introduction for you as well. I have people come to me that I think maybe they're hoping that I'm going to help them with something or maybe mentor them. And when they start to tell me a bit more about what they do, what the situation is, I realize that I'm not the right person for them perhaps, but there may be someone that I know that's got that experience and the right skills that could help them, and then I'm happy to connect them up.
Jenny, what about you?
So here's what flashes into my mind as we talk about this, and it touches on what's just been said. It's about the right tools for the right job. So quite often with social media now, and a lot of people approach me through various social media platforms because they see something that I'm saying and it has some sort of resonance. So when you're looking for a mentor,
a resonance is great. They don't actually need to always be in the same industry, but the right tools for the right job is, say, for example, you want to give better presentations. It could be somebody that's within the travel industry. How will you know that unless you've maybe seen them presenting before, or maybe you've seen something that they've done on social media, or you like the way they've positioned themselves. But the other piece, of course, is recommendation, personal recommendation. You know, some of the people that I've mentored might have gone on to recommend, you know, or recommend me to other people. And in the same way, as you know, as just been said, somebody might come to me and say, I really need some mentoring on this particular thing. Or sometimes they approach me and think it's coaching that they need when it is actually mentoring, you know. So helping them to understand the distinction between the two. Right tool for the right job to get them the best results that they need. So I think if I could give 3 tips, be very clear on what it is you need specifically. Don't just say something in travel. I work in travel, so it's that. Be very specific on what you need. Then think about the way that you want to make an impact. If you can make a personal impact, then again, look for that help in a mentor. And then the other thing is, because of the rise of social media and because we do a lot less face-to-face as well, think about your story, not just about your own personal story, but maybe the story of, it could be your career, it could be where you want to go, it could be what you want to do next. And think about those things, and you'll start to see the people who are the right tools for the right job, and maybe the ones who might be better for something else.
Thank you for that. Well, we're nearly at the end of our session. I just want to say thank you very much again to all 5 of you. I think you've given some really good advice there, and kind of debunked maybe some of the myths around mentoring and how valuable it can be, not just to the mentee, but also to you as the mentors. And I can honestly attest to that myself. Congratulations once again for being shortlisted for the ITT Mentor of the Year. You'll be hearing shortly who the actual winner is. So best of luck to you all. And thank you so much for your support for this conference. It's so important to all the people out there listening in. So I really, really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next category is the ITT Mentor of the Year. And I will be announcing first the 4 shortlisted before I will announce the winner. So the 4 shortlisted are from Holiday Home Division, Danny Wayne. From CJJ Consultancy, Jahan Khan. From Designer Travel, Amanda Matthews and Karen Pocock. And from Hotels.com, Michael Long. And the winner is from Gift Wish, Jenny Kovac. Congratulations all.
I think we've lost Danny. Oh, there you are. Right. Danny.
Hello.
You're going to start, remember?
Yes, okay. Well, that was my happy face for not winning the award. Congratulations to Jenny. That was, I'm really pleased and well deserved. So thank you for taking part. And thank you to all the panelists. I mean, if you don't feel motivated and inspired after today, then I really don't know what is going to make you motivated and inspired. So yeah, just huge thank you to everyone. And it's been an absolute pleasure to be involved.
All stuck. Matthew, do you want to go?
Yes, certainly, Claire. I mean, just to say, what a super day. What fantastic content. Our speakers have shared practical and inspirational advice and some really personal insights. On behalf of Travel Massive, thank you to everyone for listening today. It's been a pleasure to work with the ITT, with Claire, Paul and Danny on making this Future You event happen. For anyone who does find themselves professionally displaced through COVID-19, this crisis doesn't have to be the end of your career in travel. We've run into a wall, but I hope today will play a part in helping you figure out how to find that wall, smash through it, or work around it. Take care of yourselves, and once again, on behalf of everyone at Travel Massive, thank you for watching.
Paul, any words? Final words?
I have just been blown away today by all our speakers. I think the personal stories that have been shared and bits of advice and tips that have been given to everybody watching this. And looking at the chat, you can see so many people have learned so many things, whether this is the start of your journey, whether you're already on a journey within the industry.
The fact that we've got to this stage of the day with so few technical hitches is actually pretty impressive.
Really successful day, and I'm so pleased with everything we've done, even if I still don't know how to use technology.
Well, as always, I like to have the final word. What an amazing day. When we started putting this together a few weeks ago, we had no idea how well this would go. We are living in unprecedented times. As everyone has said, this industry will bounce back. It always will, and it will hopefully come back better, healthier, and more responsible, as we've heard from everybody so far. I have to say a huge thank you to all of the speakers who gave up their time today. You know, the way that they share their personal stories really helps the audience, and they are very engaged with those stories. And that's always been a real big part of Future You, and that sharing of experience, and then hopefully giving advice and tips as so many of you are starting on your journeys. We hope that we continue to develop the Future You initiative. Please do stay engaged with us. We have a website, so you can obviously go on. You can follow us on Facebook and follow us on other social medias. But I have to say a huge thank you to Danny and Paul, my co-conspirators, as I like to call them, who really have been the rock and foundation of putting this whole event together. A big shout out to Matthew and Ian and Maria, who have been working tirelessly on behalf of Travel Massive. We couldn't have done this without them. And so we are so, so grateful to them giving us a truly global stage to put on this careers conference, our inaugural one. I look forward to developing our future relationships with every single one of you here today. I want to thank all of you for watching. Many of you have stayed with us throughout the day. So for those of you who have been here, thank you. For those of you who are here right now or have been part of it throughout the day, we don't do this without having such an engaged audience, and the chat has been amazing and I've absolutely loved it. So my final thanks is to all of you. And wherever you are in the world, stay safe. We will get through this. And I look forward to following all of your careers with interest. Stay in touch. Thank you.